Chapter 457. Vermilion Bird Divine Martial. Old Man Huayang shook his head. I don't know, but my guess is that it shouldn't be. Then, he saw that Lin Ling wanted to immediately go to the rainforest sacred land. He stopped him. With your current strength, there is no use. Instead, it will be harmful to your mother. Wait until you go to the 7 profound martial house and reach a certain height. At that time, even if you don't look for your mother, you will know her origin and whereabouts. Hearing this, Lin Ling sighed and calmed down. Strength, his current strength was still too weak. He couldn't compare to the ancient 100 domains or the rainforest sacred land. Therefore, you must obtain the Vermilion Bird inheritance. Only then can you be reborn and have the qualifications to step into the rainforest sacred land. Old Man Huayang advised. But he didn't think that this youth would quickly calm down and not be impulsive. This temperament was rare. I will obtain it. Lin Ling muttered to himself, his eyes extremely firm. Rumble. At this moment, flames soared into the sky and a giant vermilion bird phantom soared into the sky. Everyone in the Stone Saint Nation saw it, and then a large number of foreign geniuses flew towards the phantom. The Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Inheritance, the overlord body of the king body. If they could obtain it, they would become famous. That place is filled with chaotic energy. It seems that there is more than just the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb. I fear that there is an even more powerful powerhouse that fell there, forming a mystic realm. Those that surpass the heavenly spirit realm cannot enter. Old Man Huayang said as he looked into the distance. Clouds began to appear in the sky, and a mysterious mountain faintly appeared in the clouds. He guessed that the Vermilion Bird inheritance was in that mountain. That illusory mountain in the sky has appeared because the spiritual energy has been suppressed for many years. The real mountain is hidden underground. Your goal is that mountain. Go, I will wait for you outside. Then, he gave his blessing. Lin Ling nodded, and the flame wings behind him flapped. He turned into a meteor and shot forward. Rumble. In a volcano, endless lava spewed out, condensing into flame-like cumulus clouds in the sky. Mysterious mountains were hidden in the cumulus clouds, but a large number of young figures rushed into the volcano's lava. Seeing those young people rushing in, Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and he also shot into the volcano. Boom! The scorching flames rushed towards him, but Lin Ling was the king of fire, so he did not feel anything. However, after entering the lava flames, a strange feeling arose. The next moment, the entire world quietly changed. This was a world of flames, but there were also mountains and rivers. It was extremely mystical. It's similar to the secret realm that devoured the world-cleansing demonic flame. Lin Ling was not surprised. His gaze swept across the area, and the first thing he saw was a blood pool not far away. The pool water was continuously bubbling with blood, and it was extremely mysterious. Blood-quenching pool. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect his luck to be so good that he would see a rare natural treasure as soon as he entered. The pool that looked like blood was actually not blood, but the blood of the earth. It was just that it had been sealed by the volcano for a long time, so it was extremely dense, forming a pool of blood. This kind of natural treasure was extremely rare, and most importantly, it had the effect of tempering one's blood. Blood-quenching pool. That's great. Even God is helping me. At this moment, a figure appeared beside the blood-quenching pool. He looked at the blood-quenching pool and laughed excitedly. Lin Ling frowned slightly. It seemed that he was not the only one who was lucky. However, the blood-quenching pool was so big that it was enough for 2 people to use. Then, he slowly walked forward. Stop, who allowed you to come over? The person turned around. It was a youth of about 19 years old. He was dressed in a black robe, with his long hair tied behind his head. He held a large saber in his hand, and his face was somewhat cold. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "The blood-quenching pool is so big. You can't use it all by yourself. Since everyone saw it, why don't we all share it? You're Lin Xuanwu's man." The youth ignored Lin Ling's words and asked indifferently. This made Lin Ling shake his head. He had never heard of Lin Xuanwu. "Then you're Tian Li or Yen Baihu's man?" The youth asked again. "I've never heard of these people. I'm from the Cloud region." Lin Ling frowned. He didn't understand why the youth would ask such a question. Lin Xuanwu is the strongest genius that came to the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb. He is a genius of the Seven Profound Martial House, and is said to be invincible in the Heavenly Spirit Realm. Tian Li has yet to enter any martial arts hall, but he is ranked second in the Heavenly Spirit Realm, and Yen Baihu is ranked third. These three are all famous geniuses of the 100 territories. You're not one of them? Without their protection, you dare to come here? The youth strangely smiled and looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Cloud region? You're a martial artist from the lower 3 realms under my feet? Fuck off. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. After talking with old man Huayang, he knew that there were many people in the 100 territories who were stronger than him. Therefore, he had planned to be low-key. When he encountered the blood-quenching pool, he would share it with the other party. But the other party seemed to think that his background and reputation were weak, so they wanted him to fuck off. "Are you sure you don't want me to fuck off?" Lin Ling's voice was hoarse. I come from the middle 3 realms. My innate king body is the Milky Way tyrant body, and I'm at the late Heavenly Spirit Realm. I thought you were a genius powerhouse, so I asked you a few questions. Otherwise, I would have already killed you. The youth arrogantly laughed. A martial artist from the Cloud region? Not long ago, he had come from the direction of the Snake Swamp country. He had overcome all difficulties, and no one had been able to stop him. All of the powerhouses there had been trampled under his feet. This had made him confident. The martial artists of the lower 3 realms were very weak. Since it's like this, then I'm sorry, but this blood-quenching pool is mine. Lin Ling's face was ice cold. He slowly drew his sword. You're crazy. I didn't kill you, but I told you to fuck off. This is your lucky chance, and you still want to take it all for yourself. The youth's pupils shrank, and his anger rippled out. The broadsword in his hand turned a crystalline blue, as if it were flowing in waves. If you can't recognize yourself, then die. He swung his broadsword, and a terrifying river water spread out. It seemed to be the power of 10 rivers, which meant that it was the power of 10 vast rivers. Then, he withdrew his broadsword and stood up. He looked at the blood-quenching pool behind him and smiled with satisfaction. His broadsword hadn't hit Lin Ling, but he had already begun to appreciate his spoils of war. This showed how confident he was. Boom! However, at this moment, a terrifying flame energy bloomed. 3 flames descended, and the true meaning of fire rippled out. A sword came from the horizon, and then crossed the sky, and hung beside the young man's neck, causing the young man's face to stiffen. Even the corner of his mouth revealed a joyful smile of obtaining a treasure, but at this moment, it froze. He quietly turned his head to look, and found that his 10 rivers power had been completely burned by the fire. What a terrifying power of fire! I don't know what kind of trash the 3 geniuses are, and they are not qualified to protect me. I only know that you are going to die. The cold voice sounded in the youth's ear, and his pupils widened. He wanted to say something, but in the next moment, the flaming broadsword slashed out, turning him into endless ashes. Chapter 458. Jiumao Mountain, you've been watching for so long, it's time for you to come out. Lin Ling didn't put away his sword, but looked to the other side. His keen soul force had sensed that there was another genius hiding underground. These geniuses all had king physiques and were all terrifying. But to Lin Ling, that was all. As long as they were at the sky spirit realm, he wasn't afraid. Amazing. The quenching blood pool is yours, but let me remind you that the three geniuses have already headed to Jiumao Mountain. If you have any strength, don't miss it. Ah. The geniuses who had tried to steal the quenching blood pool had also quietly fled. The youth in the blue and white robe was so powerful that he didn't dare act rashly. Lin Ling's lips curled into a confident smile as he shook his head. As expected, strength spoke no matter where it was. He then took off his clothes and jumped into the quenching blood pool. As soon as he entered the pool, a wave of heat washed over him, causing Lin Ling's entire body to tremble. He had a king physique for the fire attribute, but he still felt the heat. This showed how terrifying the quenching blood pool was. Blood exchange. Exchanging the Earth's blood for human blood would make Lin Ling's foundation more solid, and his ability to challenge geniuses above his level would be stronger. It's so hot, and the Earth's blood is flowing through my skin into my blood vessels. Lin Ling was secretly surprised as he felt the Earth's essence changing his blood. Time slowly passed. After a long while, Lin Ling walked out of the quenching blood pool with a bare upper body. He then used a rune bag to store a large amount of Earth's blood, preparing to leave it for his family. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. From afar, a girl in white walked over step by step, leaning on a walking stick. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was just about to put on his clothes when he realized that the girl's eyes seemed to be impaired. This made him shake his head with a smile. It seemed that he was thinking too much. "Sir, is this place far from Jiumao Mountain?" The girl in white's voice was very weak. She wasn't devastatingly beautiful, but she was lovely and moving. Her eyes were closed, as if she was blind, giving people a feeling of pity. Lin Ling's heart rippled. A blind man. When he first came to this world, he was also blind and was bullied. In the end, he relied on his extraordinary perseverance to reach his current height. "I don't know which direction Jiuji Mountain is in," Lin Ling said softly. "Thank you." The white-clothed girl nodded and walked forward with the help of her walking stick. Lin Ling couldn't bear it and asked, "You came here alone, aren't you afraid of danger?" "My friends have abandoned me. Now, I just want to leave this place," the white-clothed girl said sadly. In this world, the strong were revered. This young girl had come to the cruel vermilion bird divine martial tomb by herself. This proved that it wasn't easy for her. Most importantly, the young girl's eyesight was inconvenient, causing others to sympathize with her. "If you don't mind, I'll bring you along." After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling smiled. Perhaps the girl's blindness resonated with him, which was why he decided to help her. Of course, Lin Ling was only helping her, and it was limited to the vermilion bird divine martial tomb. "Really? Thank you so much. My name is Zhou Xiaoping." The white-clothed girl immediately smiled. Then, her eyebrows twitched. "What's this smell? It's so rich." "It's the blood of the earth," Lin Ling said with a smile. "This is a treasure of heaven and earth. Quick, help me collect it. Don't waste it." The white-clothed girl was overjoyed. Lin Ling frowned. He collected a lot of blood of the earth for her. Then, the two of them continued to walk toward Jiuji Mountain. At this moment, at the center of the vermilion bird divine martial tomb, a large number of geniuses and experts had gathered. Their eyes were fixed on a vast mountain. There was a terrifying aura of the vermilion bird there. Many people guessed that the vermilion bird divine martial inheritance was hidden in the mountain. However, the mountain was surrounded by people. Geniuses without a certain level of strength and background were not allowed to enter. This is too overbearing. I'm from the Windy Wind region. I'm also a genius. Why can't I enter the mountain? Are the three geniuses, Lin Xuanwu, Tianli, and Yan Baihu, trying to monopolize the Vermilion Bird divine martial inheritance? Many youths were dissatisfied. Obviously, Jiuzhi Mountain was occupied by the three geniuses and no one was allowed to enter. You're just geniuses from the lower three regions. You're all trash. You can't compare to the geniuses from the middle three regions. So, get lost. Of course, if you're dissatisfied, you can force your way in. But you'll have to bear the consequences. A young man in a purple robe said to the crowd. However, there were still some people who were dissatisfied and wanted to enter the mountain. He took a step forward. White tigers roar. The young man in the purple robe smiled faintly and punched out. The terrifying power of the king body was released. A huge white tiger appeared and roared. Bang bang bang. This fist carried with it the great perfection of the great concept of the innate king body, causing the dissatisfied genius to tremble and fall to the ground. He was defeated in one move. That's the famous Yi Fengxin from the lower three regions. He once placed third in the lower three regions genius competition. But he couldn't even withstand one move. The crowd was shocked. Were all the geniuses from the middle three regions so powerful? It's just a competition. Only ants like you care about it. You don't know that there's always someone better than you. The young man in the purple robe disdainfully smiled and then strode away towards the mysterious Jiuzhi Mountain. He is Yan Baihu, a top powerhouse of the heavenly spirit realm in the 100 territories. It is said that he has the qualifications to enter the 7 profound martial house. His strength is really fierce. In the heavenly spirit realm, only Lin Xuanwu and Distant Sky have the qualifications to fight with him. After the young man left, the crowd dared to speak. There were many geniuses in the 100 territories. But those that could enter the rainforest holy land were those that had potential. Although many of them were famous, they obviously didn't have the qualifications to be invited by the 7 profound martial house. If they wanted to go to the 7 profound martial house, they would have to personally pay a visit. Whether or not the 7 profound martial house would accept them was still unknown. As for Yan Baihu, if he could make the 7 profound martial house personally invite him, it proved that his talent and potential were strong. The most powerful one is Lin Xuanwu. He's already a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. Someone in the crowd said. It was obvious that the legendary Lin Xuanwu was the strongest genius. Stop. What domain are you from? Who are you? At this moment, several geniuses that were guarding the mountain shouted. They saw 2 figures coming from the distance. One of them was a young man in a blue and white robe. His eyes were clear, and he gave off a handsome and refined feeling. Behind the young man was a white-clothed girl. Cloud domain. Then, everyone heard the young man's calm voice. Many people shook their heads and smiled. The cloud domain was only one of the lower 3 regions. The most important thing was that it wasn't famous in the lower 3 regions. If it weren't for the appearance of the Vermilion Bird divine martial artist, no one would come to this rural area. Chapter 459. Everyone's attention, trash, get lost. This mountain already belongs to us. No one is allowed to come close. After learning of the youth's origin, the geniuses guarding the mountain said. Belongs to you? This land belongs to the cloud domain. What right do you have to take it all? The blue-haired youth frowned and said coldly. Indeed, this was the stone saint country of the cloud domain. What right did these people have to steal everything? You're going to suffer. However, the youth's words caused the crowd to laugh. This youth was too inexperienced. He couldn't see the situation. Is the vermilion bird divine martial art something the cloud domain can touch? Sigh, just kill him. Sigh. The geniuses guarding the mountain shook their heads. They didn't want to say more. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Then, I don't need to say more. Sigh. The calm voice floated out, making everyone blink. The youth from the cloud domain seemed to want to make a move. He was overestimating himself. But, was he overestimating himself? Boom! A terrifying green flame demonic dragon roared and swept forward, causing the geniuses who were blocking Nine Shade Mountain to narrow their eyes. A wave of anger rippled through them. They had not even made a move, but the youth had already launched a sneak attack. Is the cloud domain full of people like you who can't see themselves clearly? Sigh. A genius took a big step forward and released his aura. He had a king body. He wanted to destroy the huge green flame demonic dragon. However, was the green flame demonic dragon something he could destroy? Boom! The flame demonic dragon had a spirit. It swept through everything. The genius had just used a move, but in the next moment, he was swallowed by the demonic dragon. A king body, and a grand concept perfection? Sigh. They sensed that the youth's cultivation wasn't high, but they didn't expect his martial arts comprehension to be so deep. Retreat. Sigh. They knew they had met an expert. It's too late to run now. Sigh. A cold voice rang out. The terrifying demonic dragon emitted a devastating aura. After it flew over, it burned everything. Those geniuses were all turned into ashes, and the crowd's eyes widened. This young man, who also came from the three lower regions, was obviously much stronger than them. Tyrannically occupying this place, wanting to monopolize the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Palace, and even more arrogantly saying that others can't see themselves clearly. But in reality, the ones who can't see themselves clearly are you lot. The young man in blue and white stopped. Above his head, the green flame dragon circled, making him look like the son of the dragon. Then, he nodded at the girl in white beside him and stepped into the mysterious mountain. Amazing! He's only at the mid-stage of the heavenly spirit realm, but he defeated a late-stage genius. Who is he? Cloud Domain's martial artists are not strong. It is said that there is only one genius, and his name is Lin Ling. Lin Ling? Yi Shiwen hadn't expected that the Cloud Domain had hidden so deeply. Yi Shiwen's strength could be ranked at the top in the lower three regions. Perhaps, he was qualified to face the geniuses of the middle three regions. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd, but most of them were filled with admiration. Not just anyone could attack the three geniuses and force their way into Jiumao Mountain. Does Jiumao Mountain have the Vermilion Bird's inheritance? At this moment, Lin Ling was walking towards the mysterious mountain with anticipation in his eyes. Lin Ling, Jiumao Mountain has been occupied by the three geniuses. We've broken their rules, so I'm afraid there will be trouble. If they vent their anger on us later, you must say that you don't know me. Zhou Xiaoping said worriedly. Lin Ling frowned slightly. Originally, he sympathized with Zhou Xiaoping, but now his opinion had changed. However, since he had promised to help others, he would not give up halfway. Alright, but they may not have the strength to cause trouble for me. Lin Ling looked at the mountain in front of him with a hint of coldness. When he had just arrived at the bottom of the volcano, he had considered the fact that all the geniuses would appear, so he had planned to keep a low profile. However, he had discovered that sometimes, keeping a low profile was useless. Even if you didn't provoke others, others would provoke you. Moreover, if he wanted to obtain the Vermilion Bird's inheritance, he would have to face those geniuses. Therefore, he might as well face them head-on. Moreover, the geniuses of the various regions were arrogant and overbearing. He wanted to see just how fierce these geniuses were. The appearance of the vermilion bird divine martial art had shaken the earth. In the vast mountains and on the vast sea, a large number of powerhouses had crossed a long journey and gathered at the cloud domain in a short period of time. After all, the vermilion bird divine martial art had once been a top powerhouse of the 100 territories. It was said that he was a powerful disciple of the 7 profound martial house. Who didn't want to obtain his inheritance? At this moment, outside the volcano, the crowd was surging. The eyes of the powerhouses of the various regions were filled with anticipation. However, they soon learned that martial artists above the heavenly spirit realm could not enter the tomb of the vermilion bird divine martial art. This made them feel very regretful. These people had come from the distant 100 territories. Some were from ancient aristocratic families, some were disciples of powerful sects, and of course, there were also powerhouses from the mysterious rainforest Holy Land. They did not have the opportunity to obtain the vermilion bird's inheritance, so they sighed in their hearts. However, they did not leave. They were very curious about the legendary vermilion bird's inheritance. As for the native martial artists of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Stone Saint Kingdom, and Snake Swamp Kingdom, they naturally would not miss this grand event. They all rushed over. His Majesty the Second Prince, Ancestor Extreme Flame, and the others also arrived, their hearts heavy. I didn't think that the tomb of a powerhouse from another region would be hidden in the cloud domain and cause such a great commotion. However, Lin Ling is also in the Stone Saint Kingdom. He should also go. Yes. Looking at the mysterious volcano, the second prince was filled with anticipation. It is said that only true geniuses can enter. Lin Ling will have to face too many opponents. Even if he goes, I fear that it will be difficult for him to obtain the vermilion bird's inheritance. The ghost marshal sighed from the side. Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others had dignified expressions as they nodded helplessly. Lin Ling's foundation was too weak. He could not compare to the geniuses of other regions, so it would be difficult for him to compete. Yu Yu and the others looked worriedly at the sky. The fiery clouds were like the sunset, revealing a mysterious mountain. They heard that the mountain was called Jiumao Mountain, and the vermilion bird's flames were at the top of the mountain. From their point of view, the fiery clouds revealed a mysterious flame at the top of the mountain. There are too many powerhouses. The cloud domain seems very small. I can only hope that Lin Ling will be fine. Yu Yu, Qin Xiaolan, Yu Mun Yun, and An Yuer all said worriedly. A man's wealth was his own ruin by causing others greed. When a great treasure was unearthed in the cloud domain, it was sometimes a disaster. If my son had not died at the hands of Lin Ling, the vermilion bird's inheritance might have been obtained by my Saint clan. That damned Lin Ling. On the other side of the volcano, a cold voice sounded. A middle-aged man coldly looked at the fiery clouds in the distance, his eyes filled with killing intent. The mysterious vermilion bird divine martial art had appeared, but the Saint clan was not qualified to obtain it. It was clear that the true masters of the cloud domain, the Saint clan, had also come. Unfortunately, although they were sacred and noble in the past, in front of these powerhouses from other regions, they were clearly insignificant. Countless eyes were focused on the vermilion bird divine martial art. Everyone knew that a genius would obtain the inheritance and step into the rainforest Holy Land, becoming above all others. And who was this outstanding genius? Chapter 460. The Three Geniuses, is that Jiuwei Mountain? Lin Ling continued to move forward. After a while, a mysterious and ancient mountain range appeared before his eyes. What was surprising was that the mountain was very calm and did not have any plants. The mountain was surrounded by an endless river, as if there was no fundamental path to the Nine Flavors Mountain. Beside Jiuwei Mountain, a large number of geniuses had gathered. They seemed to be waiting for something and were divided into 3 camps. Apart from that, there were traces of a great battle on the ground. It seemed that these geniuses had fought for position. Yan Baihu is here. At this moment, a young man in a purple robe walked out from the crowd. He was young, but he had an aura that looked down on the world. He slowly approached the river and stopped beside it. The crowd was silent as they looked at the young man who looked like a king descending upon the world. Outside the volcano, the eyes of the experts from the various regions hardened as they looked at the young man. Clearly, they had also heard of the young man's strength. The young man was like a dazzling star, attracting the attention of everyone inside and outside the volcano. Lin Ling, who is that? Zhou Xiaoping asked curiously beside Lin Ling. I think it's Yan Baihu, one of the three geniuses. But his strength is not bad, like an ancient tiger. He's one of the top experts in the heavenly spirit realm. Along the way, the three geniuses' names had shaken the volcano, so Lin Ling knew a little about them. His soul strength was sharp enough to notice that Yan Baihu was stronger than Qingxuan Ming. Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to talk about Brother Baihu? Can't you see yourself? At this moment, a sharp voice sounded. A young man with narrow eyes said disdainfully. He seemed to be an admirer of Yan Baihu. His words were met with many voices of agreement. Yan Baihu was one of the top geniuses in the middle three regions. He was ranked 5th among the young generation in the middle three regions and the lower three regions. He was qualified to enter the sacred place of the rainforest. The sacred place of the rainforest was where geniuses gathered. It was also a place of dreams for young people, but not everyone was qualified to enter. Lin Ling shook his head at the voices around him, but he didn't have time to pay attention to the chatter of ants. He was still looking forward. At this time, another genius walked out and stopped by the river. This person was extremely arrogant, like a crane in a flock of chickens. He carried a blood-red broadsword on his back and his eyes were sharp. If one looked into his eyes, they would feel as if they were being cut by the broadsword. He seemed to want to compete with Yan Baihu, so he walked one step closer to the river. It's the celestial beast. His celestial beast saber is said to be able to split mountains and sever seas. Once in the Yunlu region, he severed a large country with a single saber strike. It's extremely terrifying and has half-step saber intent. However, he seems to be competing with Yan Baihu. That was the world of geniuses. They could only look up to them. Half-step saber intent? That was the true meaning of martial arts. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This distant sky was indeed very powerful. One had to know that he could easily kill heavenly spirit realm geniuses with the true intent of fire, and his opponent had the true intent of saber. It was obvious that his opponent was extremely terrifying as well. With a single strike of his saber, 10,000 ghosts would cry. However, the other party only had half-step saber intent, which was slightly weaker than his 10% true intent of fire. The last person shouldn't disappoint me, right? Lin Ling's heart was filled with anticipation, and even his blood began to boil. Martial artists wanted to compete with their peers. Only then would they be able to increase their strength and broaden their horizons. Otherwise, they would be stuck behind closed doors. Therefore, he was looking forward to seeing just how strong the top geniuses of the outer regions were. Moreover, 2 of the top 3 geniuses had decent strength. What about the first-ranked Lin Xuanwu? Shameless boasting, shameless. The last person is already a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. He is a genius that you will always have to look up to. The narrow-eyed youth sneered. He was very disdainful of Lin Ling. 2 of the top geniuses had appeared, but Lin Ling was calmly facing them. Even as a spectator, he was simply overestimating himself. Is that so? Then what kind of genius are you? Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't object to this youth worshipping geniuses, but that didn't mean that he had to do the same. Moreover, did he not even have the qualifications to speak? This was too overbearing. Lin Ming looked at the youth beside him, and in his eyes, a blazing flame bloomed. The youth wanted to proudly say something, but in the next moment, his forehead dripped with cold sweat. He felt as if he were in the middle of a volcano, and he didn't dare to say anything. You aren't a genius, what qualifications do you have to fart here? Other people's light is other people's, what use is there in worshipping them? You might as well work harder. With a disdainful smile, Lin Ling withdrew his gaze and looked forward again. He could see that if he wanted to obtain the vermilion bird transmission, a battle would be unavoidable. The youth's face was pale. This person beside him had a terrifying flame power, but he was still unreconciled. Then what kind of genius are you? If you are so fierce, then go out and try. His voice was very small. In fact, he was speaking to himself. He didn't dare to shout at Lin Ling, otherwise Lin Ling would disdain him. Lin Xuanwu, come out. At this moment, a voice filled with awe sounded out. A youth in flowing white clothes walked out. He was very young, even smaller than Sky Distant and Yen Baihu. He was a head shorter, but he was like a king that had come into being. His every movement was filled with unparalleled self-confidence. After he arrived at the riverside, he was one step ahead of the other two. This step meant that he was above the two great geniuses. Sky Distant and Yen Baihu frowned, their eyes blooming with endless fighting spirit. They were unwilling to accept this. Lin Xuanwu, the number one genius of the middle three regions. He was only 18 years old, and had been recruited by the Seven Profound Martial House last year. His fame had risen, and his name had spread throughout the middle three regions. This was a true genius, as dazzling as a comet. So handsome. The crowd was silent. Only some young female martial artists let out sounds of admiration. Compared to Sky Distant and Yen Baihu, Lin Xuanwu was the strongest, and he was also the youngest. Undoubtedly, he was the most loved by these love-struck young girls. The three great geniuses have come out. It seems that the vermilion bird divine might will be taken by one of them. Sigh. Looking at the three people closest to the riverside, many people secretly sighed. Before, they had also tried to compete, but they simply weren't a match for the three great geniuses. Not only that, but the three great geniuses had a massive number of worshippers behind them. Many powerhouses simply didn't have the qualifications to come out. All the light belonged to the three great geniuses. As for everyone else, their light was dim. As for outside the volcano, all the powerhouses were silent. In the Yangtze River, each new generation surpassed the previous. Geniuses were martial artists that surpassed them. And now, they were witnessing the birth of a powerhouse. Lin Xuanwu, Sky Distant, Yen Baihu, these were the geniuses that stood above tens of thousands. The vermilion bird inheritance would be born from these three. Is it just these three? Chapter 461. Stepping into the circle of geniuses, however, at this moment, a slender figure walked out of the crowd's sight. It was a young man in a blue and white robe. He carried a big sword on his back and his face was calm as if he didn't know he had violated a taboo. He slowly walked towards the river. He was Lin Ling. He would not let go of the vermilion bird's inheritance. Who is that young man? Is he crazy? Crazy. Everyone was stunned for a moment and they were all astonished. There was a clear distinction between geniuses. True geniuses had the right to approach the river and climb the mountain while mediocre geniuses could only watch from afar. This was an unwritten rule that had been completely formed after the previous genius battle. But now, a young man that no one had seen before did not know the rules and walked towards the river. Idiot, you're courting death. Ridiculous. Many people laughed disdainfully and waited for the young man in the blue and white robe to be humiliated. The young man beside Lin Ling was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Ling to dare to step forward. "This is not a place where you can come. Get out of here before I get angry." Cold. At that moment, a cold voice sounded. The crowd saw that it was Yen Baihu who had spoken. It was obvious that Yen Baihu was unhappy. A dragon does not live with a snake. The pride of a genius was not to be blasphemed by trash. "Is this your home or is your name engraved here? There is nothing here. So, stop your nonsense." Disdain. It seemed that the young man in the blue and white robe would not let go of the vermilion bird's inheritance. "Stop your nonsense." The young man did not seem to be afraid of Yen Baihu at all. Instead, he arrogantly fought back. How arrogant. Disdain. Everyone's pupils constricted. Yen Baihu frowned. This was the first time someone dared to speak to him like this since he came to the Cloud Realm. "Sword Blade Domain, Tianli, tell me your name." Disdain. The other two geniuses also looked at Lin Ling with displeasure. They had already decided on the quota. The vermilion bird's inheritance was only for the three of them. The others were not qualified. Therefore, they were dissatisfied when the young man walked out. "Cloud Realm, Lin Ling. Calm." The calm voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. The three geniuses frowned even more. They had never heard of this name. The crowd was stunned for a moment and then they all laughed. Cloud Domain? Were they the geniuses of the land beneath their feet? As for the experts outside the volcano, they were all astonished. The geniuses of the Cloud Domain dared to compete? This was simply a huge joke. Lin Ling, he really went too. Everyone was laughing at him. Only the people from the Cloud region were shocked. As expected, the pride of the Cloud region didn't shrink back. The second prince's people were also excited. They hadn't seen Lin Ling for a long time and now they were seeing him again in the geniuses' circle of the various regions that they had to look up to. This was extremely dreamy, but they were very much looking forward to Lin Ling establishing a firm foothold in the geniuses' circle and even making a name for the Cloud region. After all, they had seen how the cultivators of the domain of clouds were treated like trash after the foreign experts arrived. They had no dignity at all. At this moment, all eyes were on Lin Ling. Of course, in everyone's eyes, compared to the brilliance of the three great geniuses, Lin Ling's brilliance was not the brilliance of a genius, but rather the brilliance of overestimating one's own capabilities. Now, us three great geniuses are going to compete. If you don't want to die, then get the hell out of here. We don't have time to talk nonsense with an ant. Sky Distant was also stunned for a moment, then he coldly shook his head. This was a critical moment, so he was too lazy to make a move. However, he wanted Lin Ling to recognize himself and immediately get the hell out of here. Don't waste their time. A mere genius from the Cloud Domain dares to compete for the vermilion bird's inheritance? Brother Sky Distant, I'll deal with him for you. Brother. The three great geniuses disdained to make a move, but their admirers were different. A young man took a large step forward. Billowing spiritual energy rippled out, turning into a giant golden fist that smashed towards Lin Ling. Cloud Domain's Lin Ling, can you be any more disgraceful? Following this, a disdainful voice sounded. Lin Ling continued to walk forward, not even glancing behind him. Suddenly, a raging flame erupted, turning him into a fire god. Ah! A painful cry sounded. The young man who attacked Lin Ling hadn't even gotten close to Lin Ling when his right hand was incinerated. His hand was crippled. The surrounding people quieted down. That young man's strength seemed to be not weak. Sky Distant, what's going on? The genius called Sky Distant disdained to pay attention to Lin Ling, so after he finished speaking, he looked at the Nine-Flavor Mountain. However, at this moment, a painful cry came from behind him, causing him to frown. This trash from the cloud domain was very stubborn. He asked him to get lost, but he didn't. Moreover, he dared to attack his people. He sneak attacked me. The young man whose right arm was incinerated fell to the ground, his face full of malevolence. Sneak attack? Lin Ling's mouth curved into a cold smile. Without looking behind him, he pulled out the cloud-pattern black sword with his right hand and slashed out. Whoosh! The flaming sword slashed out. The young man on the ground couldn't block it and was instantly cut in half. His body was also incinerated by the flames. Silence. The surroundings became silent. This young man called Lin Ling not only didn't withdraw, but also killed Skydistant's admirer in front of everyone. This Lin Ling is so arrogant. You think you're qualified for me to sneak attack you? Lin Ling continued to move forward, his steps steady. He didn't even look behind him. The young man who launched the sneak attack seemed to want to please Tianli, so his first move was to take Lin Ling's life, so Lin Ling took his life. However, his words made everyone nod. Although Lin Ling was arrogant, everyone clearly saw that it was Skydistant's admirer who sneak attacked Lin Ling, and Lin Ling was only passively defending. Most importantly, Lin Ling was passively defending, so it was easy for him to kill that young man. So, how could Lin Ling sneak attack? It was unnecessary and disdained to use it. You're too arrogant. This time, Skydistant's body emitted a terrifying saber intent. It was sharp and domineering. It was even more terrifying than Saber Kwang whom Lin Ling had met before. The three of them didn't attack Lin Ling because they were afraid of each other. They wanted to face the test of Jiumao Mountain with their full strength, so they didn't attack Lin Ling. However, they didn't expect Lin Ling to have no self-awareness. Not only did he not retreat, but he also moved forward and killed Skydistant's admirer. You're the arrogant ones. The vermilion bird's inheritance isn't yours. It's an ownerless item, but you've domineeringly occupied Jiumao Mountain. Now, you're not allowing anyone to come near. Do all the treasures in this world belong to you? Lin Ling continued to move forward and said calmly. This is normal. When treasures appear, those who are capable will know. What right does trash have to get their hands on them? Skydistant frowned. I agree with what you said, but in my eyes, you're no different from trash. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the three geniuses. Everyone's eyes narrowed. At first, they thought the young man dared to step forward because he was arrogant and didn't know his limits. However, they now realized that they had underestimated the young man's arrogance. The young man first offended Yen Baihu, and now he offended Skydistant. Chapter 462. One step beyond, enough. Right at this moment, Yen Baihu's indifferent voice resounded, Lin Xuanwu, Skydistant, I suggest that we put the battle of geniuses aside for now. I want to deal with this ant first, and both of you better not take advantage of me later. Of course. If he takes another step forward, he'll die. Lin Xuanwu, who had been silent, finally spoke. He was handsome and looked at Lin Ling with a cold smile. If he took another step forward, Lin Ling would die. This time, the three geniuses had decided to attack together. Although they were afraid of each other, they did not want to be taken advantage of by a clown. Countless gazes were on Lin Ling. They wanted to see if this arrogant and domineering young man would still dare to take another step forward. Outside the volcano, the experts from various regions sneered. They only recognized three geniuses. If the unknown young man wanted to step into the circle of top geniuses, it would depend on whether he had the ability and courage. However, Lin Ling did not seem to hear the conversation between the three geniuses. He did not stop at all. Instead, he sped up as if to prove the three geniuses' arrogance. This was disdain. The three geniuses said that if Lin Ling took another step forward, they would attack immediately. However, Lin Ling sped up and slapped the three geniuses in front of everyone. It was as if he was saying, "I'm waiting for you to attack. Die." Yan Baihu's eyes turned cold. A terrifying ancient white tiger accompanied his fist and punched towards Lin Ling. Rumble. The ground shook. The punch caused flames to erupt from the ground in the distance. Yan Baihu's king body has reached the complete realm. That young man is dead. The crowd sneered. Rumble. At this moment, a green flame dragon attacked. Lin Ling slapped it with his right hand and it collided with the white tiger. Dragon and tiger fight for supremacy. Billowing spiritual energy rippled out, causing the crowd's pupils to constrict. They had thought that once Yan Baihu's Great Perfection Realm concept came out, the youth would definitely die. But now, they discovered that the green flame dragon controlled by the youth seemed to also be at the Great Perfection Realm concept. It was no weaker than Yan Baihu's attack. Bang! The two great concepts of King Physiques collided. Both of them dissipated, causing an endless rain of spiritual energy to fall from the sky. It's a draw. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Then, they saw that under the endless rain of spiritual energy, the young man with the great sword on his back was still moving forward. His slender figure was extremely dazzling at this moment, like a proud and aloof hidden genius, causing their hearts to tremble. Lin Xuanwu and Tian Li's eyes flashed. Although Yan Baihu was below them, there was no doubt about his strength. There were few opponents in the Sky Spirit Realm who could match him. However, the young man was only in the middle stage of the Sky Spirit Realm, yet he was able to tie with Yan Baihu. Looks like I've underestimated you. On the other hand, Yan Baihu's face turned ugly. He had humiliated Lin Ling in front of everyone, but the result was the complete opposite, which made him feel extremely humiliated. Furthermore, Lin Ling's footsteps still did not stop. Do you really want to die? Sky Distant finally could not hold back. The saber behind him jumped up crazily. Nonsense. Can you speak less? If you can kill me, then do it. Kill. Lin Ling said indifferently. His cold words made Sky Distant grasp the blood-red saber behind him, but he fell silent when the saber was about to be unsheathed. He was not afraid of this young man from the realm of clouds, but if he really wanted to kill him, it might take a bit of effort. However, this was a critical moment. Even if he used a bit of spiritual energy in energy, it would have a huge impact on the Vermilion Bird's inheritance. A little impatience spoils great plans. So he endured. Sky Distant seems to be afraid to attack. Seeing this scene, the crowd gasped. This meant that Sky Distant had acknowledged the young man's qualifications. You came to my realm of clouds and took the initiative. That's one thing, but you actually domineeringly prevented others from obtaining the Vermilion Bird's inheritance and killed anyone who resisted. Is this a genius from the outer region? Lin Ling said coldly again, making Sky Distant frown. If it wasn't for us three geniuses being wary of each other and the Vermilion Bird's inheritance about to appear, do you think you'd still be alive? Yan Baihu said indifferently. Since Sky Distant didn't attack again, he wouldn't waste his energy to kill the young man. Then let's make a move. What kind of high and mighty excuse are you? All talk and no action. You're just trash. Lin Ling shook his head in disdain. His words made the crowd gasp. This young man really dared to scold them. You called me a piece of trash. Yan Baihu's pupils constricted. I want the Vermilion Bird's inheritance and so do you. Since that's the case, we're all opponents. Since you don't give me face, why should I give you face? Not only am I scolding you, but I'm also scolding Sky Distant. Both of you are trash. However, Lin Ling's voice was even colder. Sky Distant and Yan Baihu's body exploded with a terrifying killing intent. Lin Xuanwu, let me tell you one thing. Qingxuan Ming also died in his hands. At this moment, a clear voice sounded out. It was the He Zhueyu that Lin Ling had let go of. Lin Xuanwu was currently a disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House. His master had a blood relationship with Qingxuan Ming. Now that Qingxuan Ming had died here, how could Lin Xuanwu let go of his enemy? He Zhueyu's words had pushed Lin Ling into the limelight, causing Lin Ling to simultaneously provoke three great geniuses. Sure enough, as soon as her words came out, the crowd's pupils constricted. This Lin Ling was truly courageous. He Zhueyu proudly said, I already said that there are many people stronger than you. I told you to keep a low profile, but you didn't listen. Now you regret it. Lin Ling frowned. When you first came to my cloud domain, you willfully bullied others. I only let you know the taste of being humiliated, but I didn't kill you. But I didn't think that you would be so narrow-minded and use someone else to do your dirty work. Now, I do regret it, but what I regret is that I didn't kill you. Unfortunately, you still think you have a chance to kill me? You'd better think about your current situation. He Zhueyu couldn't help but sneer, causing the crowd to secretly despise her. This woman's character was very ugly. She had a grudge against Lin Ling, but instead of relying on her own strength, she relied on others. However, this youth called Lin Ling was also very pitiful. He had offended Sky Distant and Yen Baihu. That was fine, but he had offended Lin Xuanwu. It would be difficult to clean up the mess. Do you think that since I have offended three great geniuses, I will die without a doubt? Lin Ling faintly looked at He Zhueyu. Everyone was puzzled. Then, they saw Lin Ling move forward again. Pa! Moreover, with a single step, Lin Ling had surpassed the three great geniuses. He was closer to the riverside than they were. It had to be known that since the three great geniuses left the array, whoever was closer to the riverside was above their heads. Before, the first place had been Lin Ling, but now, Lin Ling had surpassed Lin Xuanwu by a single step. He had even left Sky Distant and Yen Baihu in the dust. This was contempt. The crowd went completely crazy. Was Lin Ling from the cloud domain going to challenge the three great geniuses at the same time? Who gave him the courage to do so? Outside the volcano, the experts from all sides sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling from the cloud domain, when he was low-key, no one knew him. But when he shone brightly, he shocked the 100 regions. Anger. Crazy anger spread out from the three great geniuses. Lin Ling had gone against their will. That wasn't all, but he had even stepped on their heads, causing them to lose face. Thank you for letting me hit you 3 times, drunk under the eastern hedge, and the others reward. Chapter 463. True Intent Array. Lin Ling ignored their anger. Instead, he looked at He Zhueyu and asked, what about now? He Zhueyu's face turned pale. She had pushed the young man into the limelight and wanted to see the young man's frightened expression. However, the young man was not afraid at all. He had surpassed the three geniuses in one step. She had a feeling that even if she did not push the young man into the limelight, the young man would still fight for the vermilion bird inheritance. He was not afraid of the three geniuses at all. This young man was terrifying. You wanted to use the three geniuses to kill me. Unfortunately, you did not expect that I am not afraid of them. Instead, you will die in front of me. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. His surging soul power condensed into a small knife that was as thin as a silkworm's wing. It shot towards He Zhueyu. Dream on. On the side, Tianli and Yen Baihu roared. This young man not only humiliated them, but also wanted to kill He Zhueyu in front of them. How could they let him do as he wished? Unfortunately, the blade of Nirvana was invisible and colorless. It did not have any spiritual energy fluctuation. They wanted to save Hizhuayu, but it was too late. Wait, I said something wrong. I apologize. Hizhuayu turned pale and shouted anxiously. She had miscalculated. The young man from the cloud region was powerful beyond her imagination. Swoosh. However, it was too late for regrets. The blade of Nirvana shot past and her soul was shattered. Her face turned pale and she fell to the ground. Dead. Lin Ling had killed Hizhuayu in front of the three geniuses. He had let her get what she deserved. The crowd was silent. They did not sympathize with Hizhuayu. After all, they had all seen her character. They were surprised by the young man's arrogance. In order to obtain the qualification to enter the Jiumao mountain, the young man was fearless. He first fought Yan Baihu and then Tianli. He even killed Hizhuayu in front of Lin Xuanwu. Moreover, the young man attacked in front of the two geniuses. He had ignored them. Want to stand on my head? Dream on. Tianli blade. A terrifying blade intent was released. It was sharp and domineering. It slashed towards Lin Ling. Tianli had a fiery temper. He could not help but attack. You're not the only one who possesses the true meaning of martial arts. Lin Ling pulled out the cloud-pattern black sword with his right hand, and flames burst out from his body. 3 types of flames appeared on the sword, and with a wisp of ancient might that could burn the heavens, it heavily collided with a blood-red saber. Clang! A deafening sound rang out, and true intent rippled out. Countless people were blown away, but when they looked up, they gasped. That youth actually fought to a draw with Sky Distant. Sky Distant is at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, and he has the incomplete blade intent. That young man is only at the mid-stage of the heavenly spirit realm, but he has the fire intent, and he was able to tie with Sky Distant. This means that the young man's martial intent is above Sky Distant, at least 10%. Outside the volcano, the eyes of the powerhouses from the various regions narrowed. This result was beyond their imagination. The cloud domain, this tiny region, actually produced a terrifying genius who possessed 10% of the true intent of fire. One had to know that among the geniuses of the 100 territories, only geniuses who possessed martial intent had appeared in the Rainforest Holy Land. Moreover, even in the Rainforest Holy Land, there was no guarantee that every genius possessed martial intent. Terrifying, this young man from the cloud realm had terrifying talent. It was fine if he didn't make a sound, but once he did, his name would shake the 100 territories. How is that possible? True intent of fire. Lin Xuanwu and Yan Baihu gasped as well. They had thought that the young man was frivolous, but now they realized that the young man possessed frivolous strength. He was not someone they could bully at will. This move also meant that the young man's strength was not weak, and he was qualified to step into their circle. Yet, they wanted to stop the young man. What a joke! Rumble. At this moment, Jiumei Mountain shook, and the surrounding river water shot up into the sky, sprinkling down like rain. It was gorgeous. The sudden change caused everyone's gaze to shift to Jiumei Mountain. They had a vague feeling that Jiumei Mountain had opened. However, at this moment, the sprinkling river water from the sky fell on the crowd and penetrated their bodies. It was extremely terrifying. This water is the Samadhi water, it can burn anything. The crowd went crazy, and they all ran far away. No wonder the 3 geniuses did not dare to step into Jiumei Mountain after coming to the riverside. The river water could melt everything. Everyone, look! There's a winding path that leads to Jiumei Mountain. Someone pointed at the center of the river. There was a red dirt path that led to Jiumei Mountain. It seemed to be the only path. Lin Ling, after the Vermilion Bird's inheritance is over, I'll kill you. Lin Xuanwu suppressed the anger in his heart and shot toward the red dirt path. The other two looked coldly at Lin Ling and followed suit. At this moment, the vermilion bird's inheritance was obviously more important. Lin Ling, please bring me along. Just as Lin Ling was about to move, Zhou Xiaoping's voice sounded, causing Lin Ling to frown. You've already offended them. If you leave, they'll kill me. Zhou Xiaoping said worriedly. Lin Ling nodded. That was the only way. He then led Zhou Xiaoping into the red dirt path. In an instant, 4 figures rushed toward Jiumei Mountain, causing ripples in the hearts of many. One of the 4 would receive the vermilion bird's inheritance. Of course, they were also surprised. They thought that the vermilion bird's inheritance would be a competition between the 3 geniuses. Who would have thought that Lin Ling from the cloud domain would appear out of nowhere and fight against 2 geniuses to obtain the right to enter Jiumei Mountain? All of this was like a dream. His strength is not bad, but compared to Lin Xuanwu and the rest, he's still too weak. Yeah, Jiumei Mountain is definitely not that simple. Outside the volcano, the experts from various domains were talking. They stared at the fiery clouds in the sky. There, 4 figures appeared at the foot of the mountain. The vermilion bird's flames were at the top of the mountain. This meant that whoever reached the top first would be the final winner. Yan Baihu is moving. Someone. Just then, someone exclaimed. At the foot of the mountain, Yan Baihu was the first to rush to the top. Pang pang. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura came crashing down. Yan Baihu had just taken a step when blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth. It seemed that he had been injured. His pupils shrank. There is actually a hidden true meaning of martial arts here. Exclamation point. Everyone's complexion changed. They could faintly feel that although Jiumei Mountain seemed empty, the path up the mountain was filled with a terrifying true meaning of martial arts. This true meaning was like a threshold of thorns, forming a true meaning array. If the 4 geniuses wanted to climb the mountain, it would be very difficult. Wait, look at Lin Xuanwu. Exclamation point. Someone exclaimed. Lin Xuanwu was cautiously taking a step forward, but he was not injured. It seems that the true meaning of martial arts hidden in the mountain is not spread all over the mountain. There is still a path to go up, but to find that safe path, that will depend on one's martial talent and ability to calculate. Yes. A powerful martial artist nodded, causing many people to suddenly understand. True meaning, that was a martial concept that only the powerhouses of the 7 profound martial house possessed. But this kind of concept was spread all over the mountain. Even the 4 geniuses did not dare to casually climb the mountain. However, although the heavens had closed the door, they had opened a window. Chapter 464. Come from behind to surpass martial Tao was vast. Whether it was a heaven and earth formation or a man-made formation, as long as it was a formation, there would be flaws. There would also be a way to survive. It was just a matter of who could find it. Tianli has also started to climb the mountain. At the foot of the mysterious 9-flavor mountain, Lin Xuanwu and Tianli started to slowly move forward. Their speed was not fast, but each step left a footprint. After that, they saw Yan Baihu also climb the mountain after suffering a loss. For a moment, everyone was looking forward to seeing who would reach the peak faster. At this moment, Lin Ling was standing at the foot of the mountain, frowning. His sharp soul power sensed that his body was surrounded by a vast martial intent. As long as he moved a step, he would have to bear the attack of the martial intent. Moreover, there were strong and weak martial intents. The weakest one was at least 30% martial intent. Lin Ling, hurry up. Otherwise, we'll have come here for nothing. Hurry up. Beside him, Zhou Xiaoping anxiously spoke, causing Lin Ling to shake his head. However, he didn't say anything more. With regards to true intents of martial intent, he didn't know much. Even his true intent of fire was something he only comprehended with a little bit of knowledge. As for the three geniuses, they were born noble and grew up under the influence of profound martial arts. They had a lot more advantages than him. Lin Ling, they've already walked 1/3 of the way. You're still here. I've misjudged you. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoping spoke again. Lin Ling was finally dissatisfied. If you don't want to come, then leave by yourself. At the beginning, Lin Ling sympathized with Zhou Xiaoping. However, after some interaction, he found that this girl was very willful. It was as if it was natural for Lin Ling to help Zhou Xiaoping. It was a little disgusting. You. Zhou Xiaoping frowned but didn't dare to say anything. Lin Ling didn't have time to pay attention to her for now. He looked forward again, and his eyes quietly changed. The eye of time and space appeared, and at this moment, the world changed. A man with a sword in his hand arrived, and then for some unknown reason, he perished. Time passed quietly, and a woman came here in the form of a vermilion bird. She seemed to be looking for that man, but she was severely injured and eventually died. Her martial arts turned into countless true wills of martial arts, and they were scattered all over Nine Shade Mountain. So this was how the martial intent of Jiumao Mountain came about. The birth of martial intent. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Time fell on the moment when the martial intent landed on Jiumao Mountain. Vaguely, he could see the places where the martial intent landed, the birth, the fall, and so on. What a terrifying true intent of martial. There are actually only 2 ways to climb the mountain. The rest are all dead ends. Lin Ling was surprised. There were 2 ways to reach the top of the mountain. One seemed to be far away, but in reality, it saved the most time. The other seemed to be closer, but in reality, the closer one was to the top, the more difficult it was. Martial intent was everywhere there. Now, the difficult way was chosen by Lin Xuanwu. As for Tianli and Yen Baihu, they were walking dead ends. They couldn't reach the top at all. While he was watching, more than half of the time had passed. The 3 geniuses had reached the mountainside, and the one closest to the top was naturally Lin Xuanwu. Everyone looked around, and when their gazes landed on Lin Ling, many people began to mock him, especially the powerful cultivators from the other regions. The disdainful smiles on their faces grew wider. The 3 great geniuses were from the middle 3 regions, and they represented the middle 3 regions. However, the weak young man from the cloud domain was not afraid of them. He surpassed the 3 geniuses in 1 step, which made the experts from the 3 middle regions feel embarrassed. But now, the young man from the cloud domain's luck had come to an end. Although he has some skills, the path of martial arts is broad and profound. A moment of pride doesn't mean eternity. His martial arts foundation is too weak. An expert shook his head and said. He had seen Lin Ling's weakness. What a pity. For the vermilion bird's inheritance, he offended the 3 geniuses at the same time. But he can't get the vermilion bird's inheritance. He went for wool and came home shorn. Someone replied. They all thought that Lin Ling was helpless. But just as they finished laughing, someone exclaimed, Lin Ling is also moving. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling and Zhou Xiaoping began their journey. But what surprised people was that Lin Ling's direction was not toward the top of the mountain, but around the mountain. Around the mountain? Was he going in a circle? Seeing this, the crowd burst into laughter. Lin Ling seemed to be dumbfounded. Lin Ling, weren't you very arrogant before? How come you don't even have the courage to go to the top and only dare to walk around the mountain? Yen Baihu looked back and couldn't help but laugh. Trash will always be trash. Thinking that standing on top of our heads means everything, but in the end, we still have to stop at the foot of the mountain. Distant Sky also laughed mockingly, as though he had vented some of the anger that he had suffered earlier. Lin Xuanwu's lips curled up. He didn't want to say more and continued to climb the mountain. Time passed quietly, and everyone had already completely ignored Lin Ling. However, it wasn't long before a shout of surprise rang out. "Look at Lin Ling!" Everyone subconsciously shook their heads. Look at Lin Ling? Unfortunately, this young man had no hope. Maybe he would be killed by the true intent array. Although they thought disdainfully, the crowd still looked at Lin Ling. In the next moment, everyone's heart trembled violently. They saw that Lin Ling was still walking around the mountain. Although it seemed like a long journey, it actually saved a lot of time. The three geniuses needed an incense stick's worth of time to walk one step, but Lin Ling had already walked 100 steps in that time. He walked around the mountain and went higher and higher. He was about to catch up with Yan Baihu. All this meant that although walking around the mountain seemed slow, who said that he couldn't reach the top? How is this possible? The crowd's pupils constricted. They found that their previous ridicule was extremely sarcastic. They evaluated Lin Ling as seniors, but how could they evaluate Lin Ling? He's just a small young man in the cloud realm. How does he know so much? The faces of the experts from various realms turned ugly. They found that Lin Ling seemed to understand the true intent of martial arts better than the three geniuses. He easily avoided a large number of true intent arrays. At this moment, Yan Baihu frowned. After hesitating for an incense stick's worth of time, he finally took a step. This step was calculated in his heart for a long time. It was calculated based on his martial arts knowledge and experience. Of course, the effect was obvious. There was no danger in this step. I'm getting closer and closer to heaven separation. He smiled confidently. Then, he thought of Lin Ling, who was at the bottom of the list. He couldn't help but turn around and look at him contemptuously. He was about to say something, but in the next moment, his face turned green and red. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Not far behind him, a young man in a blue and white robe was walking slowly. He looked so calm that it was as if he was taking a stroll in his own garden. Most importantly, he had used up all his energy to take a step, but the young man had taken more than 10 steps in a breath. The true intent arrays seemed to have no effect on the young man. Yan Baihu, you're very slow. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. Yan Baihu felt a sweet taste in his mouth and blood rushed up to his throat, but he held it back. He shouted angrily, "Impossible! How can you not be affected by the true intent of martial arts? Because you're trash." Chapter 465. The final winner. You said that I didn't even have the courage to go to the top of the mountain and only dared to go around the mountain. But I went around the mountain and overtook you. Don't you think that your arrogant words were like slapping your own face? The mocking voice once again entered Yan Baihu's ears. He could not help but spit out the blood he had been suppressing. When the crowd saw this scene, they were amazed. One of the top three geniuses was angered to the point of spitting blood by Lin Ling. After Lin Ling appeared, he seemed to have suppressed Yan Baihu several times. Lin Ling, I'm going to kill you. Yan Baihu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Do you have the strength? Lin Ling said coldly. The sword in his hand slashed out. A sword slash passed through countless true meaning arrays and landed heavily on Yan Baihu's body. Although Yan Baihu was not injured, he was humiliated again. This slash shocked the crowd once again. One should know that those who stepped into the true meaning arrays could not fly or attack at will. Otherwise, they would be attacked by the true meaning of martial arts. But Lin Ling dared to do so. Lin Ling seemed to know the weakness of the true meaning of martial arts. His sword slashed through the air and landed on Yan Baihu's body. The geniuses of the 100 territories are high and mighty. After coming to the cloud territory, in order to prove their talent and pride, they did not allow others to surpass them. Once someone surpassed them, they became angry and wanted to kill them. The funny thing is, when you are weaker than them, your pride becomes a joke. Lin Ling said indifferently. He then ignored Yen Baihu and continued to move forward. Above Yen Baihu was Tian Li. At this moment, Tian Li's face was extremely ugly. Lin Ling had caught up with him. This Lin Ling was too mysterious. Was he really a martial artist of the cloud territory? At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded, Tian Li, if I could stand above you before, I can do the same now. The voice was calm and confident, which made Tian Li grit his teeth. Although he was tied with Lin Ling, he did not use his full strength. After the opening of the 9 concealed mountain, he did not have time to prove himself. Until now, he could only watch this clown jump on top of his head. And he, the second-ranked genius, couldn't even fight back. I can tell you, after the 9 Mani mountain, whether or not you obtain the Vermilion Bird's inheritance, I will kill you. Moreover, the cloud region is your hometown, everyone here must die. I will prove my strength. Distant Sky said coldly. He was like a blade, showing off his edge, causing everyone's expressions to change. They could see that Sky Distant was determined to kill Lin Ling. However, after he spoke, a terrifying killing intent rippled out. Lin Ling's voice became even colder. You cannot leave the cloud domain. Sky Distant was too arrogant. Lin Ling wanted to step into their circle and compete for the Vermilion Bird's inheritance, so Sky Distant stopped him. After Lin Ling counterattacked, he was so angry that he wanted to kill Lin Ling and all of Lin Ling's friends and family. Without a doubt, Sky Distant touched Lin Ling's reverse scale. And me. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It was Lin Xuanwu. He also wanted to kill Lin Ling. Whether it was today's humiliation or Qingxuan Ming's death, he wanted Lin Ling to die. Lin Ling nodded coldly and continued to move forward. At the same time, he said to Sky Distant, let me tell you, your path is a dead end. Among the 3 of you, only Lin Xuanwu has a chance to reach the peak. What? Sky Distant's pupils constricted. At this moment, his martial arts heart was greatly affected. He came from the distant middle 3 regions and wanted to shine as a genius, but he was humiliated by the cloud region's native youth. What made him angrier was that he couldn't obtain the Vermilion Bird's inheritance. I also have no hope. Yen Baihu's face also turned ugly. Lin Ling said that only Lin Xuanwu had a chance. Don't worry. Although I will obtain the Vermilion Bird's inheritance, Lin Ling is our enemy. After it's over, we will kill him. Lin Xuanwu laughed out loud. His long hair and white robe fluttered in the wind. He looked indescribably handsome and heroic. Although you have a chance, it doesn't mean you can get it. However, at this moment, a mocking voice came and stopped Lin Xuanwu's laughter. He frowned. The voice seemed to come from above his head. But now, everyone was below him. Could it be? He suddenly raised his head and his face instantly stiffened. Unknowingly, Lin Ling had walked higher and further than him. He was above his head. It's very embarrassing. You thought you would obtain the Vermilion Bird's inheritance, but you didn't expect others to surpass you. Lin Ling's mocking voice floated out from his mouth. He had already surpassed the 3 geniuses and stood at the highest point. This made the 3 geniuses' faces turn red. At this moment, they had actually become supporting characters. The young man from the cloud domain that they had looked down upon was now standing above their heads. What a fast speed! He surpassed the 3 geniuses. Looking at Jiumei Mountain, the experts from all sides looked dignified, especially the experts from other regions. Their faces were extremely ugly. the tiny cloud region once again looked down on the middle three regions. The strength of the middle three regions, at this moment, was very ironic. Lin Ling, get down here. Roar. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the vermilion bird's inheritance. However, when his aura erupted, it attracted an even more terrifying true meaning of martial arts. It had to be known that although his path seemed to lead straight to the summit, there were many true meaning arrays in the later stages. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A powerful true meaning came crashing down, causing Lin Xuanwu to spit out a mouthful of blood. But he did not care about his injuries. He still angrily glared at Lin Ling. He could only helplessly watch as the vermilion bird's inheritance was seized by Lin Ling. This uncomfortable feeling was indescribable. The others were also the same. For a time, all was silent. Everyone watched as the youth bloomed with a dazzling light and became the final victor. And this result was clearly beyond everyone's expectations. Kill him. I will recommend you to the 7 Profound Martial House. Lin Xuanwu's mouth overflowed with blood. He forcefully sent a sound transmission with his spiritual energy. His eyes were red, but no one noticed this. Many people were watching as Lin Ling seized the vermilion bird's inheritance. Lin Ling, good job. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the Stone Saint Kingdom, all the martial artists cheered. Their excited voices were met with the angry gazes of the foreign powerhouses. They felt as if the ants of the cloud domain were mocking them. However, the martial artists of the cloud domain were still cheering. Perhaps Lin Ling's rise had helped them regain a trace of dignity. At this moment, they did not fear the foreign powerhouses. He's almost at the end. At this time, someone cried out in alarm. Lin Ling had already reached the end of the road. The road he was on had cliffs on both sides. As long as he crossed over, he would obtain the vermilion bird's inheritance. Vermilion bird's inheritance. At this moment, Lin Ling was a bit excited, but he still forcibly suppressed it. He concentrated on the road in front of him. Although he had seen through the true meaning array with the eye of time, it was always right to be cautious. Lin Ling, I am very grateful for your help. I can feel that you are a kind and kind-hearted young man. You are not one to bully the weak. Originally, I wanted to follow you and borrow your light to grow. But, someone else gave me a great reward that I could not refuse. So, I can only say that you have worked very hard, but you still cannot meet the requirements in my heart. I am sorry. Chapter 466. Jiumin Mountain in the River. If it were any other time, this sneak attack would have been useless. But in this true meaning array, Lin Ling had to be careful at every step. In addition, his mind was completely focused on the road in front of him, so he could not react in time. His body fell from the sky, but he forced himself to turn his head and finally saw who had pushed him. It was Zhou Xiaoping. At first, I sympathized with you because you had the same experience as me. But you also wanted to become stronger, and you also had the persistence in your heart. So, I did not want you to walk the same path as me because it was too difficult. So, I wanted to help you and make your road of martial arts smoother. But, you framed me. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. It was extremely hoarse and carried with it a chill that made one's heart turn to ash. Thank you, but I can only say I'm sorry. Perhaps you want to help me, or perhaps you like me, but I have my own goals, and I cannot give up. Lin Xuanwu promised me that he would recommend me to the 7 Profound Martial House. As long as I can enter there, my eyes will be cured, and my future will be bright. Zhou Xiaoping's voice was still full of apology, but it gave off an extremely disgusting feeling. You will die. A cold and emotionless voice floated out in the sky, causing Zhou Xiaoping's tender body to tremble. She was faintly afraid. She seemed to have awakened the killing god. But after seeing Lin Ling gradually fall into the river below, she laughed softly. Lin Ling was indeed terrifying. Unfortunately, after he died, everything would be gone with the wind. As for the river below, it was Samadhi true water, it could melt anything. Lin Ling would die without a doubt. Lin Ling died? Inside the volcano, outside the volcano, there was silence. No one would have thought that Lin Ling would fail just as he was about to touch the vermilion bird's inheritance. He had been betrayed. All of this was ironic. A genius that had appeared out of nowhere had fallen at Jiumin Mountain. After a moment of silence, outside the volcano, the powerhouses from all around began to laugh. To them, Lin Ling was very pitiful. He had been proud too early. Lin Ling. Yu and the others' eyes were red. That seemingly delicate but selfish Zhou Xiaoping had actually caused Lin Ling's death. They knew that Lin Ling wasn't someone who was fond of beauties. Back in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, one of the four beauties, Jiang Wu, had tried to seduce Lin Ling, but Lin Ling wasn't moved at all. Hence, when Lin Ling helped Zhou Xiaoping, it was out of genuine sympathy. He wanted to do his best to help this girl. However, not everyone could maintain their principles in the face of benefits. Zhou Xiaoping obviously did not. For the sake of her future, she framed the person who had helped her before. I, Lin Ling, am the final victor. Lin Ling, what a pitiful death. Lin Xuanwu laughed heartily, feeling indescribably pleased. Although the road ahead of him would be difficult to walk, and the array of true intent was densely packed, he was the only one who had the qualifications to ascend the mountain peak. Your name is Zhou Xiaoping, right? Very well, I will fulfill your request. Then, he spoke again. Thank you, Brother Xuanwu. Zhou Xiaoping was overjoyed. Lin Ling, even death cannot wipe out his crimes. I know that he helped me because he fancied my beauty. Unfortunately, how could he compare to Brother Xuanwu? Lin Xuanwu was a true disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House. Therefore, in order to please him, in order to climb up to a powerful backer, Zhou Xiaoping had once again flattered him. But her words gave off an even thicker sense of disgust. Of course. Lin Xuanwu obviously didn't think too much about it. Zhou Xiaoping had said that he was stronger than Lin Ling, and that was enough. All of the stuffy anger that he had suffered before had now been completely vented. Then, he ascended the mountain once again. Time slowly passed. Under countless gazes, the vermilion bird inheritance was finally obtained by Lin Xuanwu, allowing him to possess the tyrant body of a king body. As for Skydistant and Yen Baihu, although they had failed, they had also obtained some benefits. Yen Baihu had obtained a weapon from the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Hall, and Skydistant had also obtained some hidden benefits. This caused countless people to sigh. The first-ranked Lin Ling had ended up dead, but the three geniuses behind him had actually ended up well. This dramatic scene caused everyone to sigh with emotion. Gulyalu. At this moment, in the endless river, Lin Ling had been sinking. The terrifying three-flavor true water was attacking him, constantly melting his body. But he discovered that this melting speed was not fast. Moreover, he discovered that he had entered another mystic realm. This place was like a mirror, reflecting the Nine-Shade Mountain. But this Nine-Shade Mountain's summit was underwater. All of this was extremely magical. That's right, I have opened the 8 gates of the human body. In bone forging and blood tempering, my body's tyrannical degree has already surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist. Moreover, although the three-flavor true water is melting my body, it is also strengthening my organs. Lin Ling was shocked. Everyone thought that if they fell into the river, they would definitely die. But they did not expect the river water to have another effect. Moreover, the vermilion bird's inheritance was not as simple as it seemed. There were 2 Nine-Shade Mountains. It was like a mirror. There was one on the mirror, and another in the mirror. Lin Ling even had a feeling that the Nine-Shade Mountain above the river water was fake. The real Nine-Shade Mountain was actually the Nine-Shade Mountain in the mirror. In that case, Zhou Xiaoping had pushed him down, but it had backfired and instead helped him reach the real Nine-Shade Mountain. A ray of truth. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He was in the underwater Nine-Shade Mountain. He had to go through a new array of truth before reaching the summit. Moreover, it would take a very short time. After all, although his body was tyrannical, he would be melted by the three-flavor true water for a long time. Fortunately, Lin Ling had the eye of time. He did not need to spend much time climbing the mountain again. Humans are selfish. Not everyone is grateful. For benefits, fame, and future, many people can abandon everything and forsake their principles. Zhou Xiaoping, Lin Ling, if I, Lin Ling, leave this place, it will be the day you die. Go. Lin Ling's gaze turned cold. He would treat others the same way they treated him. That was his principle. After that, he continued to observe with the eye of time. He saw the places where the martial intent was scattered, the birth, and the fall clearly. Time passed slowly. When Lin Ling arrived at the top of the mountain, the Samadhi primordial water surrounding him disappeared. There was nothing on top of the mountain except for a broken sword stuck in the ground. What is this? Go. Lin Ling frowned. He remembered old man Huayang's words. Other than the vermilion bird divine martial artist, there seemed to be an even more powerful expert who had fallen here. Moreover, he had seen with the eye of time that other than the vermilion bird divine martial artist, there was another man who had fallen here. This sword. Go. Lin Ling took a step forward and wanted to pull the sword out. At that moment, countless sharp sword intent attacked him. Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. This broken sword seemed to have a soul. Sword spirit. Moreover, the sword intent emitted from the sword formed a sword spirit attack. It was extremely terrifying. Blade of Nirvana. Chapter 467. A stubborn soul clang. The sword and saber collided, and a soul-shaking shockwave burst out, colliding continuously in midair. Sword soul, what a terrifying soul attack. I must hold on. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. This was a soul attack. If he lost, his soul might be destroyed by the sword soul. Time passed quietly. The mountaintop was silent, but no one knew that an earth-shattering battle was taking place here. The collision of soul attacks could even kill a King Spirit Realm expert. Such persistence made Lin Ling's forehead drip with cold sweat. If it weren't for his resolute nature, he would have given up already. The sword spirit's sharpness was the strongest thing he had encountered so far. It was as if it wanted to cut through everything. Crack. Finally, at a certain moment, Lin Ling's body relaxed. An indescribable feeling of ease came over him, and the pressure emitted by the sword soul suddenly disappeared. Buzz. The broken sword on the ground swayed, emitting a mysterious aura. Tyrannical Song. Lin Ling vaguely knew the name of this sword. Only this sword Tyrannical Song. This broken sword must have been incomparably domineering in the past. Finally, someone has come and awakened me from my slumber. At this moment, a calm voice sounded. A soul-like shadow floated out from the broken sword. It was a middle-aged man with long hair and sharp eyebrows. This middle-aged man was as handsome as jade, but his aura was fierce, giving people the feeling that he was a domineering sword. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He suddenly had a feeling that this middle-aged man might be the fallen expert he saw with his eyes of time. Although the tyrannical song sword is broken, it still protects its master. Young friend, please forgive me for my previous negligence. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling and said in an ethereal and unfathomable voice. It seemed that the broken sword was not targeting Lin Ling, but protecting its master. Later, Lin Ling and the broken sword's soul attacks collided, awakening this mysterious person, causing Lin Ling to escape the calamity in the end. Fortunately, I persevered. If that kind of collision had lasted any longer, I might not have been able to hold on. Lin Ling secretly felt lucky, then bowed slightly. The middle-aged man didn't speak, and he smiled as he looked at Lin Ling. After a while, he said, I know you have many questions in your heart, so I'll tell you slowly. First of all, my name is Wuji. In the 100 territories, they call me Wuji Sword Saint. As for what you see now, it's only a strand of my soul. I'm already dead. Lin Ling's heart trembled. Was this a remnant soul? I don't know how long I've been waiting. My 3 souls and 6 spirits have already dispersed, and only this wisp of remnant soul still carries a wisp of obsession. I'm still waiting for the fated one. In reality, I'm even more of an obsession. If no one comes here, it won't be long before I'll be annihilated as well. The limitless Sword Saint looked at Lin Ling quietly and sighed. He pointed with his right hand and a ray of light shot towards Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's pupils to dilate. He actually couldn't block it. Then, a massive amount of memories appeared in Lin Ling's mind. The limitless Sword Saint was a powerful martial artist from the 7 Profound Martial House. His father was the previous 7 Profound Martial House master, and he was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. He had a terrifying sword bone talent. But the heavens were fair. He had everything, but the heavens had also made him lose everything. In the past, his father had saved a boy in the 100 territories. He had taken him in as a disciple and focused on training him. That boy and the limitless Sword Saint called each other martial brothers, and their relationship was very good. But he didn't expect that when he was 17 years old, his martial brother would join forces with others. Not only did they sneak attack his father, but they also forcefully extracted his bone marrow. With a terrifying secret technique, they forcefully extracted the limitless Sword Saint's sword bone talent and grafted it onto his own body. From then on, his martial brother went from a nameless young elite to a powerful proud son of heaven in the rainforest Holy Land. Finally, he became the 7 Profound Martial House master. As for the limitless Sword Saint, he went from being a genius of his generation to becoming a waste, and was even driven out of the 7 Profound Martial House. In the following years, the limitless Sword Saint constantly cultivated. He crossed the 8 desolates and cut down the Holy Land in order to take revenge. Unfortunately, he was not his martial brother's match. After a great battle, he was seriously wounded and fled to the Cloud Domain, where he finally perished. The limitless Sword Saint's disciple, the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Saint, had come to find his master, but he had also perished here. Memories flowed like water through Lin Ling's mind, causing Lin Ling's eyes to twinkle. This limitless Sword Saint was very pitiful. In the past, he had been very honest and kind, and had treated his martial brother as his own brother. Unfortunately, his bone marrow had been extracted, and his talent had been stolen. Since then, he had been reduced to a waste. Even the limitless Sword Saint's father had died at the hands of his martial brother. That man was ugly. Lin Ling coldly said. He looked at the limitless Sword Saint's soul, and finally understood why he had been so persistent. Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Saint? Lin Ling once again looked through the limitless Sword Saint's memories. He discovered that the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Saint was an assassin trained by the limitless Sword Saint. He had wanted to use the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Saint's beauty to secretly seduce his martial brother, and then sneak attack him. However, as the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Saint grew up, she had changed from a pure girl to a young lady, causing the limitless Sword Saint to develop feelings for her. Although the two of them were master and disciple, they had feelings for each other. When the limitless Sword Saint came to take revenge, he did not involve the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Saint in the end. He did not use the original training plan, and instead, he allowed the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Saint to leave by herself. It was only after he had fallen that the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Saint searched everywhere for him, and finally came to the cloud domain. Their feelings for each other were so deep. There are still pure people in this world. Lin Ling's heart rippled. He felt sad for them, but also happy for them. The Limitless Sword Saint had fallen in love with his disciple. When he finally took revenge, he did not involve his disciple. However, his disciple had fallen in love with him, and was willing to bear everything with the Limitless Sword Saint. They were so loving. What a pity. If the heavens have feelings, the heavens will also grow old. In the end, they did not have a happy ending. Lin Ling sighed. He suddenly thought of his parents. They were also like this. But soon after, Lin Ling smiled. He knew that although his mother and father were separated by life and death, they were already very satisfied. They did not ask to be a genius for a long time, they only wanted to have it once. I spent my entire life in hatred. When I realized it, it was already too late. In the end, I could not give her anything. When I died, we would be together forever. Hearing the young man's words, the Limitless Sword Saint suddenly laughed. He did not know why, but he could feel the young man's current mood. This young man seemed to be a sentimental person. Moreover, he had a feeling that this young man was both good and evil. He was not bound by the heavens and earth. When he was angry, he could cause millions of corpses to fall. When he was righteous, in order to protect the peaceful place in his heart, he could go against the 9 heavens. This young man was very interesting. It was fate that brought us together. This wisp of my soul is about to disappear, so I hope I can leave something for you. After laughing, the Limitless Sword Saint looked at the broken sword at his feet and said, "This sword is called the only sword world he Gemin song. It is the weapon that made me famous in the past. It has more than 50% of the true meaning of the sword. After you obtain it, by continuously devouring other people's weapons, you can continuously awaken the true meaning of the sword. There is no need to comprehend the true meaning of the sword. No need to comprehend." Chapter 468. The Vermilion Bird Inheritance. The Wuxia Sword Sage smiled proudly and continued, "That's only one of the reasons. Secondly, you came too late, but you still came. Although my remnant soul has lost a lot of memories, I still have a lot of martial arts memories. This can help you avoid detours." The memories of an expert? Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He seemed to have found a treasure. He did not expect that Zhou Xiaoping's trap would make him the biggest beneficiary of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb. As if sensing Lin Ling's surprise, the Wuxia Sword Sage laughed heartily. He continued, "I know that you are all looking for my disciple's inheritance and think that the Jiumei mountain outside is the inheritance. However, you don't know that the Jiumei mountain outside is the true fire, and the real inheritance is the true Samadhi water. The Vermilion Bird inheritance goes from weak to strong. The true fire, 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 and finally the true fire of the Vermilion Bird. Now that I am about to disappear, I will pour all the true Samadhi water into your body so that you can obtain the real Vermilion Bird inheritance. How can the glory of my disciple disappear from this world? Although we've only met once, I don't know why, but I like you very much. Perhaps it's because of your tenacious and unyielding heart, and also because of your fearless battle intent. Remember, the inheritance outside the Jiumei mountain is only the true fire. You have to take it back. As for the real mystery of the true fire of the Vermilion Bird, you have to slowly explore it. Accept the inheritance." Rumble. The endless river water surged and turned into a whirlpool, rushing towards Lin Ling. The water looked like water, but it was actually fire. Fortunately, you have opened the 8 gates, forged the bones, tempered the blood, and strengthened the organs. You also have the 3 flames in your body. You can barely accept the vermilion bird inheritance. Little guy, don't die. The river water rushed towards Lin Ling, causing his body to tremble and float uncontrollably in the air. Then, he let out an angry roar and the clothes on his upper body were torn apart. On his chest, the mark of the vermilion bird appeared and crazily absorbed the endless river water. In the distance, the limitless sword saint smiled at the young man and nodded in satisfaction. He had spent his entire life in hatred and had never trusted anyone. That was until the appearance of his disciple, the vermilion bird divine martial artist, lit up his gloomy heart like a fire. When he saw the youth again, he could faintly see the shadow of his disciple on the youth. Perhaps, this was the fate of the underworld. Still lacking a bit. It's a pity that his cultivation realm is a bit too low. Otherwise, after awakening the vermilion bird's inheritance, he would be able to display 100% of his strength. Right now, he could only wait for him to slowly become stronger before the vermilion bird's inheritance would slowly reveal itself. The shadow of the limitless sword sage started to become illusory, as if it was going to disappear at any moment. However, he did not care about this. He continued to control the Samadhi primordial water and carefully infused it into Lin Ling's body. Until he turned into endless light and completely disappeared from the world. At this moment, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged in the void with his eyes tightly shut. He could vaguely hear a voice, "Little fellow, my name is Di Wuji. It's a pity that I met you too late. Otherwise, I would have taken you in as my disciple." This voice made Lin Ling's heart tremble. He knew that the last bit of the limitless sword sage's soul had disappeared. "My name is Lin Ling. I won't let you down. Although you never told me who your enemy was, if there's a chance, I'll make you pay with your blood." Lin Ling muttered to himself in his heart, "How others treat me, I'll treat them in the same way." The limitless sword sage treated him sincerely and gave him everything. Therefore, Lin Ling naturally treated the limitless sword sage as his family. Boom! At this moment, a huge amount of memories rushed into Lin Ling. It was the memories of the limitless sword sage's remnant soul. There were martial arts, alchemy, knowledge, and so on. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Ling's soul power was strong, he would have collapsed long ago. After the vast river water rushed in, his cultivation level increased crazily. Finally, he broke through and entered the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. As for his soul power, after being refined by the limitless sword sage, it became even more condensed. At this moment, he had finally transformed. He finally had the qualifications to step into the sacred ground of geniuses, the sacred ground of the rainforest. Time passed quietly. The river water gradually calmed down. In the void, Lin Ling floated quietly. His upper body was bare, revealing his streamlined muscles like an exquisite piece of art. On his chest, the mark of a flaming vermilion bird appeared. Chapter 469. He came back to life from hell. Lin Xuanwu, congratulations. You have obtained the vermilion bird's inheritance and truly deserve it. In the future, the rainforest Holy Land will surely hear of your proud name. The powerhouses of the various regions congratulated him. Lin Xuanwu was too dazzling. He was now a disciple of the 7 profound martial house and had also obtained the vermilion bird's inheritance. Surpassing them was only a matter of time. Therefore, they were all flattering him. By relying on your firm heart of martial arts, you have overcome all difficulties and swept away all heroes. If you did not obtain the vermilion bird's inheritance, then the heavens are blind. A foreign powerhouse flattered. This feeling of being the center of attention was very satisfying, very proud. Lin Xuanwu narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his lips curled up. His white robes fluttered in the wind, his elegant demeanor causing many people to praise him. Especially some of the younger girls. Their eyes were burning hot. At this moment, this youth was like a dragon amongst men, extremely attractive to them. Unfortunately, this youth was too far away. They could only watch from afar, unable to profane him. Ugly. At this moment, a disdainful voice sounded out. Everyone looked over and saw that it was a martial artist from the cloud domain who had spoken. The name of a genius is the center of attention. You say we are ugly, but where is the ugliness? However, the three great geniuses were not angry. Instead, they arrogantly looked down at the cloud domain martial artist. Their status was far too noble, how could they be angry because of the words of an ant? You say that by relying on your firm heart of martial arts, you have overcome all difficulties and finally obtained the vermilion bird's inheritance. But in our eyes, if it weren't for Lin Ling being framed, how could you have obtained the vermilion bird's inheritance? Can your skin be any thicker? The second prince lightly said. He did not fear these foreign powerhouses, but his words caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Indeed, the cloud domain's Lin Ling had appeared out of nowhere. At the riverside, he had surpassed the three great geniuses in a single step. At Nine Mountain, he had stood above the three great geniuses. If it weren't for Zhou Xiaoping, the three great geniuses would not have been able to bloom. On the road of martial arts, what matters is the result, not the process. Lin Ling is dead, he is nothing. Lin Xuanwu was not moved. His words caused many people to secretly sigh. Lin Ling's death was very pitiful. At the last moment, he had been framed. Not only had he not become famous, but he had become a joke. That's right. Once you're dead, you're nothing. In fact, Lin Ling isn't as good as you think. He only helped me because he saw my beauty. And martial artists who see beauty won't go far on the martial path. That's why I chose to help Lin Xuanwu. Lin Xuanwu is much stronger than Lin Ling. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoping also opened her mouth to flatter Lin Xuanwu. What a disgusting woman. Do you really think that you can win Lin Xuanwu's favor by flattering him and delivering yourself to his doorstep? How despicable. Also, you said that Lin Ling likes your beauty? You think too highly of yourself. I can tell you that those girls all like Lin Ling. Every one of them is more beautiful than you, and more elegant. You said that Lin Ling likes you? That's just your shameless wishful thinking. At this moment, a disdainful voice rang out. It was the heavenly concubine's voice. Many people followed her voice and looked over. Their faces were instantly filled with envy. Yu, Qin Xiaolan, and Yuer, Yumun Yun, and the other girls. Every one of them was a rare beauty. Compared to them, Zhou Xiaoping was like a servant girl. Many people covered their mouths and laughed. This Zhou Xiaoping really did not know her own limits. Brother Xuanwu, they're laughing at me. You have to avenge me. Zhou Xiaoping was instantly furious. Lin Xuanwu ignored Zhou Xiaoping. He was somewhat displeased. Although everyone was flattering him, he knew that because of Lin Ling's recent rise, it was still difficult for him to convince the masses. Everyone was questioning his reputation as a prodigy. He died too early. Lin Xuanwu said calmly. He seemed to be telling everyone that Lin Ling's death was due to luck. If he hadn't died, he would have died even more miserably. The other two prodigies also nodded. Losers are like stray dogs. They don't have the right to speak. If you guys continue to spout nonsense, die. Rumble. However, just as they finished speaking, the huge volcano behind them began to sway. Then, under countless gazes, the volcano erupted. Everyone was shocked. Looking ahead, a slender figure seemed to have been reborn from the flames. He walked over step by step. This was a handsome young man. He wore a blue and white robe. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he carried a huge black sword on his back. He gave off a pure and clean feeling, but also a sense of steadiness and decisiveness. However, when they saw the young man, everyone's eyes widened. Lin Ling didn't die. Lin Ling. Everyone thought that he had died under the true Samadhi water. Unexpectedly, he came out alive. It was all like a miracle. Lin Ling. When Zhou Xiaoping heard the voices around her, her body trembled subconsciously. The three prodigies' eyes narrowed. That young man was really amazing. He fell into the true Samadhi water and came out alive. It's even better that he didn't die. But soon, Lin Xuanwu smiled faintly. If Lin Ling had died, he would not be able to vent his anger and prove his strength. However, since he was still alive, he could humiliate Lin Ling. Moreover, he wanted to make Lin Ling suffer. After all, he had obtained the vermilion bird's inheritance. If Lin Ling knew that Lin Ling was dead, Lin Ling would feel worse than death. Hee, you're lucky that you didn't die. Instead of finding a place to hide, you walked out so arrogantly. Are you courting death again? Sky Distant and Yen Baihu sneered as well. After a moment of shock, the crowd came to their senses. They felt that Lin Ling was too stupid. Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? Lin Xuanwu laughed. Lin Xuanwu smiled mockingly. He already knew the answer to his question. He wanted to see how Lin Ling would face the three prodigies. I'm sorry, but I've come back from hell. Under thousands of gazes, a cold voice rang out, ignoring Lin Xuanwu's question. Everyone's heart trembled violently. They suddenly had a feeling that Lin Ling was not stupid. He was here for revenge. Coming back from hell? Was this the hell-killing god? Very impressive. What are you going to do next? Lin Xuanwu frowned. He did not know why, but the young man gave him a strange feeling. The young man seemed to be different from before. Of course, this could be an illusion. After all, he had obtained the vermilion bird's inheritance. Lin Ling had returned empty-handed. What was there to be afraid of? However, his words were ignored by Lin Ling. Instead, Lin Ling looked at Zhou Xiaoping and said, Zhou Xiaoping, you repay kindness with enmity. You are the most disgusting woman I have ever seen. Today, you are the first person I want to kill. His voice floated out like the wind, causing Zhou Xiaoping's heart to tremble. She was afraid. Lin Ling was really like a killing god. Don't blame me. I just want to become stronger. I did nothing wrong. Anxiously, Zhou Xiaoping gritted her teeth and said, since I was young, I was blind. I was trash in my family. Everyone bullied me. In order to survive, I even offered my body to some uncles and elders. However, I once swore that I would make everyone who bullied me pay the price. Therefore, I have to become stronger. I want to reclaim my dignity. You people will never know the pain I have suffered. Am I wrong to want to become stronger? When her voice rang out, the surroundings became even more silent. Now, I'm working hard to save up my manuscript. I'll release it during the holidays and let everyone enjoy it. Chapter 470. You'll wish you were dead. It's true that you want to become stronger, but why do you have to push your benefactor down the cliff? Not everyone in this world is cold-blooded and heartless. You're pushing the last person who was sincere to you, who wanted to help you, into the abyss. Lin Ling's cold voice rang out, causing Zhou Xiaoping's expression to change drastically. The reason she pushed Lin Ling was because she chose Lin Xuanwu. She believed that Lin Ling wouldn't let her go any further. I can only say that you didn't reach my goal, so you can't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not having a good background and not being able to compare to Lin Xuanwu. Zhou Xiaoping said firmly. Your mentality is already twisted, thinking that everyone revolves around you. But don't worry, I'll let you know how strong the Lin Xuanwu you rely on is. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks, his expression indifferent. Countless people's eyes flickered as they vaguely knew what Lin Ling was going to do. At this time, they heard Lin Ling's voice again. Everything I've done isn't to prove that I'm stronger than Lin Xuanwu, nor is it to prove that your judgment is wrong. I just want you to know that your thinking is wrong. Repaying kindness with enmity, your ending will be worse than death. The resolute voice rang out, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. They were finally sure that Lin Ling wanted to kill the three great geniuses. Lin Ling, I've asked you twice, what are you trying to do? Why don't you answer me? Lin Ling's expression was extremely ugly as he listened to Lin Ling and Zhou Xiaoping's conversation. Ignored. Lin Ling was ignoring him, and instead, he was talking to Zhou Xiaoping. In the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb, the three of you tyrannically occupied everything, and I also wanted to compete, but I was obstructed by you. Of course, if it was a fair battle, I wouldn't have anything to say. However, it wasn't a fair battle, but because your arrogant status was violated, you were enraged and even wanted to kill me. Lin Ling looked at Lin Xuanwu. Today, the three of you will die. Without any concealment, Lin Ling's goal was extremely decisive, and that was to kill the three great geniuses. It seems that your momentary pride in the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tournament made you think you're still above us. The three geniuses were not afraid of Lin Ling at all. After all, they had not really clashed with each other back at Jiumei Mountain. It was just an exchange of pointers. You're just a warrior from the lower three regions. You're jealous because my brother Xian Wu took the Vermilion Bird's inheritance, but do you have the right to be jealous? Die. At this moment, Lin Xuanwu's admirers walked out. There were a total of 10 of them, and every single one of them was at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. Their actions were to gain Lin Xuanwu's favor. You dare to humiliate Brother Black Tortoise? Why don't you take a look at your own background? As for the girls who worshipped Lin Ling, they were all looking at him with disgust. They wished that Lin Ling would die in front of everyone. You're just as pitiful as Zhou Xiaoping. You think you can enter the 7 profound martial house just by currying favor with Lin Xuanwu? However, what you don't know is that Lin Xuanwu only sees you as pawns. He doesn't care about your deaths at all. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled as he looked at the 10 charging geniuses. He extended his left hand and a green flame blossomed from it. It continuously spiraled and turned into a green flame dragon. Currently, both of his spirit bodies had been devoured by the Vermilion Bird's flames. The world-cleansing demon fire was a king body after all, so it had not been devoured. Boom! As soon as the dragon appeared, it swept through the heavens and the earth. The 10 geniuses were burned to ashes before they could even get close. One move, instant kill. Compared to before he entered the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb, Lin Ling's strength had increased by more than 10 times. He's reached the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. Suddenly, a foreign expert exclaimed in surprise, causing the crowd to fall silent. Although Lin Ling hadn't received the Vermilion Bird's inheritance, he had still benefited from the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tournament. This caused the geniuses who were gloating over his misfortune to feel jealous. They hadn't received anything, but Lin Ling had at least increased his cultivation level. As for Lin Ling and the other 2, they were also surprised by Lin Ling's increase in strength. Of course, they were only surprised. Lin Xuanwu smiled faintly. Interesting. You're barely worthy of my attention. Did you see that? You worked so hard for him and died in the end. He didn't even bat an eyelid. He still looks down on you pitiful worms from high above. Lin Ling sneered. This caused the hearts of those who worshipped Lin Xuanwu to surge. Lin Xuanwu indeed didn't care about the deaths of the 10 geniuses. Could those geniuses who worshipped Lin Xuanwu be his guinea pigs? Alright, there's no need to deceive the crowd. Furthermore, I don't care at all. In this world, as long as you're strong enough, why would you be afraid of not having enough worshippers? Lin Xuanwu really didn't care. He then looked at Sky Distant and Yen Baihu. Who's up? Sky Distant. Wait, if I remember correctly, the first person Lin Ling offended at Jiumao Mountain was me. Everything is first come, first served. I'll go first. Sure, but you can't kill him. I still have to wait. The 3 geniuses were actually discussing who should go first. They treated Lin Ling as prey. This was a form of humiliation, a form of contempt. Perhaps this was the only way they could vent the humiliation they suffered at Jiumao Mountain not long ago. It could also prove their strength. Lin Ling was just a clown. Then, Yen Baihu walked out. As he walked, he said, "At Jiumao Mountain, you and I exchanged a blow and we were evenly matched. Now, do you dare to say that again? Domineering, arrogant." Obviously, Yen Baihu wanted to humiliate Lin Ling heavily. The crowd's eyes flickered. Yen Baihu was undoubtedly stronger than Lin Ling. They were just curious. How much stronger was Yen Baihu compared to Lin Ling? Did he easily crush him? Or was he just barely stronger? After all, although Lin Ling and Yen Baihu were evenly matched at Jiumao Mountain, everyone knew that Yen Baihu did not take Lin Ling seriously at that time. You don't dare to say it? Then I'll say it for you. In one blow, the one who was beaten to the ground was definitely you. You may not be convinced, but I can tell you that my strength has greatly increased after I entered the tomb of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Artist. A fiery red sword appeared in Yen Baihu's hand. That sword is the weapon of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Artist. The crowd suddenly realized that Yen Baihu was so confident. It turned out that he had benefited from the tomb of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Artist. The sword of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Artist must be extraordinary. It could definitely increase Yen Baihu's combat strength. I know that you have a fire attribute spiritual body, but when you meet my sword, all your flames will be absorbed. Flaming Tiger illuminates the world. A dazzling light flashed. Yen Baihu made his move, pointing his sword at Lin Ling. Roar! The crowd could faintly hear the roar of a fierce tiger. Lin Ling stared at the sword, and a sense of familiarity rose in his heart. The Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Sword, Moxie Heavenly Flame, was refined by the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Sword's master, the Limitless Sword Saint, who extracted a part of his own sword and refined it. It has the power to ignore the power of fire, and even the power to absorb fire. Yen Baihu's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling seemed to be very familiar with the sword in his hand. So what if you know? Are you afraid? Roar! Yen Baihu roared and thrust his sword forward like a tiger. With a clang, Yen Baihu realized that Lin Ling had taken out a ferocious sword and blocked it easily. Swallow! Swallow! Chapter 471. You know how to use a sword? But could Yen Baihu absorb it? You don't even know the origin of the sword and you're already using it. Don't you know who the real owner of the sword is? Humph! Lin Ling sneered. After his sword collided with Yen Baihu's sword, a terrifying suction force appeared. Yen Baihu's sword melted like water and was absorbed by Lin Ling's sword, making Lin Ling's sword even more dazzling. What? Humph! The crowd's pupils constricted. What was going on? Yen Baihu's eyes widened. The weapon he relied on was snatched away by Lin Ling. Wuxia Heavenly Flame Sword is not meant to be used like that. Lin Ling mocked Yan Baihu again. Yan Baihu's face turned green and red at the same time. How shameful. He thought that he could humiliate Lin Ling with a single move after obtaining a powerful weapon. Who would have thought that his weapon would be snatched away by Lin Ling? How ironic. How could Yan Baihu know that Lin Ling had obtained the memories of the Limitless Sword Saint and was incomparably familiar with the Wuxia Skyflame sword? And the Tyrant Song sword had the ability to absorb other people's weapons to increase the power of its sword intent. Yan Baihu using the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Sword against Lin Ling was simply seeking death. Moreover, after absorbing the Wuxia Heavenly Flame sword, the Tyrant Song sword intent had reached 20%. Yan Baihu, one of the three great geniuses, is so weak? Lin Ling sneered again. Yan Baihu gritted his teeth and was about to unleash his full strength. However, at that moment, a sword light flashed, overbearing and majestic, like a thunderbolt in the sky. Die! Yan Baihu's body was split into two. He was killed in a single strike. He's dead. The crowd was silent. Lin Ling had killed Yan Baihu in an instant. Yan Baihu, a genius of his generation, had fallen here. Moreover, Yan Baihu had used the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial technique, but Lin Ling seemed to be more familiar with that sword. It felt as if the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial sword had met its real master. This Lin Ling has suddenly become very mysterious. The crowd thought to themselves. Of the remaining two geniuses, who will be next? Since you're treating me as prey, let's see who's the prey. Ignoring everyone's surprise, Lin Ling raised his sword and pointed it at Lin Xuanwu and Tianli. Hearing those words, many people swallowed their saliva, but they also had some guesses. Lin Ling was so frivolous and arrogant, it seemed like he was relying on the sword in his hand. No wonder he's so arrogant. Lin Ling and Sky Distant both nodded. They also understood the reason for Lin Ling's arrogance. However, in their hearts, they were unwilling. Because in the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb, they had all obtained benefits, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would also obtain them? This feeling was as uncomfortable as eating a fly. Unfortunately, if they knew that the greatest benefit was obtained by Lin Ling, they definitely wouldn't be able to remain calm at this moment. You don't seem to be a swordsman, but a martial artist who specializes in fire. You forced yourself to use a sword, do you have the qualifications? Sky Distant slowly walked out and turned to Lin Xuanwu, Brother Xuanwu, I'm sorry. This time, I might not be able to hold back and kill him. I hope you don't mind. No worries. Lin Xuanwu nodded. Lin Ling killed Qingxuanming, so he had to kill Lin Ling. However, he didn't have to do it personally, as long as he could see Lin Ling die. Sky Distant is fighting. His Sky Distant saber is terrifying. The eyes of the martial artists from various regions flashed. Although Lin Ling won previously, the experts could see that Lin Ling wasn't a martial artist who used a sword. He forced himself to use a sword and gave up his strength, which was why he was killed by Lin Ling. In fact, if Yan Baihu didn't rely on that sword, he might not have lost so quickly. However, Sky Distant was different. He specialized in the saber, and his saber intent was unparalleled. He wasn't someone Yan Baihu could compare to, or else he wouldn't be ranked second. Shua. Sky Distant slowly walked out and pulled out the saber in his hand. He muttered to himself, I just want to ask you one thing. Do you know how to use a sword? Everyone was puzzled. They didn't know why Sky Distant was asking this. What do you want to say? Lin Ling shook his head. Sky Distant ignored Lin Ling's question and stroked the saber in his hand. I came from the saber sword region. The martial artists there are all proficient in the saber and sword, and the region master is called Annihilating Saber Demon. He has a terrifying saber intent and is the target of all the martial artists in the saber sword region. However, in a small village, a child was born. He lived by the saber, and his goal was to surpass annihilating saber demon. He practiced the saber since he was young, and at the age of 5, he learned the ability to control the saber. He cultivated 1,000 saber techniques and cultivated the ability to control the saber to perfection. What are you trying to say? Lin Ling shouted again. Shut up. Sky Distant interrupted Lin Ling and continued, that child gradually grew up. At the age of 8, he comprehended saber intent. He traveled to the north and south, killing thousands of enemies and breaking tens of thousands of weapons. Chi. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Comprehending saber intent at the age of 8, that was extremely terrifying. Lin Ling faintly understood what Sky Distant was saying. He didn't interrupt this time, but listened quietly. He had never left the cloud region, and he also wanted to know how the outer region's geniuses cultivated. At the age of 10, that child comprehended the saber intent. From then on, he challenged the city lords of various cities, learned 30,000 saber techniques, and became famous with one saber. Sky Distant said again, with a hint of arrogance in his voice. Lin Ling also nodded. At the age of 10, he comprehended the saber intent. One must know that when he comprehended the fire intent, he was already 16 or 17 years old. That child's talent was truly terrifying. In the following years, he constantly challenged others. He lived with the saber. Finally, at the age of 12, he challenged the #1 powerhouse of the saber sword region to kill the demon saber. In that battle, he lost. Everyone thought that his heart of martial arts had collapsed, and it would be difficult for him to improve. However, a genius is a genius. How could he give up halfway because of a small setback? Sky Distant smiled confidently, as if he was reminiscing. The saber in his hand gently waved, emitting a buzzing sound. The saber seemed to come alive, and he was cutting the wind. That's right, he was using the saber to cut the wind. Only a powerful martial artist could see that the invisible wind was cut into several pieces. After that defeat, the child worked hard to cultivate. He learned from the humiliation and became stronger. At the age of 12, his saber intent had reached perfection. However, he was not satisfied. Instead, he left the saber sword region, crossed mountains and rivers, and battled with the various geniuses of the middle 3 regions. Finally, he comprehended the half-step saber intent. After that, he returned and battled the demon saber again. Buzz buzz. Sky Distant's saber danced even more vigorously, as if it was the saber's pride. However, after comprehending the half-step saber intent, the child thought that he was very strong. Who would have known that the geniuses of the Rainforest Holy Land were even more terrifying? Therefore, he worked hard again, wanting to break through the half-step saber intent. Unfortunately, he still could not find it. Then, by a stroke of luck, he climbed the mountain and saw the true intent array. In the true intent array, he perfectly comprehended 10% saber intent. Sky Distant's proud voice came out of his mouth. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Even the geniuses of the Rainforest Holy Land might not be able to comprehend 10% saber intent. That child was terrifying. Moreover, they guessed that the child was Sky Distant. This meant that Sky Distant had comprehended 10% saber intent in the true intent array of Jiumei Mountain. This talent was too powerful. You said so much just to show off. Chapter 472. Where's your saber? It's not showing off, it's a battle record. You use a sword, so let me ask you, how many sword techniques do you know, and do you know how to control a sword? You are only a fire attribute martial artist, not a swordsman. This is simply a blasphemy to the sword in your hand. So, let me break your sword. Sky Distant's lips curved into a confident smile. At the same time, his saber pointed towards Lin Ling. In front of Sky Distant, Lin Ling really doesn't have the qualifications to use a sword. All the martial artists looked at Sky Distant with solemn expressions. They knew that Sky Distant wanted to use his saber to break Lin Ling's sword. He wanted to humiliate Lin Ling and make him lose all face before dying. I am indeed not a swordsman, but you are a saber user. You are very proud, but I hope your saber is as powerful as your nonsense. Use your saber. Lin Ling shook his head. Although he was curious about Sky Distant's past, he didn't think that Sky Distant would show off like this. In terms of battle records, which genius didn't have one? How could he, Lin Ling, not have one? But at least Lin Ling wouldn't be so bored as to show off in front of his opponent. The saber is the king of all weapons. All other weapons are trash. Shwa shwa shwa. Endless saber true intent bloomed, causing countless sabers to float around Sky Distant's body. Moreover, the martial artists that were close to him were instantly killed by the saber, not even having a chance to react. What a terrifying saber true intent. But as he looked at Sky Distant's magnificent saber, Lin Ling was indifferent. It said that the spear is the king of all weapons. Yes. You will understand. Heavenly Separation 8 Desolation Blade. In the sky, the wind and clouds surged and the air of the 8 desolate regions rippled. A saber true intent that could destroy the heavens and earth bloomed. 1,000-foot-long saber fell from the sky, seeming as if it could cut through everything. How terrifying. Even a King Spirit Realm powerhouse wouldn't dare to receive that saber. All the martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated one after another, hiding in the distant mountain range. As for the geniuses of the various regions, their faces were solemn. For Sky Distant to be ranked above them, his strength was truly terrifying. As the astral wind blew, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. A strange feeling rose up in his heart. There was no way he could avoid this saber, so he could only receive it. However, Lin Ling had no intention of dodging. His strength had increased by a great deal, and he wanted to know just how much. Lin Ling tightened his grip on the sword, and the black greatsword emitted a dazzling light. Then, he raised his hand to block the attack. He's crazy. He actually dares to block the heavenly distant 8 Desolation saber. That saber contains 10% saber intent. The eyes of the crowd in the distance narrowed. Lin Ling did not use the power of flames. Instead, he used a sword. But could his sword compare to Li Tianli's blade? Rumble. With a slash of the saber, the earth shook and dust rose. The volcano in the distance was also split into two. He's dead. It's a pity that Lin Ling can also be considered a genius. However, he clearly knew that distant heaven was so strong, yet he still dared to resist. His death was somewhat unclear. The crowd shook their heads again. At this moment, amidst the loud rumbling, a cold voice rang out. Only this sword sings hegemony. Boom! The voice was vast and unparalleled in dominance. Crack! The sound of thunder rang out. The gigantic saber that was like a pillar that supported the heavens was sent flying. Under the gigantic saber, a young man in a blue and white robe walked forward with a sword in his hand like a king descending to the world. In the sky, the saber that was sent flying slashed down again. The young man slashed in the air, and the saber was sent flying again. You think you're qualified to play with a saber under the hegemony sword song? Boom! The frivolous voice shocked everyone's ears. A ray of sword light slashed across, sweeping across the land. With a crackling sound, the gigantic saber that supported the heavens was chopped into pieces. The heavenly distant 8 Desolation saber was broken. You've shown off so much, and you're very proud. Unfortunately, you only have 10% saber intent. I don't understand, where did you get the face to be proud? Boom! Swish! Along with the arrogant voice, a domineering and majestic sword light slashed down. It was as if it came from the horizon, slashing straight at celestial separation. This was pure sword intent. Lin Ling, you dare to mock me? Celestial separation's pupils constricted. He subconsciously used the celestial separation saber in his hand to block. His body was sent dozens of meters away, but he managed to block it. He wanted to say something, but at the next moment. Pa pa pa. His saber was shattered. All along, he was famous for breaking other people's sabers and swords. But at this moment, his sword was broken by someone else. And to be able to break celestial separation sword, there was only one result. 20% sword intent. Celestial separation sucked in a breath of cold air. When did Lin Ling's sword become so terrifying? He knew that Lin Ling had 10% fire intent, but he didn't expect Lin Ling to also have sword intent. Moreover, it was 20%. He previously showed off his past achievements in front of Lin Ling, thinking that Lin Ling wasn't qualified to use a sword. But at this moment, it was extremely ironic. Lin Ling was telling him that he wasn't qualified to show off. Why wouldn't I dare to mock you? You said before that the saber is the king of weapons. But now, where is your saber? At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded out. Where is your saber? The questioning voice sounded like thunder, shocking the surroundings. The crowd looked at this scene. They looked at celestial separation. Did celestial separation still have a saber? His saber was shattered. What a domineering sword, cutting through everything. That is 20% sword intent. Then, everyone looked at the blue and white robed youth walking over. Their faces were extremely solemn. At this moment, they realized that celestial separation wasn't the only one who didn't show his strength. This youth from the cloud region didn't show his strength either. You talked so much, but now you don't even have a saber. Don't you feel embarrassed? Lin Ling coldly shouted again, causing celestial separation to roar in anger. He was so humiliated that he couldn't speak. As a saber user, the saber was his life, his pride, and his martial arts heart. But now, he didn't even have a saber. That was equivalent to his pride being destroyed by Lin Ling. I will kill you with my own hands. The next time we meet, you better behave yourself. Celestial separation's face was extremely ugly. You think there will be a next time? Lin Ling slashed out with the sword in his hand. The sword energy was as dazzling as a crescent moon. Spiritual chi rippled, and a terrifying sword intent slashed toward celestial separation. This was the only sword in the world, the weapon of the Wuxia sword saint. It had a terrifying 50% sword intent, and now it had 20% sword intent. Swish! Wherever the sword light passed, it was as if it was cutting the sun and the moon. Celestial separation, who was fleeing, couldn't escape at all. His body was split in two. The second-ranked genius of the middle three regions fell here. When the crowd saw this scene, they felt that it was extremely unreal. After celestial separation came out to fight, they heard celestial separation talk about his past achievements. They were incomparably shocked, thinking that Lin Ling's sword was not qualified to compete with celestial separations. But the result was that Lin Ling's sword was even more domineering. With a single slash, he broke the saber and split the body. It made celestial separation's previous words seem like nonsense. The only sword in the world is the song of the world. This sword is the song of the world. Someone whispered, causing even more people's hearts to tremble. Then they realized that the scene in front of them was extremely ironic. Not long ago, the three geniuses had treated Lin Ling as prey, discussing who would go first. But in the end, two geniuses had fallen, and they were the prey. Lin Xuanwu, use your vermilion bird inheritance. Lin Ling had killed 2 geniuses of the middle 3 regions in 2 moves. This time, he pointed his sword at Lin Xuanwu, causing the experts of the various regions to look serious. This Lin Ling was even more terrifying than they had imagined. He only needed 2 moves to kill geniuses. Wait. Chapter 473. Sharp Edge. It had to be known that in the 100 domains, the true temple of martial arts was the Rainforest Holy Land. And the powerhouses that came from the Rainforest Holy Land were undoubtedly the targets of all martial artists. I am He Yuehua. A middle-aged man walked out. He wore an apricot yellow robe and his long hair casually fell to his shoulders. He looked at Lin Ling and lightly said, "How about we end this battle here?" Everyone was startled. They didn't understand why He Yuehua would say this. The grudges between you and Lin Xuanwu arose from the competition at 9 Shade Mountain. But the Vermilion Bird inheritance has already been taken by Lin Xuanwu. This is something that cannot be changed. Since that is the case, why don't you take a step back? It would be better to take a step back. He Yuehua said. Lin Ling didn't speak, but he took a step back. How was this possible? He Yuehua shook her head and sighed. In fact, I admire you. You come from the tiny cloud domain, but with your own efforts, you have surpassed all the geniuses of the middle 3 regions. You are diligent, and your talent is extremely fierce. Of course, the most important thing is that your heart of martial arts is firm. You are fearless and have the drive of a martial artist. He Yuehua, he. The crowd was shocked. They finally understood why He Yuehua had stopped the battle. He admired Lin Ling. A genius like you will sooner or later go to the Rainforest Holy Land. So, I don't want you to die here. He Yuehua said again. Lin Ling wanted to say something, but was quickly interrupted by He Yuehua. You don't know how strong Lin Xuanwu is. He comes from the 7 profound martial house. His martial arts knowledge and experience is not something you can imagine. Not to mention that you have never seen a king's step martial art before. Not to mention that Lin Xuanwu has obtained the Vermilion Bird inheritance. So, why are you so stubborn? As long as you admit defeat, I will use the name of He Yuehua to guarantee your life. What? Lin Xuanwu's pupils shrank. Although Lin Ling had defeated 2 great geniuses, could he compare to him? Not to mention the Vermilion Bird inheritance, just the king's step martial arts that he knew was enough to take Lin Ling's life. Lin Xuanwu was about to speak, but He Yuehua stopped him. Lin Xuanwu clenched his teeth. He Yuehua had some friendship with his master, he had to give her face. Lin Ling, what do you think? He Yuehua looked at Lin Ling and said. Her words made the crowd envious. Lin Ling had escaped a calamity today. Lin Ling's luck was very good. But admitting defeat meant that he had escaped a calamity? Was he the one who escaped or was it Lin Xuanwu? Lin Ling shook his head and said, "Thank you Senior Crane for thinking so highly of me. However, I would like to ask, what are the conditions for the Rainforest Holy Land to recruit geniuses? Of course it's someone who has outstanding talent and a firm heart of martial arts, and you have met these conditions." He Yuehua replied. "If I don't meet the requirements, then I won't be qualified to enter the rainforest." Lin Ling asked again. He Yuehua nodded and said, "There are so many geniuses in the 100 territories. If you want to stand out among the geniuses, you must fulfill these 2 conditions." He was puzzled, not understanding why Lin Ling asked this. However, at this time, he heard Lin Ling's voice again. The Rainforest Holy Land is recruiting geniuses. Firstly, they have to have outstanding talent and secondly, they have to have a firm martial heart. Master Crane said that I met the requirements, but now you want me to admit defeat and refuse to fight. You want me to give up my martial heart in order to survive. How can I be qualified to enter the rainforest Holy Land? This. He Yuehua's eyes narrowed. The young man was right. He thought highly of the young man because he was fearless and had a courageous heart of martial arts. One had to know that a martial artist had to have a sharp spirit. If a martial artist encountered difficulties and became afraid, then it would be difficult to break through the bottleneck and reach the heavens. Some would even have no hope for a lifetime. Therefore, when a martial artist encountered difficulties and setbacks, he had to face them head-on, break through the limit, and kill all difficulties. But now, he didn't want Lin Ling, this genius, to fall. Therefore, he wanted Lin Ling to refuse to fight. Wouldn't that make Lin Ling's heart of martial arts afraid? Also, was he saying that Lin Ling wasn't qualified to enter the rainforest Holy Land? With this thought, He Yuehua looked up at the young man in the distance. She saw that the young man's face was calm, but his eyes were sharp. That sharp light made it difficult for He Yuehua to breathe. The young man's heart of martial arts was firm. He didn't give her any face just because she admired him. That young man still wanted to fight. Lin Ling, so strong. The crowd was silent. Senior Crane wanted to protect Lin Ling, and Lin Ling was grateful to He Yuehua, but he still wanted to fight. This was giving up his life and fighting with his heart of martial arts. Senior Crane, I am grateful that you want to protect me. But my battle with Lin Xuanwu is something that no one can change. First, he lost to me in Jiumei Mountain, but he deceived others to frame me. Second, if he doesn't die, then those who framed me won't end up like they did. Therefore, this battle is unavoidable. And my principles are simple. I will treat others the way they treat me. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth once again. I underestimated you. He Yuehua sighed, and then lightly said, your heart of martial arts is firm, but you don't know the strength of the 7 profound martial house. Since you have decided, I will not stop you, but I hope you do not regret it. He appreciated Lin Ling, but Lin Ling stubbornly wanted to fight. He had no choice. He only hoped that before Lin Ling died, he would see his painstaking efforts. Senior Crane, you said you would not stop me, then you must not attack. Lin Xuanwu's voice sounded out. He was afraid that He Yuehua would interrupt. Of course. I promise you in the name of He Yuehua that I will not attack. A gentleman keeps his word. He Yuehua said indifferently. After saying that, he retreated. Everyone laughed. Lin Ling had a chance to live, but he had given it up and stubbornly insisted on fighting. He didn't know the difference between Lin Xuanwu and Sky Distant. Just from the background of the 7 profound martial house, this was a huge dividing line. Sky Distant seemed to be ranked 2nd and 3rd, but in reality, the difference in strength was far too great. Not to mention, Lin Xuanwu had obtained the Vermilion Bird's inheritance. Overconfident brat, brother Xuanwu, kill him. We gave him face, but he didn't want it. He had a chance to live, but he still wants to die. Most of them were Lin Xuanwu's admirers and powerhouses from the various regions shouting. But now, the tiny cloud domain Lin Ling dared to provoke the proud sons of heaven of the middle 3 regions. How could they not be angry? Lin Ling, you dare to challenge Lin Xuanwu, you are dead. Zhou Xiaoping naturally spoke out. Lin Ling had defeated 2 great geniuses, but she had never worried. This was because she knew that Lin Ling would never be able to defeat Lin Xuanwu. Bunch of trash, shut up. At this moment, an icy cold aura bloomed, causing those who were gloating to widen their eyes. Lin Ling had actually cursed them as trash, and he had cursed all of them. How insolent. They glared at Lin Ling, but as they looked at Lin Ling, their hearts inexplicably trembled. This youth's eyes were so cold that it pierced into their hearts. It was as if they looked at him again, they would die. For a time, no one dared to speak. All of their arrogant faces had disappeared. It was extremely ironic. Chapter 474. King's Step Martial Arts. Lin Ling looked at Lin Xuanwu. Regarding the former's background, he had already heard from countless people in the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb. Lin Xuanwu was truly fierce. Because he had been raised by the Seven Profound Martial House, he was stronger than any heavenly spirit realm powerhouse. As for the former Sheng Fifan, compared to Lin Xuanwu, the difference was like heaven and earth. If he hadn't obtained the Vermilion Bird's inheritance, then Lin Ling would only have a 50-50 chance of winning. But now, he had no fear. Lin Xuanwu also stepped forward. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, his demeanor confident and at ease. You are crazy. For revenge, you are not even afraid of death. But do you think you can shake me just because you defeated Sky Distant? Yes. Of course, extremely easy. Yes. Lin Ling was indifferent. He lightly replied. Yes. Lin Xuanwu's pupils shrank. He had said those words because he wanted to see Lin Ling's serious and solemn expression. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would say it so casually? This was contempt. This Lin Ling's arrogance had surpassed his imagination. The crowd was also shocked. This was the battle of the number one genius, but Lin Ling was so relaxed and full of confidence. Was he still hiding a card in his hand? You have consecutively defeated two great geniuses. Although your reputation is a bit weak, you barely have the qualifications for me to fight. How about this? In the name of the Seven Profound Martial House, I will only use 3 moves. If you do not die in 3 moves, you may leave. Yes. Lin Xuanwu's calm voice floated out from his mouth. Coming from the Seven Profound Martial House, he had this pride. 3 moves, he is truly worthy of being Lin Xuanwu. Not only does he want to obliterate Lin Ling, but he also wants Lin Ling to know before he dies just how terrifying he is. Yes. The Seven Profound Martial House, the Martial Arts Temple of the 100 Territories, 3 moves? It's possible that Lin Ling won't be able to block a single move. Yes. All around, everyone was talking. Then I will also give you a chance. If you do not die in 10 moves, I will leave today. Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded out, causing the surroundings to fall silent. Lin Xuanwu said that he would give Lin Ling 3 moves, but Lin Ling was even more arrogant. He gave Lin Xuanwu 10 moves, and in 10 moves, he would only defend and not attack. The crowd was shocked. Lin Xuanwu was very proud and noble, but Lin Ling was even prouder than him. In front of everyone, he had slapped Lin Xuanwu's face, and at the same time despised the Seven Profound Martial House. Anger. Xuanwu Lin was finally enraged. When Lin Ling defeated the 2 geniuses, he was not moved at all. But now, he was truly enraged because Lin Ling treated him as trash on the same level as the 2 geniuses. You are courting death. He took a step forward and released a terrifying aura. Although he was only at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, his aura was powerful, mysterious, and ancient. It carried the ancient charm of the ancient martial arts hall. This is the martial arts of the Seven Profound Martial House. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Even some of the king's spirit powerhouses had dignified expressions. The Seven Profound Martial House was truly a place that they could only look up to. King's Step Martial Art, Moonshadow Flower Cut. Pop pop pop. The air was torn apart, and countless palms burst forth, blooming with an aura that could destroy all. It was like the shadow of a flower under the moonlight, extremely terrifying. King's Step Martial Art. He Yuehua's eyes flashed. In the 100 Territories, there were countless heavenly spirit realm martial artists, but why did everyone want to go to the 7 profound martial house? The reason was simple. The martial arts there were more orthodox and more powerful. The martial arts of the 100 territories were mostly heaven-step martial arts. King-step martial arts were extremely rare, and this was the difference. But king-step martial arts were different from the true meaning of martial arts. The true meaning of martial arts was stronger, but king-step martial arts were easier to comprehend. Not only that, but if a king-step martial art was of a high rank, and had been cultivated to the point of perfection, then it was not impossible to resist the true meaning of martial arts. The world was covered by the endless shadow of a flower. Flowers and palms, a king's domineering aura bloomed. King-step martial arts, they are really fierce. Lin Ling's pupils flashed. He found that he was sealed and had nowhere to hide. But as he looked at those terrifying palms, his heart stirred, and a familiar feeling arose in his heart. Moonshadow Flower Cut, a first-grade king-step martial art. Under Moonshadow, the flower is king. Lin Xuanwu has cultivated this martial art to the small success stage. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and a piece of information rose up in his heart. This was the memory of Limitless Sword Saint. Limitless Sword Saint was the son of the 7 profound martial house's martial house master. He was naturally familiar with the martial arts that came from there. He took a light step forward. It seemed like a casual step, but it carried with it a mysterious taste of the world's martial arts. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless flower palms fell, causing the earth to shake and dust to soar into the sky. But soon, a slender figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. That figure had his hands crossed behind his back, and was indifferently standing there, as if the earth-shattering attack from before had nothing to do with him. Lin Ling is fine. The crowd was shocked. It had to be known that under a king-step martial art, any martial artist with a king body would be obliterated. But Lin Ling seemed to have easily avoided it. And Lin Ling was only at the late heavenly spirit realm. First move. Lin Ling's soft voice sounded out, as if he were mocking Lin Xuanwu. How is this possible? Lin Xuanwu's pupils shrank. Under his king-step martial art, even an early king spirit realm martial artist could be obliterated. But Lin Ling had mysteriously avoided it. Again. Lin Xuanwu's shame turned into anger, and he used his king-step martial art once more. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth shook, and 1,000 flower illusions appeared, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. They couldn't find any way to break this move. Second move. However, after the earth shook, the mocking voice sounded out once more. The youth's body appeared once more. He took a light step forward, still safe and sound, but his eyes were filled with disdain. Silence. The surroundings were silent. If Lin Ling had been lucky enough to avoid the first move, that would have been fine. But Lin Ling had also avoided the second move. This was a bit strange. Could Lin Ling also know a king-step martial art? But was this possible? One had to know that king-step martial arts only appeared in the rainforest's sacred land. Even the experts of the 100 territories rarely had a chance to touch them. They could only look up to them. This is fake. Someone must be helping you. Lin Xuanwu's face grew colder and colder. 2 moves had already passed. In his imagination, even if Lin Ling had been lucky enough to avoid them, he would have been in an extremely sorry state. But the result was the opposite. Lin Ling was extremely relaxed, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. Can you be any more shameless? Just because I dodged your move, you think that someone is helping me? Also, besides you, who else here knows a heaven-step martial art? Lin Ling's disdainful voice sounded out, causing the crowd to nod. This was indeed the case. Then they heard Lin Ling say, a king-step martial art, lunar shadow flower slash, is not used like this. No wonder you've only cultivated it to the small success stage. The distance from large success, perfection, and subtlety is simply impossible to reach in your entire life. Shock. Lin Ling seemed to be instructing Lin Xuanwu. Lin Xuanwu came from the Seven Profound Martial House and had learned ancient martial arts. Everyone present was filled with awe and envy. But now, Lin Ling was instructing him? This scene was a bit dramatic. Two geniuses of the middle three territories were fighting, and the second-ranked genius was actually instructing the first-ranked genius. This felt very ironic. You. Lin Xuanwu's forehead was covered with blue veins. It seems that I will have to use 50% of my strength. 7 Shadow Evil King Steps. A terrifying aura bloomed. Lin Xuanwu disappeared, as if he had disappeared into the void. But the aura of a king step martial art erupted, causing many people in the distance to tremble. Chapter 475. Vermilion Bird Dance. He disappeared. Even I can't see him. Some King Spirit Realm experts were even more shocked. The 7 Shadows Evil King step allowed one to transform into a Shadow Evil King, killing without leaving a trace. Any martial arts that could become a king stage martial arts were extremely terrifying. This martial art seems to be Lin Xuanwu's trump card. Although it's still a king stage martial art, he has cultivated it to the greater success stage. He Yuehua nodded slightly. She knew that with this martial art, Tian Li and Yen Baihu would never be able to surpass him. This martial art is not bad. Apart from soul power, it would be difficult to capture the aura of the opponent using any other means. It is equivalent to being in a passive situation. It is slightly stronger than the previous martial art. However, if one were to practice martial arts like the Sky Eyes, this 7 Shadow Evil King steps would be somewhat useless. At this moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded, causing the crowd's jaws to drop. This youth was not serious and was still evaluating the martial art. He was extremely confident and frivolous. Stronger? You'll only have the right to say that if you survive. In the void, Lin Xuanwu's illusory voice sounded. This was indeed one of his trump cards in the past. Xiao. In the next moment, a terrifying finger shot out. It was formless and colorless, as if it had appeared in the void. This finger was very sharp. Although it was not a martial intent, its attack power was not any weaker than a martial intent. Pa! He still took a light step forward, causing the terrifying finger to pierce through the air. He Yuehua stared at Lin Ling from afar. She was shocked to find that Lin Ling's seemingly casual step had stepped on the weakest point of the attack, causing the entire attack to quietly collapse. This Lin Ling, what terrifying eyesight! Bang! After taking a step, Lin Ling lightly knocked Lin Xuanwu away with his shoulder. The third move. Lin Xuanwu staggered back, his face as ugly as death. Lin Ling had once again broken his martial art. What made him feel the most humiliated was that Lin Ling had the ability to injure him, but he did not attack. Instead, he only lightly knocked him. This was a humiliation in front of countless people. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded, when you use the 7 Shadows Evil King steps and the steps of Kun, if you go one breath faster, the power will be even stronger. Giving pointers again? The crowd was completely shocked. At this moment, Lin Ling was more like Lin Xuanwu's teacher. Lin Ling, don't go too far. Lin Xuanwu finally roared. What did Lin Ling take him for? Lin Xuanwu, weren't you very arrogant earlier when you let me use my moves? Right now, I'm letting you make a move, and you still have the nerve to say that I'm going overboard? Trash. Lin Ling took a step forward, his aura grand and imposing, causing the crowd to fall silent. They thought that Lin Ling defeating Sky Distant was his limit, but now they discovered that they could not see through this youth at all. He had an endless stream of trump cards, easily humiliating Lin Xuanwu. This caused the geniuses of the Seven Profound Martial House to lose face. Mortal Fist Art, no regrets in the mortal world. In his anger, Lin Xuanwu attacked again. He constantly released his trump cards. All of them were King Step martial arts, extremely terrifying. Weak, too weak. If you want to comprehend this fist art to perfection, then you must enter the mortal world. But you have the form, but not the spirit. Fourth move. This is the pride of the Seven Profound Martial House. In your hands, a heaven step martial art is simply blasphemy. The fifth move, the sixth move, the battle was like the heavens were falling and the earth was rending. The momentum was deafening, but Lin Ling's voice echoed out from time to time, causing the crowd to fall silent. Lin Ling did not counterattack, he only received the moves. Facing these dreadful heaven step martial arts, Lin Ling did not meet them head-on, but instead easily broke through them. This was the most terrifying. It had to be known that breaking through was much more difficult than fighting. Some martial arts blocked the entire world, and one could only receive them, not avoid them. Besides using strength, there was no other way. But Lin Ling was still leisurely walking around, easily breaking through. It was as if he was more familiar with the heaven step martial arts of the Seven Profound Martial House than anyone else. This martial arts comprehension was extremely terrifying. This made the Seven Profound Martial House's Lin Xuanwu feel extremely ironic. The Seven Profound Martial House was not as sacred as he imagined. And, he's still giving up moves. Everyone reacted, and sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling had said that he would give up 10 moves, and now he was truly giving up 10 moves. He did not counterattack, but only broke the moves. This courage caused all of Lin Ling's admirers to feel as if they were ducks clutching their necks, unable to utter a single word. Especially the powerhouses of the various regions, their faces were pale. With this martial arts background, even if Lin Ling faced them, he would be in an invincible position. When I was in front of him, I actually said that the Seven Profound Martial House was very powerful, and that he had never seen anything like it. But now... He Yuehua bitterly smiled. She suddenly felt that speaking up for this youth was simply slapping her own face. Lin Ling. Ah. Lin Xuanwu was no longer as elegant as before. At this moment, his long hair was disheveled and his face was wretched. He had been humiliated by Lin Ling to the point of insanity. Ever since he was a child, he had always been the center of attention. He had been born as a genius, and had entered the Seven Profound Martial House at the age of 17. But now, his reputation as a genius had been trampled on. This feeling was worse than death. 10th move, Vermilion Bird's Flames. Boom! A terrifying flame aura erupted. Lin Xuanwu had finally used his trump card. At this moment, he was wrapped in flames. The flames were blood red, and the wings of the vermilion bird grew on his back. A destructive aura emanated from him. The tyrant physique of the innate monarch physique. It's finally here. The crowd's pupils constricted. Although the heaven-class martial arts were terrifying, the vermilion bird inheritance was obviously more powerful. For a time, everyone was silent as they waited for the 10th move. Dance of the Vermilion Bird. A voice filled with murderous intent sounded out. The flames around Lin Xuanwu's body became even more exuberant, turning him into a vermilion bird. With a rumbling sound, the earth seemed to be summoned. The fire that was hidden underground shot up into the sky. Pillars of flame shot into the sky. The scene was spectacular. Get back. Retreat. Even an early King Spirit Realm powerhouse was afraid at this moment. These flames were too overbearing. This is the first time I've used the Vermilion Bird inheritance. Very good. I feel like my entire body is filled with flames. Lin Ling, you've lost. I will burn you alive. Roar. Lin Xuanwu faced the sky and roared, his laughter filled with pride. Xiao. Then, everyone saw an ancient vermilion bird fly towards Lin Ling. Its speed was extremely fast. Wherever it went, the earth would explode, as if a monarch of flames had arrived. This was not a martial art, but a powerful ancient bloodline. If Lin Ling wanted to rely on his martial arts background to resist it, it would be very difficult. Rumble rumble rumble. In the next moment, Lin Xuanwu appeared behind Lin Ling. His hands seemed to embrace the heavens as he suddenly hugged Lin Ling. Boom! At the same time, a blood-red flame that did not belong to heaven and earth shot into the sky. There was also an ancient vermilion bird flying in the flame. He wants to burn Lin Ling to death. Looking at this scene from afar, the crowd's eyes focused. Lin Ling was probably going to be burned to death. Once the tyrant body is used, how can a heavenly spirit realm powerhouse block it? He Yuehua sighed softly. She felt regretful. Lin Ling was too stubborn. Otherwise, with his talent, he could have gone even further in the future. The crowd was silent. Many people sighed. Today, the Cloud region's Lin Ling had released a dazzling light that shocked the martial artists of the middle three regions. However, in the end, he was still defeated. Rather than saying that he lost to Lin Xuanwu, it was more accurate to say that he lost to the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Arts. Chapter 476. I'm the real Vermilion Bird. Wait, look. 2 vermilion birds. At this moment, a surprised voice rang out. Everyone looked over and instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. 2 vermilion birds appeared in the flames. The second vermilion bird was even larger and more ancient. If Lin Xuanwu's vermilion bird was flawed, then the second vermilion bird was flawless. Its bloodline seemed to be more orthodox. What's going on? The crowd forgot how to breathe. They were shocked. The 10th move. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. The second vermilion bird shone brightly and was devouring the first vermilion bird. It was terrifying. How can you devour my flames? Lin Xuanwu's anxious voice rang out from the endless flames. Devour? The crowd was even more confused. Lin Xuanwu had displayed the vermilion bird's flames. They thought that he would definitely win, but now, his flames seemed to be devoured. How could this be? Because I'm the real vermilion bird. Boom! A cold voice rang out. An even hotter flame erupted. The first vermilion bird was devoured. Then, the endless sea of flames began to converge. A dazzling figure appeared and gradually became clearer. It was a slender young man. His entire body was covered in blood-red flames. An even clearer vermilion bird phantom appeared behind him. A pair of vermilion bird wings flapped continuously, allowing the young man to gently descend from the sky. How spirited! The crowd subconsciously exclaimed. This young man was extraordinary, like the king of the vermilion bird. It's Lin Ling. But in the next moment, everyone gasped. They realized that the young man flying down was Lin Ling. Bang! Then, a figure crashed down from the sky. That sound made everyone's hearts tremble. They looked over and saw that it was Lin Xuanwu. But at that moment, Lin Xuanwu's face was pale. He no longer had any flames. He only looked at Lin Ling in fear. Why did you devour my flames? A voice that puzzled countless people came out of Lin Xuanwu's mouth, causing even more people to be curious. I'm sorry. The vermilion bird's inheritance is only the true flames of Samadhi. The real inheritance is in the true flames of Samadhi. I obtained the true flames of Samadhi, so I naturally have to take back the true flames of Samadhi. A calm voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth. Shocking. The crowd was shocked. Lin Ling was the true vermilion bird? Lin Xuanwu had only obtained the first truth flame, while Lin Ling had obtained the Samadhi true flame. Therefore, Lin Ling had the right to take away Lin Xuanwu's vermilion bird flame. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought that they were dreaming. What was laughable was that Lin Xuanwu had thought that he could easily kill Lin Ling by using the vermilion bird's flames. Who would have thought that his vermilion bird would encounter the true master of the vermilion bird? Not only was he unable to kill Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had also deprived him of the vermilion bird's flames. And Lin Ling's vermilion bird title was well deserved. Puff! Lin Xuanwu lay on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This scene was too great a blow to him. Lin Ling was the final victor, but what was ironic was that after he left the vermilion bird divine martial tomb, he was still thinking about how Lin Ling would feel if he returned empty-handed. But now, he was the one suffering. He had lost in a shameful way. In fact, I should be thanking you and Zhou Xiaoping. If you didn't push me down the mountain, I wouldn't have been able to reach the real Jiumao mountain. Lin Ling said again, causing Lin Xuanwu to spit out another mouthful of blood. In the distance, Zhou Xiaoping's face turned pale. Lost, everything was lost. The most ironic thing was that not only did she fail to harm Lin Ling, she helped Lin Ling instead. If she didn't push Lin Ling down the mountain, who would have known that the real Jiumao mountain was in the river? Perhaps, no one would have been able to reach that place. Zhou Xiaoping, that's why I have to thank you. Lin Ling's cold voice resounded. Zhou Xiaoping's face was as white as a sheet. How could she not hear the mockery in Lin Ling's voice? At this point, victory and defeat had been decided. The crowd was still in a state of shock. Lin Ling hid his strength so well that no one could see through him. He gave Lin Xuanwu 10 moves, and after 10 moves, not only did he not lose, he even displayed the terrifying vermilion bird's inheritance. No one would have thought that Lin Ling would be the final vermilion bird master in the tomb of the vermilion bird. Then, the crowd looked at Lin Xuanwu again. At this moment, the pride of the heavens suddenly seemed laughable. Because of the vermilion bird's inheritance, Lin Xuanwu did not attack Lin Ling in the Jiumao mountain. However, everyone thought that Lin Xuanwu would seek revenge after leaving the Jiumao mountain. In the end, Lin Xuanwu was the one who lost. This also meant that the one who did not attack in the Jiumao mountain was Lin Ling. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure landed beside Lin Xuanwu. It was He Yuehua. Lin Ling, I didn't expect your martial arts heart to be so firm and your talent to be so terrifying. Now that you've obtained the vermilion bird's inheritance, your future is limitless. Thank you. But what is the meaning of Senior He's appearance? Thank you. Lin Ling nodded and lightly said. Your battle is over. You've won. I will take Lin Xuanwu away. After all, I have some friendship with Lin Xuanwu's master. He Yuehua said with a smile. On the ground, Lin Xuanwu's face was pale. But after hearing these words, his eyes revealed a glimmer of hope. Senior He, I respect you very much. But I must do what I say. If I want to kill him, no one will be able to stop me. Lin Ling shook his head, his eyes firm. He is a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. You are courting death. He Yuehua frowned. Lin Ling was not giving her any face. You said that a martial artist must have a sharp spirit and bravely move forward. How can you retreat because of the 7 profound martial house? Moreover, he said that Senior He would not interfere in our battle. But now that he has lost, Senior He seems to have interfered. Yes. Lin Ling's attitude was still as unyielding as before. He Yuehua appreciated him, and he was grateful to her. But that was another matter. How could Lin Ling be soft-hearted because of some words of appreciation? Senior He's complexion was ugly. He had indeed said those words before, but he was a senior, and Lin Ling was a junior. Now that Lin Ling had said those words, how could he let go of his face? Lin Ling. Yes. He was about to speak, but Lin Ling quickly interrupted him. Senior He said that a gentleman's word cannot be taken back. You said it, but did you do it? I said that I would kill him, so I will do it. Yes. So resolute. Yes. His voice caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble. Lin Ling was very strong. He did not fear the seven profound martial house, nor did he fear He Yuehua. He wanted to kill Lin Xuanwu in front of everyone. What if I stop you? Yes. He Yuehua's pupils flashed, and she suddenly said. You once helped me, so I will be merciful to you. But only once. An eye for an eye. If you continue to be stubborn, then I will kill you too. Lin Ling slowly said, his killing intent resolute. If God blocked him, then he would kill God. If Buddha blocked him, then he would destroy Buddha. He and He Yuehua were not friends, but He Yuehua appreciated him. But because of this appreciation, did he have to be merciful? If everyone praised him, then wouldn't Lin Ling agree to everyone's conditions? Not to mention, He Yuehua's appreciation was the appreciation of someone high above. It was not the appreciation of someone of the same generation. This kind of appreciation had the flavor of a reward. Chapter 477. Even you. You want to kill me too? He Yuehua's eyes narrowed. This young man's heart of martial arts was beyond her imagination, and his attitude was very frivolous. Senior He, kill him. He dares to ignore you. Boom. Suddenly, a voice came from the surroundings, as if lighting a fuse, causing the experts from various regions to shout, arrogant. He dares to be so arrogant in front of a senior from the rainforest sacred land. Won't he trample all the seniors under his feet in the future? Boom. Their voices were boiling. Every region's expert wanted Lin Ling dead. Lin Ling was too terrifying. He was only from the lower three regions, but he defeated the number one genius of the middle three regions. In the future, wouldn't the cloud region be above their heads? This was not something they wanted to see. Therefore, with the presence of experts, they wanted this terrifying genius to fall. As for the first person to speak, it was Sheng Feiyun, the patriarch of the Cloud Region's sacred clan. He had always wanted to settle accounts with Lin Ling, but in the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb, Lin Ling released a terrifying light, which made him afraid. Most importantly, it had only been a month since Lin Ling defeated his son, Sheng Feifan. In this short period of time, Lin Ling had grown to such a level. What would happen if he was given another half a year? Vermilion Bird Dance. Boom. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, and a huge vermilion bird flew out, burning the clouds with surging flames, directly towards the experts from various regions. Die. Boom. The indifferent voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Everywhere the vermilion bird passed, nothing could not be burned, as if it was an ancient vermilion bird dancing in the sky. Dozens of experts from various regions were burned to death, and among them were early king spirit experts. One move to kill. What a terrifying flame. Boom. The people in the distance gasped. Lin Ling had only casually attacked, but the power of the flame was enough to burn everything. With the strength of a late heavenly spirit expert, he could easily kill an early king spirit expert. Of course, although this was terrifying and fantastical, but thinking about it carefully, all of this was not impossible. The inheritance of the vermilion bird, the tyrant body of a king body. If it couldn't allow Lin Ling to jump ranks to fight, then it wouldn't be qualified to be called the tyrant body of flames. Ever since the opening of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb, you've been nagging non-stop, as if we, the Cloud Domain, should be your subordinates. But once we surpass you, your sense of superiority starts to act, and you want to act tyrannically to stop us, while our resistance is arrogant and unbridled. Now, I want to see who dares to be dissatisfied with another word. A cold voice sounded out, causing countless gazes to look at Lin Ling. They only saw that the flames on Lin Ling's body were boiling. Those were blood-red flames, and when he stretched out his hand, a palm-sized vermilion bird flew in the air. The vermilion bird was condensed from blood-red flames, and it emitted an ancient aura. Silence. The surroundings were completely silent. No one dared to speak. The young man's voice was resolute. If they continued to be overbearing and arrogant, then the only outcome would be death. How arrogant! A single person had threatened a large number of cultivators in the middle 3 regions, causing some of the famous cultivators to be extremely dissatisfied. However, after seeing the terrifying vermilion bird, they were so humiliated that they did not dare to speak up. These are the cultivators of the middle 3 regions? Nothing more than this. The cultivators of the Cloud Domain laughed disdainfully. Not long ago, the cultivators of the middle 3 regions had come here to show off their strength, but now? Each one of them was like a stray dog. Lin Ling, you really dare to kill me? At this moment, He Yuehua's cold voice sounded out. He knew that Lin Ling's previous actions were a warning to him. Feelings were feelings, and personal enmity was personal enmity. He Yuehua and Lin Ling had only exchanged a few words, and they had not reached the level of deep friendship. What do you think? Lin Ling did not answer. He only asked back, but his attitude was unyielding. If he continued to obstruct him, then even if he was the Holy King of the 9 heavens, he would still fight. He Yuehua, has your integrity been eaten by a dog? At this moment, a mocking voice came from afar. He Yuehua looked over and her eyes narrowed. That person was also a cultivator of the rainforest Holy Land, Old Man Huayang. You promised Lin Ling that you would not interfere in the battle between Lin Xuanwu and Lin Ling. Since that is the case, why did you interfere when Lin Ling won? Let me ask you, if Lin Ling lost, would you still interfere? Old Man Huayang. He Yuehua's eyes narrowed. In fact, if Lin Ling lost, he might not have saved Lin Ling. Although he favored Lin Ling had rejected him. This made him lose face, so he wanted to see Lin Ling regret. You can't answer, right? Let me ask you again. You seem to have good intentions in helping Lin Ling, but in fact, you don't know his strength. You also don't know that Lin Ling will lose in the end. So, do you have good intentions or bad intentions? Old Man Huayang's voice came again. He Yuehua's face paled. He thought that Lin Ling would lose, so he helped Lin Ling, which was the same as rewarding Lin Ling. But in fact, Lin Ling did not need his help, and he used his help to make Lin Ling spare Lin Xuanwu. This was too ironic. Lin Ling did not need his help, but he did it on his own. When the battle was over, he ran out and said that he had helped Lin Ling before, so Lin Ling had to return the favor. Wasn't this ironic? This was simply wishful thinking. Scram. If you don't want your reputation to be ruined, then scram. Old Man Huayang shouted coldly. He Yuehua's face turned ugly. Finally, he sighed, Lin Ling, I know I underestimated you. He Yuehua's heart was extremely complicated. He Yuehua said this and left. He did not have the face to stay any longer. Old Man Huayang also appeared, and senior he seemed to have lost face and left. Today's stage was Lin Ling's alone. The crowd sighed incomparably. Everything was like a dream. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling in silence. Lin Ling glanced at Lin Xuanwu, but ignored him for now. His gaze was on the delicate girl not far away. A soft sentence floated out. Flatter. Flatter? Everyone was confused, but when they looked at Zhou Xiaoping, they immediately knew what she meant. In the tomb of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Emperor, Lin Ling had helped Zhou Xiaoping. However, in order to climb up to Lin Xuanwu, Zhou Xiaoping had framed Lin Ling at a critical moment and had won Lin Xuanwu's favor. But now, Lin Ling wanted to make a move on Zhou Xiaoping, so he asked Zhou Xiaoping to flatter Lin Xuanwu again, and even offered herself to Lin Xuanwu in exchange for help. Zhou Xiaoping's face was pale, and she could not speak. What could she say? Continue to flatter Lin Xuanwu? Lin Xuanwu was now a cripple who could not even protect himself, so what was the use of flattering? She thought that Lin Ling could not help her go further, and the person who could help her go further, could help her now? Why aren't you flattering your Lin Xuanwu? Lin Ling said again, and made Zhou Xiaoping step back and sit down with a plop. Of course, you can use your ugly face to flatter others and let them help you. I'll wait here. Lin Ling shouted again. Chapter 478. One thought to heaven, one thought to hell. I only wanted to become stronger, I did nothing wrong. Zhou Xiaoping gritted her teeth and stubbornly opened her mouth again. She believed that she did nothing wrong, but was it wrong to want to become stronger? Lin Ling laughed loudly, not even bothering to say anything more. Everyone wants to become stronger, to become famous, to laugh proudly at the world. Zhou Xiaoping was not wrong to want to become stronger, but she was wrong to attack someone who had helped her before, and to frame him. Furthermore, after doing all this, she did not feel any guilt. Instead, she felt that it was an honor for him to die in her place. Was that not wrong? Her heart was already twisted. The crowd shook their heads. Although they were not saints, they knew that this young girl's heart was terrifyingly twisted, giving them the urge to kill her. Lin Ling remained silent, causing Zhou Xiaoping's heart to beat wildly. She finally revealed a pitiful expression. I did not do anything wrong, I only did wrong in my poor judgment and underestimated you. However, it was also because I pushed you down the mountain that you were able to obtain the Vermilion Bird's inheritance. Therefore, you should be grateful to me and let bygones be bygones, okay? Lin Xuanwu is a good-for-nothing, he can't compare to you. Her voice was soft and gentle, and when paired with her blind appearance, it was indeed a pitiful sight. However, after being ugly once, everyone would feel disgusted by her. So, was there any use in pretending to be pitiful now? Lin Ling remained silent, and that silence brought great pressure to Zhou Xiaoping. I defeated Lin Xuanwu not to prove your judgment, nor to prove that I am stronger than Lin Xuanwu. You do not have that right. After a moment, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out, causing Zhou Xiaoping's body to tremble. As for you pushing me down the mountain so that I could obtain the Vermilion Bird's inheritance, can you be any more shameless? Lin Ling continued. If an ordinary person were to fall into the true Samadhi water, it would be difficult for them to escape death. Lin Ling was still alive, and that was only because his foundation was stronger than those of the same age. Yet Zhou Xiaoping actually thought that the Vermilion Bird inheritance at the foot of Jiumei Mountain could be obtained so easily. What a joke! In fact, I really did sympathize with you at first. When I first came to this world, I was also a blind person, so I know that blind people have no dignity. In this world of martial arts, anyone can bully and humiliate them. The reason I was able to reach where I am today is because I have a heart of martial arts that will never retreat. Lin Ling said indifferently, causing the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that Lin Ling, who was so dazzling now, had such a low starting point in the past. From a blind man to the number one genius in the middle three regions, Lin Ling's perseverance was terrifying. Therefore, when I saw you, I wanted to help you. I didn't want you to follow my old path. I also subconsciously thought of you as my friend, my family. I wanted to do my best to make your life a bit smoother. Lin Ling said again. His words made the hearts of the second prince and the others in the distance excited. As Lin Ling's friends and family, they deeply understood this point. Lin Ling was very good to his friends and family. In order to protect the peaceful place in his heart, he dared to raise his sword to the ninth heaven. As Lin Ling's friends and family, they felt blessed. Lin Ling, thank you. Thank you. That sentence made the second prince and the others thank him from the bottom of their hearts. Yu, heavenly concubine, and the others also looked at Lin Ling and smiled warmly. They liked being protected by this young man. It was an honor. Zhou Xiaoping's delicate body trembled. She could also feel that being Lin Ling's friend or family was an honor. At least in the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb, Lin Ling had agreed to all her requests. At that time, she was in a very good mood. He was also the first person in her life to respect her. Endless ripples appeared in her heart. At this moment, she heard the clear voice of a young girl. Big Brother Ling is very good to us. All of us have received his help and protection. Originally, you could have become one of them. Unfortunately, in order to become stronger, you betrayed Big Brother Ling. You, who was everyone's friend, became Big Brother Ling's enemy. Heaven. One thought to heaven, one thought to hell. Became Big Brother Ling's enemy. Until now, every one of them has died. Heaven. The young girl's voice was as pleasant as a bell, but it also carried an icy chill. It was Yu. Out of all of them, only she was the most familiar with Lin Ling. She knew his heart. Heaven. Zhou Xiaoping's body trembled again. At this moment, deep regret spread out. She finally regretted it. Lin Ling had treated her as a family member, as a friend. However, she had framed Lin Ling, and pushed a person who had been sincere to her into the abyss. One thought to heaven. If she could become Lin Ling's friend, that would be an honor. But after missing out, one thought to hell. If she could become Lin Ling's enemy, she would be killed. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Zhou Xiaoping cried out with tears streaming down her cheeks. But at this moment, no one sympathized with her. Was there any use in regretting it after knowing it was wrong? If one was wrong, then one had to pay the price. Especially for someone who had done her a favor, the price was not something that a word of regret could make up for. If Lin Ling had not opened the 8 gates, or tempered his body, then Lin Ling would have died. At that time, would Zhou Xiaoping say that she regretted it? Lin Ling shook his head, and stepped forward. You won't kill me. Lin Ling, I was really wrong. Please forgive me this time. I will always follow you, and I will enter the 7 profound martial house with you. I will never harm you again. Kill. Zhou Xiaoping was aware that a murderous aura was approaching. She anxiously cried out. She still hoped that Lin Ling would spare her life because she was a girl. Your so-called regret is only regret that you left me and lost everything. You do not regret your actions. If I am inferior to Lin Xuanwu today, you will not regret it. Kill. Lin Ling slowly said, his eyes cold. I won't kill you, but I said that I will make you wish you were dead. Kill. As the last sentence floated out, it was as cold as the 9 nether hells. Not only Zhou Xiaoping, but even the powerhouses of the various regions felt their hearts tremble. To an enemy, this youth was truly cold. Have you heard of the flawless body? This sort of innate spirit body cannot practice martial arts, but it can live for 100 years, be immune to 100 diseases, and not fear 100 poisons. It also has a formidable regenerative ability. I will help you create this rare innate spirit body. Kill. Lin Ling waved his right hand, and a burning hot aura enveloped Zhou Xiaoping. Zhou Xiaoping's body trembled, and she faintly felt as if she had become stronger. Immune to 100 diseases, not fearing 100 poisons, this sort of innate spirit body was very strong. Only the flames of the vermilion bird could create this sort of innate spirit body. But, this sort of innate spirit body could not practice martial arts, nor could it cultivate. Zhou Xiaoping's heart stirred. Lin Ling had not killed her, but had helped her transform her body. Was this youth really moved by her? Thank you, Lin Ling. But, can you help me create this spirit body so that it can cultivate? Zhou Xiaoping expectantly asked. Her eyes slowly opened. Her eyes had been healed. This caused her heart to be excited. She carefully looked at the youth in front of her, and discovered that this youth was handsome and otherworldly. She was extremely moved. Chapter 479. His name shook the middle 3 regions. Don't tell me you don't have anything other than your own interests. Lin Ling shook his head. This girl was still thinking about her own interests even now. Zhou Xiaoping was puzzled. Lin Ling had modified her body, but he still seemed to be dissatisfied with her. She was about to open her mouth when she heard Lin Ling continue, In my memories, there is a soul martial art that can seal a person's 3 souls and 6 spirits, leaving only 1 spirit. That spirit cannot control the body and can only see, hear, and feel everything around the body. Yes. And now, I'm going to destroy your 3 spiritual and 6 physical souls, leaving only 1 physical soul. At that time, you won't be able to control yourself, you'll be like a walking corpse, like an idiot. But you'll be able to deeply feel what you're going through. That kind of pain, you can imagine it yourself. Furthermore, I've modified your innate spirit body, allowing you to live for 100 years. Yes. Lin Ling said coldly. Zhou Xiaoping's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling had made her innate spirit body perfect, but he did not allow her to control her body, making her like an idiot. The most frightening thing was that she could feel what her body was going through, such as being ridiculed, raped, humiliated, and so on. This also meant that she would experience even more terrible torment in life. For example, if someone took her away and made her a slave, she would not be able to resist, but she would be able to experience the feeling of being a slave. The most frightening thing was that her master would die, but she would not die. She would just have a new master. Living a life worse than death. She finally understood the meaning of those words. Indeed, when a person was in this situation, living a life worse than death. Sometimes, death was a kind of reward. Lin Ling, spare me. Zhou Xiaoping continued to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, Lin Ling shook his head coldly. Once he had determined his enemy, he would not be merciful, nor would he be overcautious. He had made this kind of mistake before. In the battle between the Gu Yen sect disciples, he was merciful and caused Hua Tang to be injured. Soul break. Yes. A cold shout rang out, and a terrifying soul force attacked, enveloping Zhou Xiaoping. Zhou Xiaoping's body trembled, and her soul was shattered one by one. Only 1 spirit remained, and it could clearly feel everything around it. But she couldn't control her body. She was in a daze. She kept walking forward like an idiot. But the terrifying thing was that her eyes and ears could clearly hear the sounds around her. She could even feel the wind blowing past her body, but she just couldn't control herself. What a ruthless method. This Lin Ling really can only be a friend and not an enemy. When the crowd saw this scene, their hearts trembled violently. Living a life worse than death, this was truly living a life worse than death. As for Lin Ling's friends, they faintly smiled. They didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. After all, if Lin Ling wasn't lucky, then Lin Ling would have died. And if Lin Ling died, then even more people from the cloud domain would die. It could only be said that Zhou Xiaoping brought this upon herself. Moreover, in this world, the strong reigned supreme. Compared to Lin Ling, which martial artist present had not killed before. In fact, he had killed even more powerful cultivators from the various regions. He had killed both the good and the bad, unlike Lin Ling, who at least had his own principles. Your turn. Then, Lin Ling walked step by step towards Lin Xuanwu. Lin Xuanwu's complexion was complex, and his heart trembled. This youth's pace wasn't fast, but every step seemed to trample on his heart. To him, this youth was terrifying. My master is an elder of the 7 profound martial house. You cannot kill me. In his anxiety, Lin Xuanwu said with difficulty. Lin Ling stopped in front of Lin Xuanwu. He looked down at him with arrogance. How sad. The dignified number 1 talent of the middle 3 regions has actually fallen to the point where you have to bring out your master to save your life. This ugly appearance is completely different from how you were not too long ago. You. Lin Xuanwu clenched his teeth. Lin Ling was humiliating him, he was deeply aware of it. I remember you saying before that it was better that I didn't die. Now, do you still dare to say that? Lin Ling lightly said again. Lin Xuanwu's face was extremely pale. He did not dare to say this. If he had known that Lin Ling was not dead, and that Lin Ling was the true owner of the Vermilion Bird's inheritance, then he would not have wished to see Lin Ling again. He would have immediately returned to the Rainforest Holy Land. Unfortunately, he did not know this earlier. The surrounding people looked at Lin Xuanwu in silence, their hearts extremely complex. The dignified number 1 talent of the middle 3 regions had been suppressed by Lin Ling in such a domineering manner that he could not say anything. It was very sad. And in fact, in Jiumao Mountain, Lin Xuanwu had obtained the Vermilion Bird's inheritance, so he should have immediately left. But when Lin Ling appeared, even if he wanted to leave, it was too late. In fact, I don't have much enmity with you. You came for the Vermilion Bird divine martial art, and so did I. Everyone competed fairly, and the loser should have accepted it wholeheartedly. However, you lost at Jiumao Mountain and then had people frame me. When I came out of the tomb of the Vermilion Bird divine martial art, you did not sympathize with me, nor did you feel guilty. Instead, you wanted to kill me for fun, as if you wanted to satisfy the anger of losing to me at Jiumao Mountain. Unfortunately, your actions led to death. Lin Ling lightly said. Lin Xuanwu's face was filled with despair. He knew that Lin Ling wanted to kill him, and nothing could stop him. Was he going to die? He was extremely unwilling. If it were not for Lin Ling, he would have obtained the Vermilion Bird divine martial art. In the Rainforest Holy Land, he would have gone further and even become the most dazzling talent, making a name for himself. However, after Lin Ling's appearance, all of this became a dream. I can't accept this. Lin Xuanwu muttered to himself. Is it because I deprived you of the Vermilion Bird's inheritance, and you are about to die, so you can't accept this? I can tell you that this world does not only have one holy land. Besides the rainforest, there are several other holy lands. Not only that, but the 7 Profound Martial House is not the only martial arts hall in the Rainforest Holy Land, but there are also 6 other martial houses. You are only a tiny ant in the 7 Profound Martial House. You don't know that there is always someone better than you. Lin Ling lightly said. He had obtained a wisp of the limitless Sword Saint's remnant soul, so he knew more than Lin Xuanwu. Hearing these words, Lin Xuanwu's pupils shrank. He had always been proud of being a genius of the 7 Profound Martial House, but he discovered that this country boy in front of him seemed to know more than him. Die. Shaking his head, the vermilion bird in Lin Ling's hand flew out like a dance of a vermilion bird. When it fell on Lin Xuanwu's body, it suddenly bloomed with a brilliant crimson flame, burning Lin Xuanwu to ashes. At this point, the number one genius of the middle three regions had fallen. Countless eyes looked at Lin Ling, their hearts surging. Lin Ling was too terrifying. In today's battle, he had swept away the top three geniuses of the middle three regions. His name was bound to shake the middle three regions. But at this moment, the icy voice sounded out once more. Within an incense stick of time, if you are still in my cloud domain, die. Die. A dreadful chill struck, causing the hearts of the powerhouses of the various regions to tremble. They didn't dare to say anything, and immediately scattered in all directions. None of them dared to have any objections. The strong were revered. Lin Ling was stronger than them, they could only revere and look up to him. At this moment, the tiny cloud domain was thoroughly famous. The top powerhouse here was not the saint race, but the number one genius, Lin Ling. The 100 domains were vast and boundless. 18 were the upper three regions, 33 were the middle three regions, and the rest were the lower three regions. But today, the cloud domain, in the name of Lin Ling, had thoroughly become the middle three regions. 7 chapters has ended and I'm dizzy from writing. Today is a rare day of rest, so I didn't go anywhere. I just wrote. The next time I explode, I will be like Lin Ling and charge forward bravely. I will keep fighting and strive to surpass today's record. I hope it will be 8 chapters, 10 chapters. Chapter 480. The Growth of the Vermilion Bird's Flames, Lin Ling. Yes. Sheng Feiyun's face turned ugly. Their former master of the cloud region had become a supporting character. From the beginning to the end, no one had mentioned the Saint clan. This made them feel deeply humiliated. Of course, this could only mean that they were trash. What did the Saint clan do when the experts from the other regions came here? Nothing. They only dared to hide in the crowd and even bewitch people to kill Lin Ling. This was a disgrace to the cloud region. Of course, they thought that they did it secretly, but in fact, many people from the Stone Saint Nation and the Heaven Mystics Kingdom saw it and despised them. One day later, Lin Ling shocked the middle three regions by himself. The news spread like a snowball throughout the cloud region. Thousands of martial artists from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the Stone Saint Nation, and the Snake Swamp Nation admired Lin Ling, making him the master of the cloud region. All he lacked was a proper title. However, Lin Ling obviously didn't care about this. His goal was the rainforest sacred ground, the world of geniuses. At this moment, in the extreme ice pool of the Stone Saint Nation. This was the coldest place in the Stone Saint Nation. It was said that the coldness of the North Ice originated from here. Even Heaven Spirit Realm martial artists didn't dare to stay here for too long. Even if they suppressed the bone-chilling cold with spirit chi, they couldn't last long. Gurgle. At this moment, the ice on the surface of the extreme ice pool was melting and bubbling. White smoke was emitted. Under the pool, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. Flames bloomed on his body. Those were blood-red flames. A pair of vermilion bird wings appeared on his back. It was extremely beautiful. 4,000 vermilion birds' flames, also known as the 4 elements true flames. Lin Ling stood up. The flames on his body burned, causing the ice water around him to boil and evaporate. The temperature of the vermilion bird's flames was terrifying. Moreover, he sensed that his body had 4,000 vermilion bird's flames. They were like little vermilion birds, covering his body and making his body extremely strong. Then, the scene of him defeating the 3 geniuses of the middle 3 regions not long ago flashed through his mind. The flames of the vermilion bird gave him the strength to defeat those at the early stage of the King's Spirit Realm. It had to be known that he had only casually attacked with the vermilion bird's dance, and none of those early stage King's Spirit Realm foreign cultivators had been able to block it. However, those were all ordinary King Spirit Realm martial artists, not Genius King Spirit Realm martial artists. Genius King Spirit Realm martial artists had formidable talent, martial arts, and foundations. Most of them were invincible in the same realm, and they could even jump realms to fight. Lin Ling had yet to encounter such an opponent. Of course, if he used his full strength, Lin Ling was confident that he could defeat a genius at the King Spirit Realm. The first reason was that the Vermilion Bird's flame was the tyrant physique of the innate king physiques, and it was currently at the 4th grade. Just by relying on the innate king physique, Lin Ling could crush a large number of geniuses. 2. True Intent of Fire. After obtaining the Vermilion Bird's inheritance, Lin Ling's true intent of fire reached 40%. This was Lin Ling's foundation and talent. Moreover, the Vermilion Bird's flame could be continuously awakened, but it required the first shade True Fire pill. That ancient pill could raise Lin Ling's 4th shade True Fire to 5th shade, or even 6th shade, 9th shade, and finally the True Fate Flame. Once the True Fate Flame was formed, it would be the flame of a divine beast. Those who obtained it would have terrifying recovery abilities and a terrifying physical body with the power of nirvanic rebirth. The first shade True Fire pill requires a terrifying amount of herbs and spirit herbs. It must be 100,000 mid-grade spirit crystals, sun essence stone, divine dissolving clay, fire elemental jade, and fire poison fruit. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He had memories of these spirit herbs, but he had never seen them before. Just 100,000 mid-grade spirit crystals was enough to give Lin Ling a headache. When he had broken through to the mid-stage of the Sky Spirit Realm, he had only spent 3,000 spirit crystals. Of course, although the first shade True Fire pill had harsh requirements, its effects were obvious, so Lin Ling was looking forward to it. After shaking his head, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. In his dantian, the aura of the Sky Spirit Essence pill bloomed. But at this moment, it had quietly changed into the highest grade Purple Sky Spirit Essence pill, allowing him to easily defeat martial artists at the same stage. But the Sky Spirit Essence pill hit a Vermilion Bird. If Lin Ling didn't use the Vermilion Bird's flame, no one would be able to see that his king body was a 4th grade talent. They would only think that he had a 1st grade world purifying demonic flame. Lin Ling was satisfied with this. The Rainforest Holy Land was filled with countless powerhouses. Hiding a card in his hand could sometimes save his life. In the following days, Lin Ling did not rush to the Rainforest Holy Land. Instead, he refined a massive number of pills for his friends and family. Although Limitless Sword Saint had left behind a wisp of his soul for Lin Ling, the former Limitless Sword Saint was extremely powerful. Even a wisp of his soul was enough for Lin Ling to benefit greatly. There were all sorts of ancient martial arts, pills, and so forth. It was like a library as vast as the sea. The limit of this library was just below the number 1 person of the 7 profound martial house master. Among the pills that Lin Ling refined, there were some that strengthened the body. There were also 7 revolution awakening pills. At the very least, Yu and the others would be able to display their potential. At that time, they would have the qualifications to step into the Rainforest Holy Land. Without a solid foundation, going to the Rainforest Holy Land was useless. This world was very large. Before, Lin Ling thought that when a martial artist cultivated, they would constantly absorb the world's spiritual energy and turn it into their own. But now, he knew that the body was the foundation. Only with a solid foundation could one go further. Luckily, Lin Ling had accidentally strengthened his body. He had opened the 8 inner gates, forged his bones, tempered his blood, and strengthened his organs. This had made his foundation incomparably solid. In his memories, if one's foundation was not solid before the King's Spirit Realm, then even if they broke through to the King's Spirit Realm, they would not be able to go far. On this day, Lin Ling walked out. In the Extreme Ice Temple, everyone was gathered there. Right now, Lin Ling was the Cloud Sea King of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Lord of Extreme Ice. It meant that he was sitting on two kingdoms. Everyone looked at the spirited youth and smiled with gratification. It was because of this youth's existence that they could cultivate peacefully and not be humiliated by external enemies. Lin Ling also smiled and took out a large amount of pills. At the same time, he expressed his thoughts. If Yu and the others also wanted to go to the Rainforest Holy Land, they had to have a solid foundation before going. The time was 1 year later. As for his grandfather and the others, they were older, and their martial Dao path was a foregone conclusion. Hence, Lin Ling just wanted them to improve their strength. 1 year later, huh? Alright, you go to the Rainforest Holy Land first. We will look for you then. Yu, Heavenly Concubine, and Yuer, and the other girls all smiled. They were looking forward to going to the Sacred Martial Arts Hall 1 year later. Perhaps, this youth's name would have already shaken the sacred ground. Old Man Huayong also smiled and said, Lin Ling, we will treat each other as equals in the future. Furthermore, which martial arts hall do you intend to go to when you go to the Rainforest Holy Land? As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes narrowed. The arrogant old man from the Cloud Auction House was actually talking to Lin Ling as an equal? Lin Ling was also very surprised. However, Old Man Huayong wasn't surprised. He just smiled and didn't explain. Geniuses couldn't be measured with common sense. In the future, Lin Ling would definitely surpass him. Hence, he treated Lin Ling as equals. Furthermore, he was already used to such things in the Rainforest Holy Land. That place was a place where miracles were created. It was very common for the new generation of geniuses to replace the old generation of experts. Lin Ling didn't ask further and just nodded. Chapter 481. Great Heavenly Dragon Pier, I plan to go to the 7 Profound Martial House. Lin Ling smiled, causing everyone's complexion to change. It had to be known that Lin Ling had just killed a disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House, and now he was actually going to the 7 Profound Martial House? This. Old Man Huayong was also surprised. Lin Ling was fearless and fearless. The more difficult the challenge, the more he would welcome it. Lin Ling smiled and said, rest assured, although that place is sacred and has countless talents, I will be stronger than them. His smile was brilliant and full of confidence, causing those who were worried to smile. This young man was always full of confidence, and he was brave enough to move forward without fear of any challenge. 3 days from now, I will first go to the Rainforest Holy Land. But before I leave, I will also help you increase your strength. After Lin Ling smiled, he slowly said, I will help you learn several first-grade King Step martial arts. There are Moon Shadow Flower Cut, Evil King 7 Shadow Steps, and Mortal Fist. King Step martial arts? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. These were powerful martial arts that only existed in the Rainforest Holy Land. Moreover, these martial arts seemed very familiar. That's right, they were the martial arts that Lin Xuanwu had used in his battle with Lin Ling. Lin Ling had learned them? You only fought once, and you learned them? You are really abnormal. Old Man Huayong roared. He came from the Rainforest Holy Land, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to learn King Step martial arts. These martial arts, what realm have you reached in your cultivation? Old Man Huayong asked again. There were 4 realms in cultivating King Step martial arts. Small success, large success, perfection, and subtle. These represented one's proficiency in the martial arts. Perfection. Lin Ling nodded, causing Old Man Huayong's body to stiffen. He had only fought once, and not only had he learned them, but he had also cultivated them to the perfection realm. This Lin Ling's perception was too terrifying. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He didn't take credit for this. He knew that this was because of the remnant soul of the limitless sword saint, which allowed him to be familiar with the martial arts of the seven profound martial house. Of course, because it was a remnant soul, there were many powerful martial arts that Lin Ling had to see before he could recall them. 3 days later, Lin Ling embarked on the journey alone. Is mother there? Rainforest sacred land, here I come. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the handsome horse carried the youth and they left together. This time, he would step into the world of geniuses. However, not only was the youth not afraid, he even had a confident smile on his face. Time passed by quietly. The young man crossed rivers and mountains. Along the way, he saw experts from all over the place and the scenery of different regions. A month later, he finally arrived at the upper 3 regions. That was the Rain Sea. He had to cross the Rain Sea in order to reach the rainforest sacred land. In the upper 3 regions Great Tian Long Country's dock, at this moment, there was a surging tide of people. Looking carefully, most of them were youths, about 16 to 20 years old. Each and every one of them was full of vigor and vitality. The worst of them were at the late heavenly spirit realm, and the strongest were at the early king's spirit realm. The 7 profound martial house recruits disciples once a year, and they must be under 20 years old. If you miss this time, then you will have to wait until next year. There are so many youths going to the 7 profound martial house this year, but I think that most of them will be eliminated. Who do you think you are? You're only at the late heavenly spirit realm. What qualifications do you have to judge others? The youths were all hot-blooded and full of fighting spirit. As they boarded the ship, they saw each other as an eyesore. Pang pang pang. Some of the weaker youths were taught a lesson and sent tumbling into the sea. This caused many of the young boys and girls to laugh with disdain. If one wanted to go to the rainforest sacred land, they had to take a ship. Therefore, all the geniuses of the 100 domains would gather here. The winds and clouds would surge, and the geniuses would gather. However, there were always some arrogant and proud young geniuses who couldn't see through themselves. They thought that if they were famous in their hometown, then they would be famous in this gathering place of geniuses. But in the end, they could only suffer. At this time, another youth arrived at the dock. He carried a massive greatsword on his back and wore a long blue and white robe. He had a travel-worn appearance, but he was handsome and tall. After he arrived at the dock, he attracted the attention of many young girls. Of course, because he was a new face, he also attracted the disdain of the geniuses of the upper 3 regions. Hey, this great sword is very mighty, and it looks extraordinary. It belongs to me. A youth with acne on his face lightly said. Weida, this guy is bullying the newcomers. Looking at this youth, many people shook their heads. This youth called Weida had a good reputation in the upper 3 regions. He was at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, and was one of the most promising geniuses to enter the 7 profound martial house. There are so many people. Are we going to take a ship to the 7 profound martial house from here? However, the countless youths were waiting to watch a good show. But the blue and white-robed youth was indifferent, his eyes looking at the vast sea in front of him. Are you ignoring my words? Weida frowned. Many people could see that he was dissatisfied. It's fine if he's nameless, but he doesn't even give face to Weida. Another guy is going to suffer. The crowd was talking, but the youth called Weida proudly said, "Leave your sword behind and go soak in the sea. Without my order, you are not allowed to come up." Are you talking to me? The blue and white-robed youth finally turned his head and spoke softly, causing the surrounding youths to narrow their eyes. This fellow had only just heard Weida's words. This young man was too arrogant. You're very good. I've been waiting at the dock for so long, and you are the first person who dares to ignore me. Weida was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed in anger. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. His spirit body was not weak, and had almost reached the second grade. It was the Vajra king body. It was said that if one had a deep understanding of this king body, they could transform into a 100,000-foot golden body, invulnerable to swords and spears. It was extremely fierce. Vajra divine palm. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A terrifying golden light bloomed like a giant golden palm, and then shot towards the blue and white-robed youth. You overestimate yourself, you're going to lose face. The surrounding youths smiled faintly. Most of them were from the 18th upper 3 regions. Their bloodlines were ancient, and their family backgrounds were extremely deep. Since they were young, apart from the upper 3 regions, the upper 3 regions was the sacred land of the rainforest. Therefore, they had heard of each other before, and naturally knew of Veda. As for the blue and white-robed youth, they had never heard of him. They guessed that he was from the middle 3 regions. Unfortunately, they had never been to such a place because it was too low class. I haven't even reached the sacred land of the rainforest, and the genius I've met is already very strong. The blue and white-robed youth murmured to himself. This was indeed the case. His opponent was about the same age as him, but his cultivation was at the peak of the sky spirit realm, and his innate king body seemed to be very powerful. He had met such an opponent before, and it was the number 1 genius of the middle 3 regions, Lin Xuanwu. The difference between the two was that Lin Xuanwu had a king stage martial art, while the youth in front of him had an even more powerful innate king body. Of course, although he was powerful, he was still a bit weak in front of the youth in front of him. Secular fist, no regrets in the secular world. A fist blooming with red light struck out, and ripples rolled out, causing the eyes of the surrounding people to light up. This nameless youth didn't seem to be weak. Bang! The fist and palm collided, and an invisible shockwave rippled out. The surrounding youths formed a spiritual shield to protect themselves, but they still looked over curiously. Chapter 482. Boarding the ship, he actually blocked Wei Da's palm. Everyone was surprised, extremely surprised. Wei Da had a nearly second-grade king body talent, and his strength surpassed the nameless youth's by an entire boundary. Yet, he was only able to tie. Bang! At this moment, the power of a king-step martial art erupted. The light of the mortal world shrouded the area like smoke, and then a figure smashed into the sea like a meteor. With a splash, the sound of waves caused the hearts of the youths to jump. As they looked over, their faces were suddenly filled with excitement. Wei Da had lost. How was this possible? That martial arts aura was even stronger than Wei Da's Vajra divine palm. It seemed to be a king-step martial art. A youth recalled and sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone's pupils constricted. A king-step martial art was said to be a martial art that only the 7 profound martial house possessed. Now, it had actually appeared before their eyes. A genius from the upper 3 realms. You seem to have a proud background, but your strength seems to be a bit weak. At this moment, an indifferent voice floated out from the blue and white-robed youth's mouth, causing everyone to be even more silent. Splash! In the sea, Wei Da swam back, his face extremely ugly. He had been beaten into the water, and had been humiliated just like the other geniuses. Before I leave, you are not allowed to come up. At this moment, the blue and white-robed youth's voice sounded out again. You dare to make me soak in the water? Wei Da roared. He was unwilling. He was a genius from the upper 3 realms. He had wanted to go to the 7 profound martial house to shine, but on the way there he had lost to a genius from another region. This had caused his heart of martial arts to become timid and weak. You can refuse, but I cannot guarantee your fate. The blue and white-robed youth lightly said. His eyes stared straight at Wei Da, causing Wei Da's heart to tremble. What a cold aura. Was this nameless youth hiding his strength when he fought with him? When you fought with me, you only used 50% of your strength. I admit defeat, I will soak in the water. Without another word, Weida was so humiliated that he didn't dare to go ashore again. He had a feeling that this year's 7 Profound Martial House recruitment test was filled with geniuses, and now there was one more. 50%? The surrounding youth's pupils constricted. This blue and white-robed youth was too fierce. When had the middle 3 realms produced such a terrifying genius? 50%? The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled into a slight smile. Earlier, he'd only been able to utilize 30% of his strength at most. Of course, he wasn't arrogant. After all, that young man called Weida wasn't the strongest genius, and was only an ordinary member. And with so many people here, there must be even more powerful geniuses hiding here. It was just that they disdained to associate with ordinary geniuses, so they were hiding their strength and trump cards. Interesting. Although Weida isn't strong, his strength is ranked in the middle among this batch of disciples. He defeated him with 50% of his strength. That little fellow in the blue and white robe can barely enter my eyes. I'm still a little weak. Against Weida, my strength can make him lose in shame. As expected, there were indeed many powerful geniuses hidden far away from the dock. They came from the upper 3 regions and could be said to be favored by the heavens. Since young, they had received guidance from their elders and accumulated endless cultivation resources. Their goal was to enter the rainforest sacred land. If he could make a name for himself in the rainforest, then he would stand at the peak of the 100 territories. The ship is here. Right at this moment, a shout sounded out. Ahead, an enormous dragon ship sailed over in a grandiose manner. The rumbling sound was like thunder, and its speed was extremely fast. If it didn't stop, it would crash through the dock and even the great Sky Dragon Kingdom. This ship is heading to the rainforest sacred land. Young men who are about to board the ship, get ready. Right at this moment, a loud and clear voice sounded out. A man with red hair leaped out from the dragon ship and floated above the sea, and he lightly pushed with his right hand. Rumble. A dazzling blue light screen appeared in his palm, and the imposing dragon ship was actually forcefully suppressed and stopped at the side of the dock for a moment. What terrifying strength! That is the true intent of water. All the young geniuses gasped and restrained their arrogance. They knew that there would always be someone better than them. That mysterious ship watcher surely came from the rainforest sacred land. Get on the ship. That red-haired middle-aged man also stopped at the dock. An iron chain was connected to the dock, and he quietly watched all the young men board the dock. Thank you, Senior. Chapter 483. Disdain. Everyone was shocked. This was the first genius youth that the red-haired middle-aged man praised. Even though this didn't represent everything, the red-haired middle-aged man was strong and could see the potential and talent of these geniuses. The youth called Lan Feng had an ugly expression. He had only received a compliment from the red-haired middle-aged man. Young Master Zuemo is really strong, and he is so cold, so handsome. After the crowd was shocked, some young girls let out sounds of admiration, hoping to attract Zuemo's attention. Unfortunately, Zuemo didn't even look at them. His gaze was on a young girl in a blue dress in the distance. That young girl was like a daughter of heaven, standing silently in the distance. No one dared to approach her. It was as though her background and talent could only be admired and could not be blasphemed. Tang Yu, the little princess of the Tang Empire, has also come. Many people clearly recognized the young girl, and the admiration in their eyes grew. The Tang Empire was a famous empire in the upper 3 regions. It had a long history, and the entire empire was filled with the strongest. It was extremely famous in the 100 regions. The little princess of the Tang Empire also had terrifying talent, a second-grade king body, and was in the early stages of the king's spirit realm. What was most frightening was that it was said that the little princess had 30% martial essence. Martial essence was above king-level martial arts. It depended on luck and comprehension. Normal geniuses could only cultivate king-level martial arts. True geniuses could comprehend martial essence. Everyone looked at Tang Yu, but Tang Yu seemed to be familiar with this kind of attention. Her presence was indifferent as she walked lightly towards the metal chain. Light bloomed, and there was the sound of a peacock soaring. Then everyone heard the red-haired middle-aged man nod in satisfaction. Good, good, good. Good. 3 was good. Without a doubt, of the youths that boarded this time, the little princess of the Tang Empire was the most dazzling. Of course, her beauty and talent were gathered together, so no one was jealous, only admiring and admiring. Little Princess Tang Yu, ranked 4th in the upper 3 regions, you deserve this. You deserve it. Zhou Emo smiled faintly and looked at Tang Yu. He seemed to want to curry favor with Tang Yu, but Tang Yu's exquisite chin nodded slightly and didn't say anything. This made Zhou Emo slightly embarrassed. Lan Feng felt slightly embarrassed. He was a youth with an elegant bearing, but he was below a female. Even more importantly, that female had nodded at Zhou Emo, but she didn't even look at him. His heart was in a bad mood. His gaze wandered and suddenly fell on a young man in a blue and white robe on the dock. He immediately frowned. He saw that the young man was actually smiling. Everyone had looks of admiration on their faces, but only that young man was smiling. Was he mocking him? Are you qualified to laugh at me? A cold voice drifted out from Blue Maple's mouth, causing all the youths to look at the youth in blue and white robes. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He was indeed laughing earlier, but he wasn't laughing at Blue Maple. He was only shocked by the strength of the 100 Territories geniuses. These youths were around the same age as him, but they had all reached the king's spirit realm. Moreover, their talent was not weak, and their martial arts foundation was extremely deep. This filled him with anticipation, so he smiled confidently. However, the others thought that he was mocking Blue Maple. Moreover, Blue Maple didn't receive Tang Yu's attention and seemed to be very dissatisfied, so he vented the anger in his heart and didn't allow others to laugh. This was too overbearing. You think too highly of yourself. I'm mocking you? I don't have the leisure to do that, and you are not qualified for me to mock you. The other party was aggressive. Even if Lin Ling wanted to keep a low profile, he wouldn't take this lying down. What? The surrounding youths were surprised. This youth in blue and white actually dared to talk back. Although he had defeated Wei Da earlier, Wei Da's strength was only average in the upper 3 regions, while Blue Maple was 8th. You're very bold. Blue Maple was stunned for a moment, then he laughed out of anger. He had never seen that youth before. He guessed that he was a martial artist from the middle 3 regions or the lower 3 regions. Moreover, he had made a name for himself in those places, so he was arrogant and thought that he could look down on the geniuses of the upper 3 regions. He simply couldn't see through himself. Young man, let me remind you. Do you know why the geniuses of the upper 3 regions are ranked differently from the middle 3 regions? Next to Lin Ling, a youth said with a smile. He could also see that Lin Ling seemed to be unfamiliar with the geniuses of the upper 3 regions. Lin Ling shook his head. He really didn't know. Because the middle 3 regions are not qualified to be ranked in the circle of geniuses of the upper 3 regions. However, the geniuses of the middle 3 regions are not reconciled, so they created a genius ranking to prove their strength. However, this is just a joke. The youth explained. It turned out that the middle 3 regions were not qualified to be ranked, and their genius ranking had no authority. The geniuses of the upper 3 regions were not valued at all. Lin Ling nodded, but he was still puzzled as to why the youth next to him would explain for him. After all, he didn't care about the genius ranking of the middle three regions. So what if he was first or last? You said so much to prove that the geniuses of the upper three regions are stronger, and the geniuses of the middle three regions, no matter what rank they are all trash in your eyes. Lin Ling asked. That's right, I just want you to have some self-awareness. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you are ranked in the middle three regions. The youth laughed. Is there a difference? To me, any ranking is fake. Strength is everything. What does the first and second place of the upper three regions have to do with me? Sigh. Lin Ling lightly shook his head, causing the youth's face to stiffen. He had said so much to let Lin Ling know the power of the geniuses of the upper three regions and make Lin Ling feel inferior. But who would have thought that Lin Ling didn't care at all? According to your words, I am the same as you? I don't care what kind of genius you are in the middle three regions, but in my eyes, do you have the qualifications to stand side by side with me? You don't even have the qualifications to board the ship. Lu Maple still didn't get angry. With so many people watching, if he got angry at the trash of the middle three regions, it was the same as lowering his status. Maybe. Sigh. Lin Ling shook his head, too lazy to say anything more, and walked step by step towards the metal chain. Everyone looked mockingly at Lin Ling, wanting to see the moment when Lin Ling would lose face. Zuemo smiled at Tang Yu and said, no matter where, there are always clowns who don't know their own strength. Little Princess Tang Yu, don't take this kind of person to heart. They just want to use us geniuses to make a name for themselves. Sigh. He was looking for a chance to get close to Tang Yu, so he said that Lin Ling didn't fear Lu Maple in public because he wanted to make a name for himself. However, how could this kind of action move a true genius? In the end, he would only end up losing face. Tang Yu nodded and didn't express any opinion. She only looked curiously at the youth in blue and white robes. For some reason, she had a feeling that the youth wasn't deliberately mystifying things, but a kind of true indifference and indifference. This youth didn't care about the geniuses of the upper three regions? This intuition made her feel very amused, but she was also very curious. Shall we board the ship? Sigh. The red-haired middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently. He wasn't surprised at all by the competition between the geniuses. This kind of thing happened every year. However, the little guy in front of him was only in the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm, barely qualified to step into the rainforest sacred land. He didn't understand why he was so confident before. Chapter 484. Monster Rumble. The rules were the same as before. The red-haired middle-aged man's invisible aura pressed down. In the next moment, his pupils constricted as he sensed that the young man's king body was unfathomable. Most importantly, an ancient martial art was also released. The young man seemed to know a lot of king stage martial arts. Interesting. Ha! The red-haired middle-aged man laughed in his heart. His aura rose again. However, the young man was not willing to be inferior. A terrifying soul force and spirit energy came back. King body is very strong, martial arts foundation is very strong, physical foundation is very solid, and even soul force is very condensed. How did this little guy cultivate? The red-haired middle-aged man was shocked. A martial artist's cultivation was actually a race against time. Some geniuses had strong martial arts foundations but weak physical foundations. Some geniuses had strong foundations but had no time to comprehend martial arts. There were very few people who were perfect in every aspect, but this young man could be said to be perfect. Again. Ha! The red-haired middle-aged man was excited. He was responsible for taking the geniuses to the rainforest sacred land, but it had been a long time since he had met such a terrifying genius. Senior, you used the aura of an early king spirit realm cultivator against them, but you used the aura of a mid-king spirit realm cultivator against me. This is a bit unfair. Ha! At this moment, the young man's calm voice sounded, causing the red-haired middle-aged man's pupils to constrict. He wanted to see where the limit of the young man's talent was. The young man's aura kept rising, which was different from the usual rules. Using the aura of a mid-heavenly spirit realm cultivator against a little guy made him feel a bit embarrassed. Their auras collided in the blink of an eye, and no one noticed it at all. Many people only saw that Lin Ling seemed to stay longer than the other geniuses, which made them laugh disdainfully. Daring to provoke the geniuses of the upper three realms like this? Pa! At this moment, Lin Ling finally took a step forward, causing the smiles on the crowd's faces to stiffen. This young man seemed to have the qualifications to board the ship. However, this was just the beginning. Amazing! Ha! The soft voice was filled with shock, which heavily smashed into the hearts of the geniuses. There was no good word. There was only one word, amazing. But these two words represented the blue and white-robed youth's talent. He was above all of them. Amazing. Ha! However, the evaluation wasn't over yet. Shocked voices rang out once again, causing the eyes of all the geniuses to narrow. 2 consecutive, amazing. You're able to withstand my aura of the King Spirit Realm with your strength at the late stage of the Sky Spirit Realm. Your potential is very frightening. The red-haired middle-aged man said solemnly. This was what shocked him the most. He was only in the late stage of the Sky Spirit Realm, 2 levels lower than the previous geniuses, but his overall combat strength and potential were stronger than theirs. This blue and white-robed youth could be called a monster. How is that possible? Lan Feng's pupils constricted. His strength wasn't comparable to the red-haired middle-aged man's, so naturally, he couldn't sense how terrifying Lin Ling was. In his eyes, the blue-white-robed youth was only at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm, and his innate talent was only at the 1st grade. But, he was still above his head. Senior, did you go easy on him? Zuomo also said, anger blooming in his eyes. Before, he had disdainfully commented on Lin Ling, but now, Lin Ling had given him a silent slap. He didn't have the right to comment. But at the same time, a voice beside him said, the red-haired senior has been in charge of accepting geniuses from various regions for decades. He wouldn't go easy on him. What surprised me the most was that when the first genius arrived last year, the red-haired senior only gave 3 good reviews at most. But this time, he said amazing twice in a row, and the last one was even more frightening. The voice floated out of Tang Yu's mouth. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were looking at Lin Ling, full of surprise. She didn't know how Lin Ling was strong, but she knew that the red-haired middle-aged man wouldn't lie. Maybe he used some treasure to bribe Senior. Blue Maple and Zuomo's expressions were ugly. They didn't believe it at all. If the red-haired middle-aged man wasn't here, they would have already taught Lin Ling a lesson and see if Lin Ling was really above them. Especially Zuomo, the fire of jealousy in his heart was boiling. Previously, he had been trying to curry favor with Tang Yu, but Tang Yu only replied politely. However, facing the blue and white-robed youth, Tang Yu took the initiative to speak. The geniuses on the docks were still shocked. Suddenly, many people looked at Blue Maple, and then secretly laughed. Previously, Blue Maple had been so arrogant, saying that the blue and white-robed youth wasn't qualified to stand side by side with him, but the blue and white-robed youth didn't care, only saying, maybe. But the result now was not a matter of standing side by side, but that the blue and white-robed youth was above Blue Maple's head. Blue Maple naturally understood this layer of meaning, and his expression was ugly to the extreme. Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the people around him. He calmly boarded the boat, then found a corner and sat down cross-legged. Rumble. Not long after, all the geniuses boarded the dragon boat. The dragon boat sailed in the sea at the speed of the wind. The fierce wind blew the sails, but no wind or waves could be felt on the boat. This boat was very large, hundreds of meters long, and made of steel, riding the wind and breaking the waves majestically. Titanic may not be as big as this boat, and it's so fast. Lin Ling stood on the side of the boat, a little surprised. This world's entertainment was weaker than the previous world, but it surpassed the previous world in other aspects. An ape-like fish? In front of them, the waves rose to the sky, as if there was a storm at all times. In the soaring waves, Lin Ling vaguely saw a monster with the upper body of an ape and the lower body of a fish. The monster rode the wind and waves, staring at the dragon boat with its red eyes, as if it wanted to swallow the dragon boat. However, it seemed to have sensed that there were strong people on the dragon boat, so it finally dived into the water. Even the monster is so powerful. The sacred land of the rainforest, I'm looking forward to it. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He was finally going to step into the palace of martial arts, but he knew that it was just the beginning. One day, when he could fly freely in the sacred land of martial arts, he would be one step closer to the top of the clouds in this world. He couldn't help but recall everything when he first came to this world. At that time, he was blind. Later, he cleared Huoleitang's name, returned to the Fire Ancient Clan, the battle of the 8 clans in the outer city, and the battle of the kings in the inner city. Everything was like a dream. If it was in the previous world, Lin Ling would definitely not be able to do such a pioneering work. Perhaps he would just be an ordinary member of the masses. But here, he was galloping on a horse and ruling the world. It was a wonderful feeling, but it also made people yearn for it. Then, he sat down cross-legged and sensed the aura in his dantian. At this moment, in the center of his heavenly spirit origin core, there were 4,000 vermilion birds' flames, which were the 4 elements true fire. When he was facing the red-haired middle-aged man, he used 10% of the vermilion birds' flames to successfully board the boat. Outside the heavenly spirit origin core, there was the spiritual chi of the world-purifying demonic fire. At this moment, it was like a demonic dragon, revolving around the heavenly spirit origin core. That woman's king body is a peacock, which is very rare. Lin Ling looked at the girl in the blue dress in the distance and knew that she was the strongest person on this boat. Chapter 485. She caught up with him. I don't know. Have they awakened? Lin Ling smiled as he thought about the girls in the cloud region. He didn't bring Yu and the others because he wanted to build a solid foundation for Yu and the others so that they could go further in the future. Hence, everyone agreed to meet in the rainforest sacred ground 1 year later. At this moment, in the extreme ice palace in the cloud region, the second prince and the others had already left and returned to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Only Yu and the other girls were left behind. They were now soaking in a blood-red pool. If there was a man here, the scene in the pool would make him vomit blood and run away. Yu, you've awakened. Right at this moment, a surprised voice sounded. The other girls all looked at Yu. In the pool, her long black hair was dripping wet and draped over her shoulders. Her jade-like cheeks were dripping with water. She was as elegant and refined as a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. Her lively eyes were slightly closed, and her long eyelashes occasionally fluttered, making her look as beautiful as a fairy and as pure as an angel. Looking down, the girl's proud twin peaks had just emerged from the water. They glowed with a seductive light and aroused the most primitive desires. However, at the same time, the girl's body glowed with a warm light. On her smooth back, the mark of a peacock appeared. The peacock spread its tail, and there were actually 9,999 feathers. She's awakened. I didn't expect Yuyu's bloodline to be so extraordinary. The heavenly concubine was the first one to awaken her monarch body. At this moment, one of her eyes was black and the other was white. It was as if she had seen something. However, an innate suppressive aura swept over her. She could sense that Yuyu's monarch body was above hers. Yuyu, you're so mysterious. Yu Man Yun, and Yuer, and the others were also surprised. There was a smile in their eyes. They were happy for Yuyu. Not everyone could unleash the full power of the 7 transformations awakening pill. This pill could only awaken the monarch physique hidden within one's bloodline. At the very least, An Yuer and Qin Xiaolan had yet to awaken their monarch physique. After a long time, the light around Yuyu's body receded. Her long eyelashes fluttered and she finally opened her eyes. Her face was a bit blank, as if awakening her bloodline had caused many things to appear in her mind. Peacock King. Yuyu muttered to herself, causing the other girls to be shocked. However, when they asked about it in detail, they realized that Yuyu didn't know much at the moment. For the first awakening, there are many things that you won't understand for the time being. As time passes, you will become more familiar with your king physique. The heavenly concubine explained. Several young girls walked out of the pool. Their long and slender legs were wet with water droplets, causing people to have wild and fanciful thoughts. Yuyu has also awakened, but we still haven't. We've only opened the 8 gates, bone forging, blood tempering, and organ strengthening. Our foundations are already solid, but our monarch physique is still ordinary. Yu Man Yun sighed. Don't be discouraged, everyone. The effects of the 7 transformations awakening pill sometimes don't appear immediately. Perhaps, after some time, you will also awaken your monarch physique. The heavenly concubine consoled. Yu Man Yun, An Yuer, and Qin Xiaolan's faces darkened. They didn't have much confidence in themselves. Sister, you will definitely awaken. Yuyu also consoled. She was the youngest among the girls, but at this moment, as she grew older, she became even more slender and elegant. She was like a green lotus on a snowy mountain peak, pure and clean. I plan to go out and train. An Yuer pondered for a moment and raised her head. If a martial artist wanted to break through the bottleneck, they had to experience life and death and travel the world. This was indispensable. Lin Ling is getting stronger and stronger. We always become his burden every time. It makes me feel guilty. I also want to help him. I don't want him to get further and further away from me. I will go with you. Yu Man Yun also said firmly. The young man had saved her from the hands of countless people back then. He had even defeated Sheng Fifan for her. She remembered this kindness in her heart, so she wanted to become stronger. She wanted to catch up to the young man. The outside world is even crueler. If the two of you go, then. The heavenly concubine was a little worried. She was the smartest among the girls, so she knew more things. Break and rebuild. Maybe there will be other opportunities outside that can make us stronger. Sister heavenly concubine, let us go. An Yuer looked at the heavenly concubine and said. The heavenly concubine finally nodded her head. Everyone had their own martial path and their own world, so the heavenly concubine didn't stop them. Moreover, she knew that if Lin Ling was here, he wouldn't stop them. Lin Ling didn't like girls who had no sense of self. Okay, good luck. The heavenly concubine waved her small fist and said, making the girls laugh. Sister heavenly concubine, I want to go too. At this moment, Yuyu's sweet voice sounded. Her beautiful eyes looked at the heavenly concubine and said. All this time, she had watched Lin Ling fight all over the world and become stronger constantly to protect them. Therefore, she also wanted to experience the outside world. at least she would know how difficult Lin Ling grew up. Okay, since we've already missed the Rainforest Holy Land's disciple recruitment this year, we'll go next year. During this year, we'll go out and explore. Yu, I'll go with you. The heavenly concubine smiled and stretched out her fist. Yu was stunned for a moment. Then, she smiled and clenched her small hand into a fist, bumping it against the heavenly concubine's fist. We'll form a group of 2 and go out to train. 1 year later, we'll go back to the Rainforest Holy Land. The girls all laughed. Only Qin Xiaolan shook her head. She planned to stay in the Fire Ancient clan and help the Fire Ancient clan. Young people should go out and explore. Go, Ling Er's world is in that sky. You'll catch up to him. Grandpa doesn't have anything to give you. I can only give you my blessings. At this moment, an old voice sounded. It was Ancestor Taiyan. Then, Elder Wu also appeared. They looked at the younger generation with gratification. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Grandma Wu. We'll become stronger and catch up to Lin Ling. The girls all smiled and said. Their smiles were like the spring breeze, making the small courtyard even more beautiful. There was only one voice in their hearts. 1 year later, they'll gather at the Rainforest Holy Land. The dragon boat was still breaking through the waves. On the boat, a large number of geniuses waited quietly. They were excited and expectant. That blue-white robed youth is so powerful. Powerful? He's only in the late stage of the sky spirit realm. Who knows what tricks he used to board the boat? Maybe he used some treasure to bribe the red-haired senior. Probably not, but I think he's very handsome. He's even colder than Zuo. After waiting for a while, the gazes of the geniuses all fell on the corner. The blue-white robed youth was calmly cultivating. His face was as calm as an ancient well. He wasn't affected by the gossip around him. Previously, the youth had shocked everyone and received the highest praise from the red-haired senior. They couldn't see anything special about the youth, so many people were dissatisfied. Of course, there were also some young girls who were secretly staring at the young girl. Chapter 486. The Hidden Test, Just Trash. If it wasn't for the red-haired elder, who would have taught him a lesson already. One of the youths was slightly jealous. He stared at the youth in the distance with a proud gaze, and at the same time, his aura quietly attacked. You dare to cultivate? I'll let you go mad. That aura turned into a small knife and shot out. Many people on the ship saw this scene, but they didn't stop it, especially Zuo and Lan Feng. They were gloating. Bang! However, just as the Ling Qi knife approached the blue and white robed youth, a terrifying aura was released, and the knife instantly collapsed. Puff! At the same time, the youth who attacked him spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. That person also noticed his sneak attack while he was cultivating. His reaction was terrifying. Clearly, he had rich battle experience. Who dares to harass me? Die! A cold voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing the faces of the geniuses to turn ugly. This blue and white robed youth was so domineering. Get off! At the same time, a cold voice sounded. The youth who attacked him was grabbed by an invisible hand and thrown off the ship. He was swallowed by the endless sea. I don't care about the grudges between you, but on my ship, no one is allowed to attack. If you violate this rule, the consequence is to be thrown off the ship. The cold voice sounded again. It was the red-haired middle-aged man. His words made the geniuses not dare to act rashly. Zuo and Lan Feng frowned. It seemed that if they wanted to teach that youth a lesson, they could only do it in the rainforest sacred land. Indifferent. If he's not pretending, then he must have experienced many battles. However, He's only in the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm, and his aura seems to be of the first-grade king physique. Why does the red-haired elder think that he's the #1 genius on the ship? Tang Yu's curious gaze was fixed on Lin Ling. If it wasn't for Lin Ling being so cold and distant, she would have asked him. Her words made Zhou Mo and Lan Feng very uncomfortable. Just a trash in the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm, he had the qualifications to be the #1 genius on the ship? Alright, we've arrived at the 9-headed Dragon King's territory. Sit tight and don't get thrown off the ship, or I won't save you. At this time, the red-haired middle-aged man's voice sounded again, but it made many people confused. Roar! At this moment, the sea began to churn, and the rain from the sky was like arrows. Looking ahead, under the gray sky, the shadow of a huge demonic beast appeared. Sea Demon, 9-headed Dragon King. Roar! A roar was heard, causing the waves to explode. The hearts of countless youths trembled. What a terrifying demonic beast! All the youngsters came to the bow of the ship and looked into the distance. They were curious and excited. At the bow of the ship, the red-haired middle-aged man looked behind him and realized that many of the youngsters were not afraid of the 9-headed Dragon King. Their gazes were filled with battle intent. Yes, there are many good seedlings in this batch of geniuses. The red-haired middle-aged man nodded, but then said, however, those who can last until the end are the best. Roar! The terrifying roar resounded once again. The 9-headed Dragon King was getting closer and closer. At the same time, a large number of geniuses at the bow of the ship turned pale. They were forced to take a few steps back. Some geniuses with weaker foundation even fell to the ground with a plop. Gradually, there were only 4 people left. They were Lin Ling, Tang Yu, Zhou Mo, and Lan Feng. The 4 of them are so powerful. Their auras are on par with the 9-headed Dragon King. The geniuses were shocked and envious. Tang Yu and the other 2 were geniuses in the upper 3 domains. Therefore, it was normal for them to not be afraid of the 9-headed Dragon King's aura. However, Lin Ling surprised many. Tang Yu quietly looked to her side and realized that the blue and white-robed youngster was looking into the distance. Not only was he not afraid, his battle intent was boiling. Moreover, she could faintly see that there was a flame burning in his deep eyes. The youngster seemed to want to fight the 9-headed Dragon King. Tang Yu's heart trembled. This youngster's martial heart seemed to be fearless. He's just trying to be mysterious. Lan Feng and Zhou Mo said with disdain. However, in reality, the terrifying sea demon was getting closer and closer. Its aura made them feel like taking a step back. Didn't you want to fight before? Now there's a chance. This 9-headed Dragon King can be considered a demon king in the Rain Sea. Next, I will severely injure it. Whoever can kill it will be rewarded with 50,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. The red-haired middle-aged man's smiling voice could be heard. He wanted to see how powerful the geniuses on this ship were. All right. The geniuses instantly became excited. Even though they were a little afraid, they also wanted to show off a little and prove their strength. Moreover, there was a reward. Tang Yu and the other 2 nodded. Lan Feng looked at Lin Ling indifferently and snorted, "Previously, you seem to have bribed the red-haired senior and deceived all of us. Now, if you have the ability, attack." "That's right. If it wasn't for the red-haired senior, we would have taught you a lesson. However, even though we can easily defeat you, we won't bully you. Next, let's play." Zhou Mo also sneered. Lin Ling didn't even look at the 2 of them and said indifferently, "Are the geniuses of the upper 3 regions all frogs at the bottom of a well? Don't be too arrogant." Both Zhou Mo and Lan Feng were furious. This youngster said that they were frogs at the bottom of a well. "You are the arrogant ones. I have never provoked you. Just because I smiled, you thought that I was mocking you. Just because the red-haired senior gave you a better evaluation, you want to prove yourselves. How boring. Lin Ling still looked ahead and shook his head indifferently. His tone was extremely relaxed, with disdain and even contempt. Especially the last sentence, how boring. This was simply a great humiliation to Zhou Mo and Lan Feng's self-esteem. He's out. At this moment, the red-haired middle-aged man said in a low voice. His body exploded, turning into endless waves that attacked the front. Rumble. A great battle erupted in front of them. The red-haired middle-aged man was facing the nine-headed Dragon King alone. One had to know that the nine-headed Dragon King was at the peak of the King's spirit realm. Without a certain level of strength, who would dare to face him? Such terrifying strength. The red-haired middle-aged man is like the king of the water. All the geniuses were frightened. The martial artist from the rainforest Holy Land was indeed powerful. True meaning of water, at least 50%, and his king physique is third grade. Lin Ling was also surprised. The red-haired middle-aged man was indeed very powerful. His talent was exceptional, and his cultivation realm was very high. One had to know that every step in the heavenly spirit realm was like climbing a mountain. Countless resources were consumed, not to mention the King's spirit realm. Boom! The great battle lasted for 15 minutes. The nine-headed Dragon King was heavily injured. Then, an endless amount of water mist floated over. The red-haired middle-aged man appeared at the bow of the ship again. The Demon King is heavily injured. Which one of you can try to kill it? But let me remind you, an injured Demon King will be even more violent. The geniuses on the ship were boiling with fighting spirit. Those who could become geniuses mostly had the heart of martial arts. Moreover, now was the time to prove themselves. Why would they be afraid of a battle? I'll do it. A youngster shot out and pounced on the nine-headed Dragon King. Wind Thunder Spear. Chapter 487. Nine-headed Dragon King, it's Qin Lin, a disciple of the upper three regions Qin clan. He has a king body and is good at speed. The crowd exclaimed. That youth was above average in the circle of geniuses in the 100 regions. Obviously, he wanted to take advantage of the nine-headed Dragon King's injury to amaze the world. Roar! The nine-headed Dragon King was getting closer and closer. Only now did the crowd see clearly that it was a nine-headed sea demon. It was as huge as a mountain and could easily overturn rivers and seas. Its body was covered in black scales and emitted the aura of a demon king. Clang! One of the dragon heads collided with the wind thunder spear. A deafening sound was heard, shocking everyone. Just one dragon head was enough to block Qin Lin's spear. One must know that no early-stage King Spirit Realm martial artist could block that spear's power. Retreat! After his strongest attack failed, Qin Lin exploded with terrifying speed and retreated. However, it was still too late. A beam of black ice shot over like a light pillar and froze Qin Lin. Then, a dragon head rushed over and swallowed Qin Lin. He's dead. His attack failed and he retreated too slowly. Many people said regretfully. Even though the nine-headed Dragon King was injured, its strength was still terrifying. I'll do it. Next, each and every one of the geniuses made their moves, releasing their brilliance. However, when they executed their strongest moves, most of them were blocked by the nine-headed Dragon Kings. Some of them managed to escape, while some of them were too slow and were devoured. Let me do it. Finally, Tang Yu made her move. Countless geniuses were looking forward to it. Tang Yu was ranked 4th in the 100 regions and was also the strongest genius on this ship. What would her result be? Peacock treasured vase seal. A delicate shout sounded in the sky. A 9-feathered peacock appeared behind Tang Yu. Countless rays of light in the sky turned into specks of stars and condensed on her delicate palm, causing her palm to emit a sacred light. Martial intent at least 30% and can absorb the rays of light in the sky for her own use. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He was very knowledgeable and could see through Tang Yu's martial arts with a glance. However, although that palm was 30% martial intent, it seemed to be mainly for defense and secondary for offense. Therefore, it couldn't compare to his sword intent and fire intent. Currently, Lin Ling had 40% fire intent and 20% sword intent. These two types of martial intent, one was destruction and the other was sharpness. Seal. The delicate voice rang out again, and a huge palm print pressed out. Rumble. The palm imprints were like the radiance of the sun in the sky. Layers upon layers of palm imprints landed on the nine-headed Dragon King's head. After a few bangs, 2 of the nine-headed Dragon King's heads exploded. Amazing! All the geniuses sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of Tang Yu. As for Tang Yue, he flew back to the ship and smiled at the red-haired middle-aged man. The red-haired middle-aged man nodded his head approvingly. Previously, I roughly tested you. Your talent is ranked 2nd, but your strength is very strong. You are the first to injure the nine-headed Dragon King. Not bad. Previously, boarding the ship was only a test of talent, not a test of strength. But now, it was time to prove their strength. Tang Yu, amazing. The youths all let out sounds of admiration. My turn. Zhuo smiled and leaped forward. He was the 5th strongest genius in the upper 3 realms. He was from the Zhuo clan in the realm of Void Heaven, and was extremely powerful. Eyes of myriad forms. His king physique was extremely rare. It was as if he could see through everything in the world and instantly find the enemy's weakness. Fist of myriad forms. Then, he threw out a punch. It was as if 10,000 elephants were galloping. The power was so great that even the air was torn apart. This punch hit the nine-headed Dragon King's weak point. Boom! Another head of the nine-headed Dragon King exploded, causing the crowd to cheer. What a mysterious king physique. Previously, his right eye turned red and saw through the sea demon's weak point. Then, he attacked. Lin Ling nodded. This king physique was similar to the heavenly concubine, but the heavenly concubine was stronger than him. She could borrow strength to fight strength. Then, Zhuo proudly walked back to the dragon ship, enjoying the admiration of the youths of the same age. My turn. Blue Maple was not to be outdone. His body flew out gracefully. A dazzling blue longbow appeared in his right hand. It was more than 2 meters long. The bow was like a pair of wings, emitting a mysterious light. He was actually a rare archer. Then, he drew the bow and shot out an arrow, piercing through heaven and earth. The attack power of an archer was extremely strong. It was very suitable for catching the enemy off guard and killing with one arrow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrow shadows broke through the air. Every arrow that hit the nine-headed Dragon King's head would explode. The power was very terrifying. Then, the 4th head collapsed. The remaining 5 heads became violent. Carrying a fishy smell, they pounced on Blue Maple. Blue Maple's expression changed, and he anxiously retreated to the dragon ship. In the end, the nine-headed Dragon King was blocked by the red-haired middle-aged man. How is it? Now you know how powerful I am. After Blue Maple returned to the dragon ship, he looked indifferently at Lin Ling. Although he only broke 1 head, at least there were not many geniuses on the ship who could break a head. So he had the right to be proud. He might be surprised by your strength. After all, he's just a junior in the heavenly spirit realm. He doesn't know how powerful a genius in the king's spirit realm is. Zhuo also smiled indifferently. Both of their results were not bad, just below Tang Yu. It's just an injured monster. With the strength of the early stage of the king's spirit realm, you guys only broke one head. You should consider where you are weak. Lin Ling glanced at them and replied indifferently. You. Zhua Mo and Blue Maple glared fiercely. In their eyes, anger erupted like a volcano. This youth from the countryside actually used the tone of a senior to evaluate them. You should consider where you are weak. This sentence was said so matter-of-factly, as if the two of them were weaker than the youth. This youth really dares to say that. The pupils of the other youths shrank, and they were stunned. The red-haired middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. He looked at Lin Ling and said, "Are you going?" "Of course, I won't let go of 50,000 mid-grade spirit crystals." Lin Ling smiled at the red-haired middle-aged man and jumped up. He didn't use any martial arts, and just walked step by step towards the sea in the sky. Good courage. Looking at the carefree youth, the red-haired middle-aged man smiled with praise. In reality, he thought the most highly of Lin Ling on this ship. However, Lin Ling's talent was not bad, but his strength still needed to be evaluated. And now was the time. Many people knew this, and they all looked forward to it. Lin Ling's evaluation of the red-haired middle-aged man was very high, but what about his strength? He was only in the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. He might not even be able to break one head. I say, he will definitely be scared back to the dragon ship. Deliberately mystifying. We can easily defeat him, but we won't bully the weak. It's just that he doesn't know his own strength. Zhua Mo and Blue Maple said coldly. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling still walked forward slowly. His calm appearance made many people's eyes flicker. But gradually, they realized that something was wrong. Lin Ling hadn't made a move yet, and he was still walking towards the nine-headed Dragon King. Was he courting death? It should be known that the geniuses who fought before mostly fought from afar. After one move, they immediately returned to the dragon ship. However, Lin Ling didn't fight from afar, but kept approaching. At. Chapter 488. The evilness of that sword. Hee, you don't even know a long-range attack. Is this the number one genius on this ship? Blue Maple laughed disdainfully. The red-haired man was also surprised, but he didn't say anything. He only looked like he was about to help. It's getting closer. A teenager exclaimed. Then they saw the remaining 5 heads of the 9-headed Dragon King pouncing towards Lin Ling. He's dead. Lin Ling had nowhere to run at such a close distance. Roar. The 5 dragon heads, each carrying fire, ice, lightning, dark, and gold energy, pounced over violently. In its eyes, this puny human was simply courting death. Not good. The red-haired man finally made a move. Although it wasn't suitable for him to make a move, he didn't want the blue and white-robed teenager to die in the mouth of the 9-headed Dragon King. After all, this teenager's talent wasn't weak. Just as he moved, a calm voice was heard at the same time. Only this sword sings hegemony of the world. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling gently placed his right hand on the large sword on his back. In the next moment, he unsheathed the sword and slashed with a magnificent aura. The entire process was smooth and pleasing to the eye. The demonic fire bloomed, and the sword radiance was like a peerless demonic dragon. It swept out with a terrifying sword intent. Whoosh! The 5 dragon heads trembled slightly under the demonic fire and slowed down. In the next moment, the 5 dragon heads were chopped off at the same time. Boom! At the same time, the sword cut through everything. After passing through the 5 dragon heads, it cut into the endless sea in the distance, causing a terrifying tsunami. Endless sea water poured down like rain. In the rain, Lin Ling hung the sword on his back again. He turned around and slowly walked towards the dragon ship. Decapitation of the dragon heads. Silence. The sea was silent at this moment. Only the sound of the falling sea water could be heard. On the dragon ship, there was a deathly silence. No one would have thought that the blue and white robed teenager would cut off the remaining 5 dragon heads with a single slash. This result was even better than Tang Yu's. After all, Tang Yu had only destroyed 2 dragon heads. The evilness of that slash was as dazzling as a shooting star. And the most terrifying thing was that this youth was only at the late heavenly spirit realm. 20% of the sword intent, and that is the overlord sword art. The red-haired man muttered to himself. What a terrifying talent. He had naturally heard of the overlord sword art. It was a powerful sword art within the 7 profound martial house. It was the only sword art that could cultivate the true meaning of the sword to 50%. Unfortunately, there were very few people who had successfully cultivated it. The only famous one was the legendary Limitless Sword Saint. What a fierce sword art. Tang Yu covered her mouth with her small hand, unable to speak. In her eyes, the young man was like a peerless swordsman, carrying a big sword and strolling in the rain. That sword, that rain, coupled with the clean blue and white robe, the young man at this moment was extremely handsome and out of this world. Tang Yu's Tang. Since she was like this, the other girls were even more so. Their beautiful eyes were filled with adoration. You can easily defeat me, but you won't bully the weak? Arriving at the bow of the ship, Lin Ling looked at Lan Feng and Zuemo. Their faces were extremely ugly. To cut off a dragon head, this youth's attack power was terrifying. Could they really defeat this youth so easily? They wouldn't bully the weak, but who was strong and who was weak? Their faces were as ugly as a pig's liver, but they were silent. They didn't dare to say anything. Lin Ling shook his head. He landed on the bow of the ship with his sword on his back, and then walked step by step into the depths of the ship. Now, you have nothing to say. The red-haired man looked at the geniuses. His meaning was that Lin Ling was the number 1 genius on the ship, but many of the geniuses were dissatisfied with him. Now, who was dissatisfied with him? The geniuses were silent. Their eyes were filled with dread. The red-haired man faintly smiled. He looked at the youth sitting cross-legged in the distance, and thought to himself, my ship finally has a monstrous genius. I wonder how the other ships will fare. Also, there are many geniuses that have passed the test. There are only a dozen or so that will be eliminated. If these geniuses knew that this was the 7 profound martial house's disciple recruitment test, what would they think? Especially those that didn't dare to fight against the 9-headed Dragon King. They would be filled with regret. Because of their cowardice, they had already been eliminated. Even if a martial artist faced a strong enemy, what was there to fear? If they didn't dare to fight, then how far could they go in the future? The dragon ship broke through the waves, and once again moved forward on the vast sea. However, the surface of the sea was somewhat calm. This caused the geniuses on the ship to relax. They all sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. But their eyes were faintly looking at the blue and white robed youth in the distance. That youth's sword was very sharp, and his talent seemed to be number 1. He could be called the number 1 genius on this ship. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't care about the gazes of those around him. He was sitting cross-legged in cultivation, grasping the time to enhance his strength. He was getting closer and closer to the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. I admire you. That sword was just too dazzling. I dare say that in this year's 7 profound martial house geniuses, your strength is absolutely in the top 3. At this moment, a smiling voice sounded in front of Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to open his eyes and look. A young man in a golden robe had already sat down in front of him. This young man was as handsome as jade, with red lips and white teeth. He was extremely handsome, so much so that his handsomeness was somewhat devilish. It was a kind of feminine beauty, not the kind of handsomeness that was masculine. Behind this youth stood an old man, causing Lin Ling to be secretly surprised. It had to be known that this dragon ship was filled with many geniuses, but this golden-robed youth seemed to have a servant with him. This also showed that this golden-robed youth was not simple. "My name is Emperor Inch. Nice to meet you." The golden-robed youth had a smile on his face. "Lin Ling." "Yes." Lin Ling also faintly smiled. This youth was very polite, and not arrogant like the other geniuses, so he also returned the greeting. "Lin Ling, sharp and fierce, just like your name. In fact, I just want to ask, did you use the Overlord sword art?" Emperor Inch asked expectantly. He seemed to want to know this question. But the old man beside him frowned and reminded him, "Young master." "Young master." What he meant was, don't talk to strangers. It's fine. I can feel that brother Lin Ling is a good person. "Young master." But Emperor Inch waved his hand and smiled. He was open and candid, not concealing anything. This caused Lin Ling to have an even better impression of him. As for Emperor Inch, the Overlord sword art was indeed the famous sword art of the limitless sword saint. It was just that he had left the true meaning of the sword in the Overlord song sword, allowing Lin Ling to display the true meaning of the sword as long as he instilled spiritual energy into it. Chapter 489. Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling nodded. Just as he was about to reply, his gaze fell on the jade pendant hanging from Di Zhichuan's waist. It seemed to be the fire elemental jade. This was one of the essential treasures for him to refine the true fire pill. This kind of jade was of the fire element and was extremely rare. "Brother Lin Ling, you seem to like this piece of jade. If you like it, I'll give it to you." "Yes." Di Zhichuan noticed Lin Ling's gaze and immediately took off the jade pendant and handed it to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was extremely surprised. They had only met by chance, but Di Zhichuan was giving such a precious treasure to him so easily. "Young master." "Yes." The old man's expression changed and he couldn't help but remind him. "This jade is useless to me. It's better to give it to someone who needs it," Di Zhichuan said with a smile. His smile was very clean, without any scheming. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile gratefully. He didn't act pretentious and accepted the jade pendant. "Brother Di, this fire elemental jade is indeed very important to me. However, the fact that Brother Di can give it away so casually is enough to prove Brother Di's magnanimity. I owe you this favor." "Yes." Lin Ling smiled and then replied, "What I used before was indeed the hegemon sword art. As for how I learned it, it's not convenient for me to say." "Yes." His words caused Di Zhichuan's eyes to flicker. The reason he talked to Lin Ling was because Lin Ling was very similar to one of his seniors. Unfortunately, that senior had passed away, causing his Di bloodline to decline. Therefore, when he saw Lin Ling use the hegemon sword art, he instantly had a good impression of him. The hegemon sword art is not some hidden martial art. There are countless geniuses in the Rainforest Holy Land. How can you be the only one who knows it? Being arrogant at such a young age, you won't go far in the future. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. It was the old man beside Di Zhichuan. He seemed to dislike Lin Ling very much. "Old Lu." Di Zhichuan called out softly. Then, he smiled apologetically at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't mind and just shook his head. "You didn't even say a word of thanks after receiving benefits from others. Is this how your elders taught you to behave? Seeing how arrogant you are, I'm afraid your family's elders aren't good people either." The old man ignored Di Zhichuan and continued harshly. This time, Lin Ling frowned. Although he wanted the fire elemental jade, he wasn't greedy. Moreover, although he had accepted the fire elemental jade, he would naturally repay it in the future. Moreover, Di Zhichuan didn't say anything. Instead, it was the old servant who spoke harshly and scolded Lin Ling's family elders. This old man had gone too far. Elder Lu. Di Zhichuan was finally dissatisfied. However, after he spoke, the old man sighed and said, "Young master, you rarely leave home and don't know how sinister people can be. I'm just afraid that you'll be deceived. Some people look decent on the surface but are actually dark inside. These people always want to take advantage of you." He seemed to be trying to persuade Di Zhichuan, but his gaze was fixed on Lin Ling. Obviously, he was talking about Lin Ling. Lin Ling also frowned. If it wasn't for Di Zhichuan, he would have already retaliated against the harsh old man. "Brother Lin Ling, I'm sorry. He's just worried about me. That's why he spoke so bluntly. Please don't take it to heart." Di Zhichuan hurriedly looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. Then, he didn't want to say anything more. "Brother Di, Lin Ling, will remember your favor. If there's a chance, I'll definitely repay you." With that, he stood up and left. "Repay? Who do you think you are? Do you have the ability to repay me?" As he was leaving, Lin Ling still heard the old man's disdainful voice. Shaking his head, Lin Ling ignored him for the time being. Then, he quietly waited for the dragon boat to dock. In his hand, he held a fiery red jade pendant. This was the fire elemental jade. If one looked closely, this jade looked like a ball of flame. It was extremely magical. The ingredients for refining the true fire pill are really harsh. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, he had gained a lot from this trip. He had obtained the fire elemental jade and 50,000 middle spiritual crystals as a reward. Especially the spiritual crystals, it was enough for him to reach the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly and looked into the distance. Suddenly, a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. In the endless sea, a vast and boundless continent appeared. A huge tree sat on the ground, covering the entire continent. This tree was so tall that it reached the clouds. Even from afar, one could see it clearly. It was hard to imagine how magnificent this tree would be when it reached the ground. No wonder it was called the sacred land of the rainforest. We're about to arrive at the sacred land of the rainforest. That world is the world of the strong and the cradle of geniuses. Are you all ready to accept the challenge? The red-haired man's voice sounded out, causing everyone's blood to boil. The world of the strong, they were all looking forward to it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Before long, the dragon boat reached the shore. A mysterious aura spread out from the earth. The spiritual energy here was much richer. Looking up, one could only see ancient trees towering into the sky. They couldn't see the end of the trees, mysterious and ancient. Take the jade cards in your hands and report to the 7 profound martial house. After the red-haired man stopped the boat, he waved his right hand and a large number of jade cards flew out. Each of the talented youths took one, but some of them didn't receive a jade card. Those who didn't receive a jade card, wait here in the evening. I will send you back. The red-haired man expressionlessly said. Everyone understood that those youths who didn't receive a jade card had been eliminated. Go. Then, the red-haired man waved his right hand, and all the talented youths left. Lin Ling also received a jade card. He had just taken a few steps when he heard the red-haired man's smiling voice. Your talent and strength are good. Don't be late. In this year's 7 Profound Martial House Disciple Recruitment, you are ranked 3rd. Hearing this, Lin Ling was surprised. He was actually ranked 3rd. Then, he smiled and saluted, and also rushed forward. This place was very large and exuded an ancient aura. The mountains were desolate and ancient, and the trees towered into the sky. But deep in the depths, the terrifying sounds of monstrous beasts were deafening. What a huge aura! Lin Ling's expression was dignified. Whether it was the martial artists or the monstrous beasts in the rainforest Holy Land, they were obviously more powerful than those in the 100 territories. Then, following the jade card in his hand, he walked all the way to the 7 profound martial house. At the same time, he secretly sighed. The land here was so vast. If he didn't have a jade card to guide him, he would definitely get lost. After walking like this for a full hour, before long, he could feel billowing spiritual energy fluctuations. There were even faint sounds of fighting, causing Lin Ling to frown. He pondered for a moment and quietly walked forward. In an open space, several people were besieged by a large number of black-clothed martial artists. "Who are you, and why are you attacking us?" "We are bandits." Rumble, rumble, rumble. The powerhouses on both sides were not weak. There were early King Spirit Realm martial artists guarding them. But the besieged side had obviously been caught off guard, so they couldn't react in time, and people were constantly dying. In the cloud domain, a King Spirit Realm martial artist is equal to a king, but here you can see them everywhere. Atop an ancient tree, Lin Ling looked at the battle in front of him. He was about to leave when he suddenly frowned. In that group of people being besieged, he saw the Emperor's Inch. The Emperor's Inch had given him a piece of fire elemental jade. Now that they were in trouble, with Lin Ling's personality, he would naturally help them. Chapter 490. Attack. At this moment, the slaughter was still ongoing. Di Jichuan had many guards around him, all of whom were at the latent peak of the heavenly spirit realm, but they were dying one after another. On the other side, the black-clothed men cooperated better and suppressed the guards step by step. Demonic dragon fire. At this moment, a cold voice came from the outermost area, followed by a demonic flame. Several black-clothed men couldn't react in time and were instantly enveloped by the flames, crying out in pain. This sudden scene had obviously disrupted the black-clothed men's siege, causing them to become somewhat disorganized. The leader of the black-clothed men turned around and frowned. "You're courting death, kill him." Anger surged in his heart. He was so close to completing his mission, but who knew that a youth with tyrannical strength would suddenly appear and disrupt his plan? "Brat, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, so die." 5 black-clothed men pounced on Lin Ling. They were all at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, and one of them was even at the king spirit realm. Only this sword sings hegemony of the world. Lin Ling's blue and white robes fluttered like the wind. He raised the sword in his hand, and the saber-like sword blossomed with a dazzling light. Spirit chi poured into the hegemony song sword, and sword intent gushed out. Swish! The sword slashed out. This sword is so sharp. 4 peak heavenly spirit realm cultivators were split into 2. The remaining king spirit realm cultivator's pupils constricted, and he subconsciously blocked with the large saber in his hand. Clang! The saber broke, and the man flew. Plop! Although the king's spirit realm cultivator didn't die, he was still slashed into the distance by the terrifying sword intent and smashed into the ground. So powerful. The remaining black-clothed men's pupils constricted. They thought that he was just an ordinary heavenly spirit realm cultivator, but who knew that he would be so difficult to deal with? Sword intent, he's a genius of the martial house. The leader's expression changed drastically. He was most afraid of encountering those geniuses, who could fight above their level. It was extremely terrifying. Kill! Kill! The leader of the black-clothed men was stronger. He was good at using a staff, and when he stirred up the wind and clouds, he turned into a shadow and pounced on Lin Ling. Clang! In the next moment, the staff and sword collided with a deafening sound. A strong gust of wind blew out from the two of them, cutting a large number of trees in half. "Brat, this has nothing to do with you. Scram immediately, or die." Holding the coiling dragon staff in hand, the black-clothed man stared coldly at the youth in front of the staff. "If you can kill me, then do it." Lin Ling's sword blocked the staff, and his mouth curved into a cold smile. "You." The black-robed man's eyes burned with anger. This young man was detestable, and he had also tested the young man's strength with his staff. He was afraid that the young man was no weaker than an early-stage King Spirit Realm cultivator. "Kill." At this moment, the martial artists from Emperor's Inch's side charged over, causing the black-robed men's morale to plummet. They were either killed or turned to flee. "Take care of yourself." The leader of the black-robed men didn't dare to continue fighting. He slapped the ground with his right hand, causing a cloud of dust to erupt into the air. Lin Ling faintly glanced at them, but didn't chase. In fact, it wasn't difficult for him to kill the black-robed man, he only needed to reveal one of his cards. But his goal was to save someone, so there was no need to reveal all of his cards. "It's brother Lin Ling, thank you." "Thank you." After the battle ended, Emperor's Inch was the first to see Lin Ling. He gratefully walked over. "This young man is fierce." "Wow." The martial artists beside Emperor's Inch were surprised. They had personally witnessed this young man turn the tide of battle and save them. They obviously hadn't come on a boat, but had come here to greet Emperor's Inch. Otherwise, if they had been on the boat, they would have known that Lin Ling's strength wasn't weak. "Young master, wait." "Oh." At this moment, a cold voice sounded out, causing everyone to stop in their tracks towards Lin Ling. Everyone looked over and saw that the one speaking was young Master Di's servant, Old Lu. "When we went to the Seven Profound Martial House, we didn't leak any information. Why would there be people trying to kill us midway?" Old Lu coldly looked at Lin Ling, causing everyone to be surprised. "Old Lu, what was the meaning of this? Those people seem to be bandits, so it's not strange that we met them midway." A martial artist guard said. "No, they obviously didn't come for money, but to kill young Master Di." Old Lu said in a low voice. His eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. "Little friend, why are you following us? And if I'm not wrong, those people were called by you." "Brother." As these words came out, everyone's complexion changed. They looked at Lin Ling with vigilance. "Old Lu, there must be some misunderstanding here. Brother Lin Ling just saved us." Emperor's Inch frowned. "Young master, you don't understand how sinister people can be. First, our whereabouts are hidden, but how could someone know where we are? And the only person you've come in contact with is that youth. Second, he saved you because he wanted to get closer to you so that it would be easier to kill you. After all, if those black-clothed men wanted to kill us, they might not have succeeded. And even if they did succeed, they would have to pay a great price. Sigh. This youth is very sinister. Sigh." As his words fell, everyone became even more vigilant. One of them coldly said, "Who sent you? If you don't tell us, you won't be able to leave here." Sigh. Lin Ling tightly frowned. He had saved Emperor's Inch, but he hadn't thought that there would be such a result. He would be slandered as an assassin. If I really wanted to get close to Emperor's Inch, I could have killed him on the boat. Why bother? Not to mention, if I hadn't appeared, you would have all died at the hands of those black-clothed men. From another perspective, I saved your lives." Sigh. Lin Ling coldly said. Everyone's eyes flashed. This youth's words were also reasonable. Saving people is to make it easier to kill them. "Old master." But soon, Old Lu darkly smiled and said, "Little friend, you're so young and yet you're so cruel and merciless. You're so shrewd. This is not good for your martial arts path. Old Master. Old Lu, there must be a misunderstanding. Emperor's Inch finally couldn't help but open his mouth. He believed that Lin Ling would not harm him because of the overlord sword art. Those who cultivated this sword art had a pure and innocent heart, and treated others with sincerity. His predecessor had been like this, and this youth in front of him must also be like this. Young master, I'm thinking for you. You must go to the 7 Profound Martial House to see the Sword Elder. How could you make a mistake midway? Old Lu gently sighed, and then looked at Lin Ling. You go. My family's young master is kind and has been deceived by you. But he doesn't want you to die. As servants, we will respect the young master's opinion. Old Master. His words were pleasant to hear, but in truth, when had he ever respected Emperor's opinion? From beginning to end, he was the only one speaking. Deceive, ha. Ha. Lin Ling laughed. Although he had a good impression of Emperor's Inch, he wouldn't shamelessly stay. He cupped his hands across his chest and said, Brother D, I helped you before because I wanted to return a favor. But now, I bid you farewell. Farewell. With that, he turned and left. Brother Lin Ling, there must be a misunderstanding. Emperor's Inch anxiously said. Chapter 491. Behind the scenes, you wanted to kill me, but you didn't. Instead, you spared my life. Is this a great favor to me? But it seems that you don't have the strength to kill me. Just then, Lin Ling's icy cold voice sounded from afar, causing everyone's pupils to constrict and their expressions to turn ugly. Only now did they realize that the young man was very strong, and they might not be a match for him. Therefore, those words from before seemed to be somewhat mocking. Let's go. Just a bunch of clowns, don't bother with them. Old Lu looked deeply at Lin Ling. Finally, he waved his hand, and everyone moved forward again. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were icy cold. He was also moving in another direction, but his eyebrows were wrinkled. There had been too many tricks before. He had saved that group of people, but they hadn't been grateful. Instead, they had wanted to kill him and drive him away. Drive him away? No, their true intention was to not let him near Emperor Inch. Obviously, the one who wanted Emperor Inch dead was one of those people. Just what was Emperor Inch's background that these people wanted to kill him? Wait, surname D. Suddenly, Lin Ling's footsteps stopped. This surname was very familiar. Limitless Sword Saint's name was Di Wuji, and Di Jichuan had gone to the 7 Profound Martial House. Then, Di Jichuan might have the same bloodline as Di Wuji. The person who wanted to kill him was also obvious. It was absolutely Di Wuji's former senior apprentice brother. Perhaps he didn't want Emperor Inch to go to the 7 Profound Martial House and expose his ugly past. Di Wuji is my benefactor, so I must help his junior. Not to mention, Di Inch even gifted me the fire elemental jade. Whoosh! Lin Ling didn't leave, nor did he chase after Emperor Inch. Instead, he ran deep into the forest. At this moment, he had turned into an assassin in the shadows, hiding his aura as he searched for the person who had intercepted Emperor Inch. His eyes emitted a strange light. The Eye of Time appeared, allowing him to constantly pay attention to any traces around him. The black-clothed men that had left appeared in the Eye of Time, and their escape routes were also clearly visible. Found them. With the help of the Eye of Time, Lin Ling followed the path that the black-clothed men had taken. Not long after, in a rocky mountain valley, he saw dozens of black-clothed men gathered there. We've finally found their lair. Lin Ling hid behind a rock, a cold smile on his face. If it weren't for the Eye of Time, it would have been really difficult for him to find these black-robed men. Emperor's Inch, I absolutely cannot allow him to reach the 7 profound martial house. If he goes to the Sword Elder, then it will be difficult to kill him. According to the higher-ups, no matter why the Emperor's Inch came, as long as it's the bloodline of the former Manor Lord, it must be obliterated, not giving the enemy any chance. A cold voice drifted out from the mouth of a short black-clothed man, causing everyone to nod their heads. This black-clothed man's status seemed to be very high. Lay down the 10,000 stones array, here and there. The short man in black kept talking to the map. He seemed to be an expert in formations and was extremely powerful. Of course, he was so confident in setting up traps because he was very familiar with the whereabouts of Di Jichuan and the others. Go! Then, the short black-clothed man waved his hand, and all the black-clothed men disappeared from the mountain valley, leaving behind several black-clothed men to guard them. Lin Ling was still hidden in the distance. Through the black-clothed men's conversation, he realized that this short black-clothed man's status was indeed very high. Moreover, he had participated in this mission not because of some reward, but because of his interest. Interesting. Lin Ling faintly smiled. He no longer concealed his identity, and stepped forward. Who are you? His sudden appearance, open and honest, caused all the black-clothed men's pupils to constrict. You must be the youth that disrupted our plans. Very fierce, you actually found this place. The short black-clothed man was also surprised, but he soon calmed down. At the same time, he guessed Lin Ling's identity. Your cultivation is only at the early heavenly spirit realm, but you can summon King Spirit Realm powerhouses. Your status should be very high. Lin Ling faintly smiled. Since you've seen through it, then there's nothing to hide. Not only can I summon them, I can also summon countless King Spirit Realm cultivators. The black-clothed man frowned and continued, what do you mean by coming here? He couldn't see through this youth. This matter clearly had nothing to do with the youth, but the youth seemed to insist on interfering. Moreover, the youth was confident and calm, as if he didn't fear him at all. So, what did the youth want to do? Capture you? Yes. Lin Ling lightly exhaled, and the smile on his face deepened, carrying a trace of coldness. Good courage. I thought you had some other goal. So you're here to capture me. However, you're only at the late heavenly spirit realm. Do you think you can capture me from King Spirit Realm cultivators? The black-clothed man was startled, and instead laughed. He was afraid that Lin Ling would inform Di Jichuan and disrupt his plans. However, he hadn't expected this youth's actions to be so unexpected. He had come to capture him. If I say I can, then I can. Lin Ling shrugged. The spirit qi in his body surged, and the cry of a vermilion bird rang out in the mountain valley, intimidating the surroundings. Boom! At the same time, 4,000 vermilion bird flames erupted from Lin Ling's body, turning him into the vermilion bird flame god. A pair of blood-red wings appeared behind him, and his aura instantly became terrifying. This aura, he's not an ordinary king body. Sensing the eruption of Lin Ling's aura, all the black-clothed men's pupils constricted. As for the leader, his expression changed drastically, he's at least a third-grade king body. Genius, a rare genius. However, his foundation is too low, and he's still not my match. An expert at the early stage of the King Spirit Realm laughed coldly. They were surprised by Lin Ling's natural talent, but they weren't afraid of him because the 5 black-clothed men present were all King Spirit Realm cultivators. This youth could block 1 King Spirit Realm expert, but could he block 5? Facing an unknown opponent, you'd better be careful. Vermilion Bird Dance. Lin Ling stretched out his palm, and a palm-sized vermilion bird appeared. It constantly danced, emitting gorgeous flames. Go! With a light push of his right hand, as if opening a taboo flame, the vermilion bird drew a gorgeous trajectory and pounced towards one of the king's spirit realm cultivators. Insignificant skill. That cultivator also erupted with a terrifying aura and used a tyrannical king stage martial art. However, after colliding with the vermilion bird, any king stage martial art was burned. Not good, it's the true meaning of fire. The cultivator let out a terrified voice, but in the next moment, he was burned into nothingness. Those words were the last words he said in his life. The true meaning of fire was above king stage martial arts. Unless he had a high-grade king stage martial art, it would be difficult to resist. However, it was clear that he only had a first-grade king stage martial art. True meaning of fire, this genius is truly terrifying. The remaining 4 people's pupils constricted. Without saying anything else, they all pounced towards Lin Ling. King Stage, Demonic Blood Fusion Saber. King Stage, Space-Splitting Spear. Chapter 492. Lin Ling at full combat strength. Pa. Lin Ling faintly smiled. With a flap of his wings, his speed was as fast as a vermilion bird's. After he used the vermilion bird's flames, his body had already transformed into an ancient vermilion bird. His body was tyrannical, and the power of his flames was surging. This was caused by the 4,000 vermilion bird's flames within his body. The vermilion bird's flames covered his entire body. He dodged it. All the martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air. That speed was too fast. They could only vaguely see a gorgeous fire shadow, and all of their martial arts had missed. I've caught you. Heavenly demon blood-devouring saber, let me devour your blood. Suddenly, a strange saber appeared behind Lin Ling's head and slashed down. Obviously, the opponent's strength was also extremely formidable. At the critical moment, he had captured Lin Ling's tracks. Even when I've used all my trump cards and fully activated my combat strength, you can still capture my tracks. You can be considered a powerful early-stage king spirit realm expert. Lin Ling softly said. This time, he did not dodge. His right hand reached out and grabbed the blood-red saber. Gotcha. His hand was like a vermilion bird's claw. The saber was crushed by Lin Ling's grip, and even the saber was burned into water by the flames. What a powerful strength, what a fierce fire. The martial artist sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt as if he was fighting an ancient vermilion bird, and a humanoid vermilion bird. Was this a youth at full combat strength? Die. An ice-cold voice sounded. Lin Ling's body bloomed with light. The power of his flames soared into the sky. The martial artist was too close and was instantly burned to ashes. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, 2 early-stage King Spirit Realm martial artists had fallen. Moreover, they were not ordinary King Spirit Realm martial artists. They were proficient in all kinds of King stage martial arts, but they still could not stop the descent of the vermilion bird. 40% true meaning of fire, and he can use it without using any martial arts. This youth is terrifying. Take the Lord and retreat. Retreat. The remaining martial artists trembled in fear. They faintly had thoughts of running away. It's too late to run now. 4,000 vermilion birds. Lin Ling spread out his arms and vermilion birds began to swim out from his body. In the next moment, 4,000 ancient vermilion birds carried the true meaning of fire with them as they flew around the mountain valley. The scene was spectacular, turning the mountain valley into a world of vermilion birds. This was Lin Ling's current full strength. Chi. Wherever the vermilion birds danced past, even the rocks were incinerated. 2 of the remaining 3 King Spirit Realm experts had died in an instant. As for the last person, he was proficient in movement techniques and had a strange king body. He disappeared into the ground. Earth escape. However, could he escape? Blade of Nirvana. Billowing soul fluctuations blossomed, transforming into a terrifying small knife. It ignored the thick soil and shot towards the ground, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The escaping martial artist's soul collapsed. After 3 incense sticks of time, the battle was over. 5 early King Spirit Realm powerhouses had fallen. Not only that, but they were not ordinary King Spirit Realm martial artists. In the middle 3 regions, each one of them had strength equal to a master of a region. In the mountain valley, there was only the short black-clothed man left. At this moment, his pupils constricted as he looked at Lin Ling. There was a deep shock in the depths of his eyes. He had seen all sorts of geniuses, but this was the first time he had seen such a perfect genius like this youth. Perhaps in terms of strength, this youth could not compare to the top geniuses of the 7 profound martial house. But in terms of talent and potential, this youth had perfectly surpassed them. Now, are you going to wait for me to capture you, or do you want me to personally attack you? Lin Ling restrained his aura and faintly smiled at the black-clothed man. His smile caused the black-clothed man to tremble. He subconsciously said, "Do you know who I am?" An innate pressure swept over him. It seemed that this black-clothed man's status was not low at all. "I don't know. I only know that you are my captive." Unfortunately, Lin Ling was undaunted. Instead, he stretched out his right hand, and flames turned into a chain that tied up the black-clothed man. "Tell me where your subordinates are hiding. Sorry for disturbing you. Goodbye." A faint voice was left in the mountain valley. Then, Lin Ling and the black-clothed man both disappeared. The mountain valley was still burning with flames, and the rocks were constantly melting. It seemed that this was proof of the terrifying battle that had occurred not too long ago. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, on the other side, Emperor Inch and the others were encountering a terrifying ambush. They were surrounded in a mountain range, and at the peak of the mountain, a massive number of rolling stones came crashing down. These rolling stones were magnificent. They did not fear a single rolling stone, but there were too many of them. Even if they had a King Spirit powerhouse, they still could not block so many rolling stones. Puff! One of the guards was smashed by a rolling stone, and the protective astral energy around his body slightly dispersed. But soon, dozens of rolling stones came crashing down, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was crushed to death. These are heavy mystic stones. The guards could be considered knowledgeable. They immediately saw that these were not ordinary rolling stones. And they were thrown out by a catapult. An older martial artist said with a solemn expression. Some martial artists were skilled in the study of arrays and weapons. Through constant research, they could forge ordinary catapults into weapons. With spirit crystals as the foundation, they could carve rare arrays into weapons to form weapons of heaven and earth. These weapons could deal great damage to martial artists. However, these weapons were inconvenient to use in battle, so most martial artists did not use them. But now, they were trapped in a corner of the mountain range, and the catapult weapons could be used to their full potential. Who attacked us? Elder Lu, you chose this path. You said that changing the route would prevent that youth from finding us, but why is there a trap here? The martial artists roared angrily. How would I know? Perhaps that youth is still following us. He's so cunning. Must he kill us? Elder Lu's cold voice sounded. He pushed all the blame onto Lin Ling. If that youth really wants to frame us, why did he help us when he tried to kill us? Now that the youth is not here, we are in danger again. Perhaps we shouldn't have driven him away. At least with him here, our combat strength can be improved. That's right. Everyone has witnessed his strength before. Although most people were cautious and did not believe Lin Ling, there were still 1 or 2 martial artists who felt that Lin Ling had no ill intentions. Of course, the most important thing was that they were in danger again, so they subconsciously thought of the youth's help. Stop arguing. How to avoid this crisis is the key. A burly guard shouted. He looked at Elder Lu, hoping that Elder Lu could find a way. After all, Elder Lu was in charge of everything now. Unfortunately, Elder Lu was silent at this moment, and even a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. How could he possibly find a way? In fact, he wished that Emperor Cun would die in the hands of those people. Because only then could he obtain the reward and complete his mission. From the beginning until the end, it was he who'd led Cun to death, and he'd constantly exposed himself in the dark. He'd originally been able to kill Cun the last time, but who knew that Lin Ling would suddenly arrive and cause the assassination to fail? So, after Lin Ling appeared, he'd done all he could to slander Lin Ling and drive Lin Ling away. Not good. Shoot the heavens. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.